Edgar Cayce, The Sleeping Prophet. Jess Stearn. 1967. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will not we fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea. Psalm 46. 1. The Sleeping Wonder. It was like any other day for Edgar Cayce. He went to sleep, by merely lying down and closing his eyes, and then he started to talk in his sleep. But when he awakened a half hour or so later, he realized from the faces of those around him that he must have said something very extraordinary. And he had. In trance, on that hot, sultry day of August 1941, in the same voice that he would have prescribed an innocent herb for somebody with the sniffles, he had predicted the destruction of most of Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York. The greatest mystic America had ever known reacted philosophically to his Cassandra-like prophecy. In the past, he had foreseen great wars and holocausts, and they had come to pass. From his own readings, which had helped thousands, he had come to believe in an endless cycle of life, and though he could consciously grieve for those who knew sorrow or pain in this lifetime, he felt it was all part of God's plan. And so it was with a shake of the head and a shrug that he dismissed the forecast. "What do you make of that?" he said, scratching his head. "I hope it's wrong, but it's never been wrong before." It was the subconscious information, apparently the product of a universal mind, which had been streaming through him for 40 years, and which were rather incongruously known as readings. Cayce's forecast had come quite inadvertently, out of the same blue that produced his amazingly accurate diagnoses of ailing people whom he had never seen, and their consequent cures. As with other Cayce predictions, many of them already startlingly confirmed, the forecast was in response to a question that had little or nothing to do with the original request for the reading. A New York businessman, concerned not only by the continuing strain of big city life, but the threat of wartime bombing, had said to Cayce, "I have for many months felt that I should move out of New York." This is well, as indicated, the slumbering Cayce observed. There is too much unrest, there will continue to be the character of vibrations that to the body will be disturbing, and eventually those destructive forces, though these will be in the next generation. The businessman asked, "Will Los Angeles be safe?" The answer came clearly, directly, without equivocation: Los Angeles, San Francisco, most all of these will be among those that will be destroyed before New York even. The mechanics of this destruction was neither asked, nor given. However, in keeping with other prognostications of Cayce's, it would appear that the destruction, if it comes, will be through the agency of nature, and not the bomb, unless, of course, it would be the bomb that touched off a natural catastrophe. The predicted destruction in this country, part of the general Cayce forecast of sweeping upheavals around the world, has been tabbed for the period beginning in 1958, and extending to the end of the century, when a new millennium will hopefully begin. Some of these preliminary changes, in the Mediterranean and the South Pacific, and in Alaska, have apparently already taken place, with Connecticut, New England, Alabama, Georgia, Japan, and Northern Europe, among others still to be sharply affected. But it may be a comfort to many, as more than one geologist has noted, that the many cataclysmic events predicted by Cayce are out of harmony with the standard geological concept of uniformitarianism or gradual change. On the other hand, at least one leading geologist, erstwhile head of a college geology department, has checked out the Cayce readings, and sees as eminently possible the drastic Earth changes merging out of Cayce's stated cause, the tilting of the Earth's rotational axis, beginning far below the crust of the Earth in 1936. Cayce had a flair for prophecy, and some even interpret a reading in 1939, shortly after the outbreak of World War II in Europe, as foreshadowing the current war in Vietnam. Before that we find the entity, the complex of body, soul, and spirit, was in the land now known as or called Indochina. There we find the entity was one in authority, one in power, in that city that must be unfolded to the minds, if there is not the greater war over same. It was a disjointed excerpt from a past life reading, a Cayce specialty, and could be applied, if the French Indochina War, which took the French out of Vietnam, was the lesser war. But one usually didn't have to look this hard for signs of Cayce predictions come true. He had foreseen, correctly, virtually every major world crisis, from before World War I, through the uneasy years of the League of Nations, and beyond through World War II, whose end he had predicted for 1945, the year of his own death. In the intervals, casually, while reading psychically for individuals, he picked off earthquakes, storms, volcanic eruptions. He not only saw far afield, but close at home, where his predictions making Norfolk Newport News a preeminent port, greater even than New York, have rather remarkably materialized, along with his pinpointing of a local realty boom to the very year, nearly 15 years after his own death. Through the clear channel of his subconscious he peered down the corridors of time into the troubled international scene, describing the future of Russia, China, Japan, England, the United States. He foresaw England losing India, when nobody else did. He saw a free India unloved, because it was unloving, and he tied in the end of communism with another and more astonishing prediction of a free God-fearing Russia. What he saw for China, eventual democratization, is certainly not being predicted, logically, anywhere else, and for an America, unconquerable, except through internal strife, he saw eventual world leadership, shared with another power, as the center of civilization gradually gravitated westward. To me, Cayce was no new phenomenon. I had discovered him originally, 5 years before, in preparing my book, The Door to the Future. I had become familiar with many of his prophecies, his remarkable way of apparently traveling in time and space to treat the ill, his concept of reincarnation, with its concept of many lives for the same soul spirit. Cayce seemed gifted with a universal mind, which seemingly drew on a subconscious register of everything that had ever happened or was going to happen. It seemed an incredible quality, but as one studied Cayce, as he would any other individual, work, or phenomenon, checking as he could with the evidence on hand, it became apparent that Cayce somehow, some way, was able to look inside of everything that fell into the realm of his unconscious, the human body and soul, the earth, the universe itself. He was the man with the X-ray eyes. In my current research, I soon became aware that the Cayce influence was stronger now than in his lifetime. It was almost as though a self-limiting world, softened up by flights to the moon, laser rays, and television, was catching up posthumously to the sage who had sleep-talked of a forgotten civilization, technologically comparable with our own, the lost continent of Atlantis, a visionary experience shared with that great figure of antiquity, the philosopher Plato. 20 years after his death, the mystic's life work was thriving, slowly and painfully collected from thousands of readings and left as his legacy in the files of the Association for Research and Enlightenment in Virginia Beach. Scorned, generally, by the medical profession while alive, the dead Cayce, and his readings on disease, was now a magnet for the inquiring minds of distinguished medical researchers. Cayce, one medical authority reported, was 100 years ahead of his time, medically, and one day we may rewrite the textbooks on physiology and anatomy to conform with his concept of health flowing out of a perfect harmony of blood, lymph, glands, and nerves. Years before psychosomatic medicine, Cayce stressed that tensions and strains were responsible for stomach ulcers. In a benign nature, he saw the remedy for any health deviation or illness man was heir to, though, at the same time, he realized that not everyone could be helped when their time was at hand. 30 years before the revelation of a rabbit serum cure for cancer blazoned across the country's front pages in 1966, Cayce had prescribed such a serum for cancer cases, and described how it should be prepared. However, as he recommended it in only 5 cases of the 78 he diagnosed as cancer, in his schemata it was obviously only helpful for certain cancers. In the years since his death, 500 healers of every description, MDs, osteopaths, chiropractors, physiotherapists, have familiarized themselves with his methods, and in such diverse areas as Virginia, New York, Michigan, Arizona, Connecticut, and California, People who could get no help elsewhere are being successfully treated out of his readings. One woman was cured of a vaginal tumor by a therapist who had studied his case well. Again, dramatically, I learned of a man cured of incurable psoriasis, by a voice from the dead, so to speak. I sat and marveled, watching a distinguished American composer, a semi-invalid only a short time before, rolling around on the floor, doing the Cayce-inspired exercises that had magically loosened the arthritic joints of his shoulders, arms, and fingers. He was a new man, he told me gratefully, thanks to the dead Cayce. There was little question of Cayce's healing force, for I was able to check this out with the hopelessly ill who had been helped. I spoke to therapists, principally osteopaths, whom he did not consciously know, to whom in his lifetime he directed patients. He had told one Staten Island mother, with an ailing child, find Dobbins, and her steps finally took her to a young osteopath, Dr. Frank Dobbins, so newly arrived to Staten Island that his name was not yet in the New York City telephone directory. And just as Cayce had not consciously known of him, so Dobbins had never heard of Cayce. The prescriptions he recommended were often as incomprehensible. Some had a dozen different ingredients, many of which the average pharmacist had never heard of, and yet Cayce himself was completely unschooled, never having gone beyond the 6th grade in his native Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Often the preparations were completely unknown. Once, for instance, he had recommended clary water for a man troubled with rheumatism. No druggist had heard of it. So the subject took an advertisement in a trade paper, asking how it might be obtained or compounded. From Paris, seeing the ad, a man wrote that his father had developed the product, but that production had been discontinued nearly 50 years before. He enclosed a copy of the original prescription. You may have it duplicated if you wish. Meanwhile, Cayce had made a check reading, asking himself in trance how clary water could be made. His new information tallied exactly with the prescription from Paris. How did he do it? Dr. Wesley H. Ketchum, an MD with an orthodox background, but an eclectic approach, used Cayce as an adjunct to his practice for several years, styling him a psychic diagnostician, and he told an intrigued medical audience how Cayce functioned, according to Cayce's own description of his powers. Edgar Cayce's mind, Ketchum told a skeptical Boston medical group, is amenable to suggestion, as are all other subconscious minds, but in addition it has the power to interpret what it acquires from the subconscious mind of other individuals. The subconscious mind forgets nothing. The conscious mind receives the impression from without and transfers all thoughts to the subconscious, where it remains even though the conscious be destroyed / long before the humanist Jung advanced his concept of the collective unconscious. Cayce was apparently practicing what Jung only postulated. Cayce's subconscious, Ketchum elaborated, is in direct communication with all other subconscious minds, and is capable of interpreting through his objective mind and imparting impressions received to other objective minds, gathering in this way all knowledge possessed by endless millions of other subconscious minds. Ketchum, who is still alive, and living in California, was particularly impressed because Cayce correctly told him he didn't have appendicitis, when 7 doctors insisted he did, advising surgery. Cayce attributed the attacks to a wrenched spine, which had caused nerve impingements and peripheral pains, and recommended osteopathic adjustments. With Cayce's treatment, the condition cleared, and Ketchum was never troubled with appendicitis again. He had no quarrel with the doctors, for he had diagnosed his own case similarly, appendicitis. As one examined his work, Cayce appeared to be not only healer but counselor and philosopher. Much before his time, he was aware that most bodily illness was born of the mind, of emotional frustrations, resentments, anger. He advised one woman to cleanse herself physically and mentally. Keep the mental in the attitude of constructive forces. See in every individual that which is hopeful, helpful. Do not look for others' faults, but rather for their virtues, and the virtues in self will become magnified. For what we think upon, that we become. He told another woman bothered with chronic colds, instead of resentments, love, instead of snuffing, blow. It worked. She didn't have another cold for years, and her disposition today is sunny, her complexion the schoolgirl pink of a teenager, though she is in her 60s. He applied the same philosophy to nations, stressing that as the body warred on itself, so did countries, feeding on jealousy, malice, hate. Once asked what could be done by the American people to bring about a lasting peace, he replied, "We haven't the American people, here at the reading. The thing is to start with yourself. Unless you can bring about within yourself that which you would have in the nation or in any particular land, don't offer it to others." As sound as he may have been medically, this was evidence of but one phase of his powers. There were those who thought that if Cayce was subconsciously infallible in this one respect, he was right in all respects, since the source was necessarily the same. "Why," said a grizzled old sea captain, whom Cayce had correctly diagnosed at a distance of 1,000 miles, "why should he be so right about the cure for my aching back, and be wrong about anything else?" It was a question that I had to ask myself many times, as I looked into many of the other marvels he talked about in sleep, his truly earth-shaking prophecies and forecasts of world affairs, Atlantis, reincarnation, his detailed description of past geological changes that had caused entire continents to disappear. There was another intriguing point. Why, too, if he had unlimited powers of divination, had he not made himself wealthy, exploring for oil or gold, playing the races or the market, instead of being wretchedly poor most of his life? Ironically, others did make fortunes out of his stock market readings, others did find oil, where he said it would be, and others, reportedly, won on the horses. But Cayce himself had never profited. Perhaps the answer lay in his own readings, which stressed repeatedly, that they were not to be used for material gain. In the end nobody gained, it seemed, when motivated only by gain. A stockbroker lost his fortune, achieved through Cayce, when he persisted in playing the market, contrary to Cayce's advice. A man who had won on the horses, misusing the Cayce gift, wound up in an asylum. Yet Cayce was uncannily accurate, predicting the 1929 stock market crash almost to the month, and saying there was oil in Dade County, Florida, when all anybody was thinking of was oranges and grapefruits, and pinpointing the end of the Depression. As he considered his own performance, Cayce felt that the stress on materiality was a negative force, defeating what he thought a God-given purpose. Whenever he read subconsciously for gain, his own or somebody else's, he suffered severe headaches, or in extreme cases, lapsed into aphonia, loss of voice. There was a notable instance of this. After the turn of the century, he had given a test demonstration, describing to doctors in Bowling Green, Kentucky, the precise movements of a real estate operator in New York as he climbed up to his office, smoking a cigar and whistling Annie Laurie. Since the report tallied precisely with his actual movements, the realtor immediately saw the possibilities. He took the next train for Bowling Green. His proposition was a simple one. "I'll take you back with me," he said, "and we'll make a fortune on Wall Street." The newly married Cayce discussed it with his wife, Gertrude, a moving force in his life, and she felt it would be an abuse of his power, for which he would suffer. "Once you get away from helping people," she said significantly, "it always makes you ill." When Cayce refused him, the New Yorker asked for a test reading. As the man had traveled a considerable distance, Cayce agreed. He fell into a trance, and when he awakened, the man had already left, with an armful of notes. That night, Cayce tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His head ached horribly. Later, that week, the explanation materialized. The real estate operator, taking advantage of Cayce's unconsciousness, had picked his subconscious mind. On information from the unsuspecting Cayce, he gleefully confided to friends, he had cleaned up $20,000 on the market in one quick coup. After another demonstration, in which experimenting doctors thrust needles in him to test whether he was actually in trance, Cayce decided he would never give another reading, without somebody present whom he could implicitly trust. That person was his wife, Gertrude, who supervised thousands of readings thereafter. With all his vaunted powers, Cayce was a humble man, religious, God-fearing, who read the Bible every day of his life. He would see anybody, at any time, if left to his own devices, though it was a strain to do more than 2 readings a day. He was twice arrested, once for practicing medicine without a license, another time for fortune-telling. Yet, he never gave a health reading, without an express request, nor did he turn anybody away because they couldn't pay. When he was most hard-pressed for money, during the Depression, with unpaid bills piling up, his sponsoring group, the Cayce Foundation, felt that clients who could afford it were chiseling and not contributing to the ARE treasury, a usual requirement for a reading. This contribution was normally $20. So a beleaguered finance committee, wishing to cut off the chiselers, put a leading question to the sleeping Cayce: to those who cannot pay, free help shall be given. To those who may well afford to pay and refuse to donate anything, either in services or money, shall further aid be denied? In this policy shall we be following the correct path? The answer must have been rather a disappointment to his chancellors of the vanishing exchequer, but it was typical of Cayce: the rain falls on the just and unjust alike. Do not make such denial to anyone, for any reason, an ironclad rule. Awake or sleeping, Cayce was no ordinary man. He had a way of putting people at their ease immediately, and strangers, otherwise shy and retiring, would walk up to this slim, stoop-shouldered man, with the kindly gaze, and shake his hand. Frequently, they would talk to him across his desk, discussing the most intimate problems, or they would write from every corner of the globe, and he would always write back, in a precise hand, which showed a clarity of thought, even when the spelling wasn't. He had a lively humor, enjoying a joke on himself. "Would you like to talk things over?" he once asked a woman visitor. "Yes," she answered, "but I want to hear what you say when asleep, Mr. Cayce, not when you're awake." The shyest children approached him, and Cayce thought nothing of their friendliest overtures. It could very well be, he told himself with a smile, that he had known them before. One day, for instance, as he dropped into a Virginia Beach barber shop, a small boy casually climbed onto his lap. The father looked up from his haircut. "You mustn't bother that man," he said. "He isn't anybody you know." The boy's arm tightened around Cayce's neck. "But I do know him," he said. "We were hungry together at the river." This gave even Cayce a start. For in a reading, that only his family knew about, he had seen himself in a previous life on a raft on the Ohio River, fleeing from a band of marauding Indians. The Indians finally caught up to their quarry and massacred them, which was probably just as well, for they were slowly starving to death anyway. In the year 1923, Cayce's direction took a startlingly new turn. Until then he had only given the physical or health readings. But in that year, prodded by the sharp questioning of Arthur Lammers, a Dayton, Ohio, printer interested in religious philosophy, Cayce began the life readings which traced man's experience in past lives. This was Cayce's introduction to reincarnation, the soul's return to earth in a different body, a concept, ironically, he was not yet ready to accept. Lammers, preoccupied with man's purpose in the universe, had thrown all sorts of questions at the psychic with an apparently endless fund of knowledge. Lammers asked what every sensitive man had been asking since the beginning of time. What is the human soul? Where does it come from, and where does it go? Is man but another of nature's creatures, put on earth for a brief cycle, then turned to dust like the fallen trees? At these questions, the conscious Cayce could only shrug. "Try the Bible," he said, "the answer for everything lies there." Lammers grimaced. "I've read the Bible, and I'm still asking you." It had never occurred to Cayce to delve into the areas of life after death, and as a fundamentalist born, he balked at a philosophy not accepted by Orthodox Christianity. Reincarnation, Lammers argued, is simply a belief that the soul is eternal, at intervals appearing again in other physical bodies, so that it can continue as an instrument of its own development. He pointed out several biblical references that apparently showed acceptance of reincarnation. Those Jews who didn't recognize Jesus as the Christ, Lammers observed, asked if he were Elias, here to herald the coming of the Messiah, and he replied that Elias had already come and they knew him not. He quoted from the Bible, then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. Cayce was not convinced, but under the gentle prodding of Lammers and his friends, his subconscious began invoking past life experiences. These took the subjects back to not only such exotic known lands as ancient India, China, Persia, and Egypt, but to such legendary places as lost Atlantis and sunken Lemuria in the Pacific. As these life readings progressed, they became at times more interpretative than narrative. Cayce outlined how past life experience had influenced the present, and what the individual must overcome to fulfill this life. Unlike many reincarnationists, indulging in flights of fancy about glamorous former incarnations, Cayce insisted that only one life could be lived at a time. Life, he said many times, is for the doing today. As he got deeper into life readings, he frequently spoke alien languages in trance, chiefly the familiar Romance tongues. But once asked to speak Greek, by a Greek scholar, he broke into Homeric Greek, as though living in that period. Atlantis, of course, was born of his flights into reincarnation, since so many had lived there once before. In his discourses on Atlantis, describing its progress and collapse, he said the last surviving islands had disappeared in the area of the Caribbean about 10,000 years ago. He predicted that land would rise again one day soon in this area. However, the rise would be gradual, and freshly emerging land might not evidence itself for a while. The Atlantis story was esoteric but fascinating. With the age-old Atlantean breakup, Cayce had seen a dispersal of its superior culture to the Mediterranean, Central, and South America, and even some parts of the United States. Archaeologists, digging behind Cayce, are now turning up records of homegrown civilizations in Peru, Mexico, New Mexico, where man had a culture going back some 10 to 12,000 years ago. Dispersal time in crumbling Atlantis. In time, examining his own readings, believing in the information, Cayce came to believe in reincarnation, and Atlantis. The first appeared to put rhyme and reason in a fundamentally orderly universe, even in its seeming disorder, and the last was plausible, considering the catastrophes foreseen in the past and visualized for the future. Besides, there was the Bible. Had not Joshua, in the name of the Lord God, said to the people of Israel, "Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nachor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood, and led him throughout all the land of Canaan." As a doubter, it was rather intriguing at times to see how Cayce subconsciously applied the past experience of a subject to an understanding of very tangible problems in this experience. Consulted by a 25-year-old woman, with the karma, or debit, of letting down others, Cayce advised, that sown must one day be reaped. Ye disappointed others. Today from thine own disappointments ye may learn patience, the most beautiful of all virtues and the least understood. Impatiently, the woman asked how she could marry the man she wanted. "What may I do to help the problem?" As the experience indicates, the sleeping Cayce said, "Do not do too much. Rather be in that position to be the helper when needed. Do not push or advise, but listen. And I quarrel and are unhappy with each other much of the time." Cayce interrupting, "Would it not be expected, considering the positions? Are we mated? Should we continue our relationship as lovers with the purpose of marrying, or would it be better to break off our relationship?" Again, after counseling patience, Cayce delivered a piece of advice, apparently paraphrased from Francis Ann Kemble's Faith. "It is better to trust one heart, and that deceiving, than doubt one heart which if believing, would bless thy life with true understanding." The young woman persisted. "Is it indicated that I should marry during this incarnation? If so, when and where will I meet the person?" "Not until near the 30th birthday." She had 5 years to wait. Undaunted, she adopted another tack. What is my purpose, and am I living a God-like life so that I may reflect God and bring happiness to everyone? The answer hardly required a mystic. Read what we have given. There has been much accomplished, and there is much to be accomplished. Be not hasty in thy choices, but know that it is not by might, but by the trusting wholly in Him. It was plain, solid advice, and in keeping with the man. Nobody would have taken Cayce for a mystic at sight. As he grew older, his brown hair thinned out in the middle years. He had a sharp, quizzical face, a receding chin, and twinkling blue-gray eyes behind rimless glasses. He could have been a teacher, a country doctor, a store clerk, anything but an esoteric or occultist. When people came to see him for their readings, instead of sitting in their own parlors as he found their bodies, he greeted them humbly, and promised only that he would do his best. Sometimes the information wouldn't come. It isn't anything I can control, he would say apologetically. He observed a regular ritual. Avoiding strictures of circulation, he would remove his jacket and tie, open his collar and loosen his cuffs, unlace his shoes. Then he would lie back on the couch in his study, placing his hands on his forehead. Often as not, he would smile pleasantly, before responding to the suggestion that he put himself to sleep. As a signal, Gertrude would lean over and touch his cheek. He would close his eyes, fold his hands over his chest, and begin to breathe deeply. Mrs. Cayce, and Cayce's secretary and trusted aide, Gladys Davis, would close their own eyes in prayer. As Cayce sighed, breathing evenly, as anyone would in a nap, Gertrude would speak softly, making the suggestion that induced the reading. You have the body of M.L. before you, who is in Chicago. Street and address were given. You will go over this body carefully, examine it thoroughly, and tell me the conditions you find at the present time, giving the cause of the existing conditions, also the treatment for the cure and relief of this body. You will speak distinctly at a normal rate of speech, answering the questions as I ask them. Cayce apparently not only visualized the health of the subject, wherever he was, but his surroundings as well. His subconscious would sometimes pick out streets as he groped about, naming them even when they weren't marked by street signs. Occasionally, he would hesitate, saying the subject had left the house. Once he broke off a reading completely, and the next day, it was learned the patient had died at that precise moment. Another time, tested by a medical committee headed by Dr. John Blackburn of Bowling Green, he described the distant room in which his subject lay. He pictured wallpaper, decorations, furnishings, even to a corner night table, described the bed and bedding, naming the manufacturer. The next day, it all checked out. On still another occasion, an ailing sea captain, forgetting his appointment, had left his ship at the time of the readings, but Cayce caught up to him anyway. You see, the skipper explained, Cayce had read for me before, and knew my habits. Health-wise, Cayce had a virtually infallible record, when his recommendations were followed. Nevertheless, his advice was often disregarded, either because the treatment required so much time or effort, or the patient could find no therapist to implement the instructions. At times, impatience turned even Cayce's dearest admirers to therapy promising faster relief. Cayce's friend and biographer, Thomas Sugrue, trying Cayce's tedious cure of an apparent arthritic condition, began to bridle at his slow recovery. Cayce, stressing improvement would be slow, had recommended a cumbersome wet cell appliance with a gold chloride solution. Instead, Sugrue impetuously turned to the miracle drugs, which adversely affected his system, and a few months later he was dead, following an operation. There was scarcely any activity, terrestrial or celestial, that Cayce's universal consciousness didn't explore. Longevity, or the absence of it, intrigued the sleeping Cayce. He synchronized long life with selflessness, pointing out that in time the age span would increase most in those nations practicing the greatest altruism. Look to the nation where the span of life has been extended from 60 to 84 years, and you will judge who is serving God. In Russia, surprisingly, after his predicted fall of communism, he saw a sharp age increase. As it is, Russia's life expectancy, reputedly second only to England's, stands at 68, provided only natural death is considered, not sudden demises brought about by political factors. Cayce often intruded in the areas of science. Once he provocatively spoke of a death ray the Atlanteans had devised to eliminate deadly beasts. In the reading, given in 1933, he predicted a similar ray would be discovered here by 1958, as he described how it once worked, and this method of handling the environment was administered in much the same way or manner as sending out from various central plants that which is at present termed the death ray, or the supercosmic ray, that which many are seeking, which will give their lives much, from the stratosphere, or cosmic rays, that will be found in the next 25 years. What hogwash this must have seemed at the time, and what hogwash it would still appear, if not for passing press reports, such as this. Out of Denver in December of 1961, scientists are developing a death ray weapon designed to turn anything it is focused on into a wisp of gaseous vapor. Dr. Carl L. Kober of the Martin Company plant disclosed the weapon would be partially nuclear powered. It would accomplish its destructive work by throwing a fantastically hot beam on the subject. The disintegration ray, sounding like something from science fiction, would be designed for use in terrestrial warfare. As science refines its methods of exploring the prehistoric past, new opportunities will constantly present themselves to test Cayce's unconscious. With the United States and Russia engaged in a little publicized race in inner space, American ocean survey ships, a virtually unknown little navy, are coursing the globe, trying to explore the mysterious two-thirds of the world covered by the seas. Already, in a vast corridor between Hawaii and Alaska, they have discovered a 1,000-mile-long mountain range, with peaks some 6,000 feet from the ocean floor, and still 2 miles below the surface. Other oceanographers have turned up a river in the Pacific, flowing some 3,500 miles along the equator. Perhaps, as Cayce's unconscious insisted, great continents did crowd the North Atlantic and South Pacific at one time, eventually swallowed up by cataclysms, as other land masses may be one day if Cayce's a proper prophet. Nevertheless, despite all this foreshadowing of death and destruction, Cayce's message was fundamentally one of hope and faith. Know and realize that the earth is the Lord's, with all its turmoils and strifes, with all its hates and jealousies, with all its political and economic disturbances. And his ways are not past finding out. By living them in the little things, day by day, may that surety in self, that sureness in him be thine. For his promises have been and are sure. Let not your heart be troubled, yet believe in God. Believe also in the Christ, who gave, if ye love me, ye will keep my commandments, and I and the Father will come and abide with thee day by day. 2. Cayce the man. Although he many times warned of World War II, predicting its beginning and end, Edgar Cayce was as stunned as anybody else when the bombs dropped on Pearl Harbor. He brooded over the war, not only for the 2 sons called to the service, nor the young men fighting and dying on the 7 seas, but for the passionate feeling he had that man had not learned to live with himself or his God. 10 days after America's entry into the war, he wrote a sister he loved dearly, I do hope I won't bore you with all the burdens of my heart just now, but this war business about has the best of me. Have felt of course that it was coming about, but hoped against hope that it would not. But we are reminded continuously that God is not mocked, and whatsoever a man sows, that must he reap. With customary candor, he acknowledged that he had no inkling, psychically, of the sneak attack. Yes, we have much data that we are seeing coming about, but nothing was ever given as to what happened on the 7th. At the same time he expressed his concern for the Navy personnel, who had shipped out from the neighboring naval base at Norfolk. Had, and hope have yet, some very good friends in Hawaii, haven't heard from them since, though had letters mailed just day or 2 before it happened. Some of them are in the Navy, but not on any of the ships reported lost. Boys who seem to have gotten much from their contact with the work, address me as Dad, even as my own boys, and have told me I was the sort of a father they would like to have had. So you may know about how anxious I am at this time. Though surrounded by people who loved him, he was a lonely man. Like Lincoln and Lee, whom he admired, he carried his cause close to his heart, a cause even more universal than theirs, man's understanding of God's purpose for him on earth. Everything he said or did in his mature years was subsidiary to this. In his own work, he felt that he was fulfilling this purpose. It was the only thing that made endurable the years of doubt, of ignominy, of privation for the ones he loved most. If I thought for 1 minute it wasn't helping, I'd give it up this instant. At one of the low points of his life, after his arrest as a fortune teller in New York City, he returned in black despair to his home in Virginia Beach, wondering why, if his work was worthwhile, he and his family should suffer one reversal after another. In his depression, the lesson of the long-suffering Job appeared lost on this fervid student of the Bible. And so he gave himself a reading, his wife, Gertrude, asking why his power, if he had any, had not warned of the trap set by police. The answer was not what he was looking for. On his awakening, his wife and his aide, Gladys Davis, told him what his message was. A certain amount of scouring was essential for the better development of the soul. The much-tried psychic shook his head and sighed heavily. I seem to be able to help everybody but myself. It had been that way with the search for oil, with investments, with simple real estate transactions, until Cayce got the feeling that he and materiality were never meant to join hands. At the same time, Cayce seldom fretted about money. His attitude toward it was almost childlike. Like an earlier mystic, Bronson Alcott, the Concord Transcendentalism, he felt the Lord would provide. And he appeared to be right, though it was not unusual for his children to have patches in their clothes and Cayce to have holes in his shoes. One harsh winter, the family was without fuel. The children, huddled in their overcoats, looked up from a meager meal, to hear their father calmly asking the good Lord for firewood. A couple of hours later, there was a knock at the door. It was a road foreman for the Power and Light Company. His crew was ready to cut down an old light pole in front of the house, and for the necessary permission they were willing to saw the pole into firewood and stack it on the lawn. On another occasion, a local grocery store had cut the Cayce family off the credit list, until a bill for $87.50 was paid. The harried Mrs. Cayce fretfully asked her husband to think of raising the money somehow. "Don't worry about it, Mother," he said calmly, "the money will turn up." And he calmly went fishing. That morning, the postman arrived with a letter. Inside, was a check just large enough to cover the bill. Mrs. Cayce heaved a grateful sigh. "Now take it over to the grocery store, Edgar," she enjoined. "All right, Mother," he said good-naturedly. An hour later he was back with a new fishing pole and an armful of tackle. Mrs. Cayce looked at him with despair in her heart. "Edgar," she said, "you couldn't." "Don't worry about it, Mother," he said imperturbably. "The money will turn up somehow." At one time, without money to buy family necessities or pay his secretary, he was asked to explain why he wasn't doing better. The question was put by his wife. In consideration of the fact that Edgar Cayce is devoting his entire time to the work, give the reason for his not being able to obtain sufficient financial support for his and his family's material sustenance, and how may he, Edgar Cayce, correct this condition? Mrs. Cayce looked up expectantly as Edgar's lips began to move. "Live closer to him, who giveth all good and perfect gifts, and ask and ye shall receive, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Give and it shall be returned fourfold." There has never been the lack of necessities, neither will there be, so long as adhering to the Lord's way is kept first and foremost. The seer's family would have been less than human had they not thrown up their arms. But, as the future was to show, Cayce was again prophetic. In every low spot, a door opened and the Lord provided. Contrary to prevailing impression, Cayce was psychic, waking, as well as sleeping. He constantly saw fields of lights around people's heads, auras telling him about the state of their emotions and health. Once, a woman, fresh from a quarrel with a neighbor, came marching into his study. He looked up mildly from his Bible. I see a red aura all around you. Come back next week when you're not angry anymore. Again he was concerned about a woman, who had no aura. 2 days later, she was dead. Since he was so acutely sensitive to everything about him, it was difficult to relax like the ordinary person. He had to make a continuous effort to close himself off. There were few ways he could detach himself. He liked to play cards, but once, without even glancing at the deck, he correctly read off 52 cards in succession to demonstrate that bridge would be a bore. Aside from the Bible, his only relaxers were fishing and gardening. He loved to sit for hours on the pier back of his house, casting into a freshwater lake. Children would come and talk to him as he fished, and he would tell them stories, remembered from his own fanciful childhood. He fished when it rained, and when it blowed or snowed, for here he found refuge from himself. On the gloomiest days he would work in his garden, talking soothingly to the plants. He could make flowers grow where they had never grown before, caressing them tenderly, as though they were people. He was keenly aware of every aspect of the outdoors, observing all life with an appreciative eye. On a particularly exhilarating spring morning he noted, "Lovely day, new bird songs today, appears to be an unusual number of birds, or am I just aware of their presence?" The early morning song of the tomtit, the bluebird, lark, catbird, robin, the mockingbird, and the new ones sound like canaries, but are red, with brown, and the female yellow and black, but lovely bird, used to call them weaver bird, but haven't seen any before in years and years. Oh, let's not forget the redwing, he is lovely. There was an artless boyishness about Cayce that belied the mystic. As a young man, it kept bartenders from serving him, and poolroom operators from renting him their tables. Looking for a job once, he walked into a shoe store, and began waiting on a customer. The manager, seeing him at work, absent-mindedly sent the young stranger to the bank for change, and Cayce worked on for the rest of the day. That night, the puzzled manager asked how it all happened. "Somebody asked me for something and I just gave it to them," Cayce replied simply. He stayed on for 18 months. He was constantly described as an illiterate by writers he never saw, but this was clearly a misnomer. For as the years went by, the 6th grade dropout learned much from the outside world. Statesmen, financiers, professors, and scientists discussed their problems with him. He visited their homes, rubbing elbows with the great and near great, and they visited him, drawn by curiosity and need. He read the newspapers, but rarely opened a book, except the Bible, which he read through each year, constantly finding it a new source of inspiration. As it did Lincoln, it influenced his conscious writing, making it precise and pointed, though his unconscious speech always remained florid and involved. He had been a failure in school, leaving at 15, because he could not harness his mind, already showing signs of subconscious development, to a relatively primitive learning process, patently absurd in the face of his own pipeline to the universal mind. Later in life, he scanned his own readings carefully, dispassionately regarding them as the information, and he imbibed much from them, in such varied areas as health, homosexuality, astrology, and politics. The universality of his faith crossed all religious lines. He was equally at home with Catholic, Protestant, Jew, Hindu, Buddhist. All reacted equally to the interest he felt in everybody. He had frequent soul-searching conversations with Father Brennan, the pastor of the Catholic Star of the Sea Church, across the way. The good father never ventured upstairs in the Cayce home, but paid his ecumenical respects in other ways. One day when Cayce was out of town, a hurricane ripped through Virginia Beach, flooding streets and homes. Returning the next day, Cayce went down into his cellar to investigate. There, he saw the Catholic priest and a Presbyterian minister from down the street, ankle-deep in water, bailing out the basement as though their souls depended upon it. For many with far more education and worldly distinction, he was an authority figure. Some respectfully called him judge, others captain, many called him doctor. His first biographer, Sugru, knew him simply as boss. Like the mystic Lincoln, Cayce made friends easily, and had the same homespun way of spinning out a story. But again, like Lincoln, because of the hypersensitive side of his nature, there were corners of his mind he could share with nobody. Everybody became an outsider when terrible visions flooded in on him, as they often did. One bright, sunny day in June of 1936, for instance, he was hoeing in his garden, when he heard a noise like a swarming of bees. He looked up, startled, and there in the sky saw a chariot, drawn by 4 white horses. He tried to persuade himself that it was pure imagination, when he heard a voice saying, "Look behind you." He turned and beheld a man, with a shield and helmet, knee guards and a cape, but no weapon of any kind. His countenance was like the light, his armor of burnished silver. He raised his hand in salute, and said, "The chariot of the Lord and thy horsemen thereof." Then he disappeared. Shaken by this daytime nightmare, Cayce dropped his hoe and rushed into the house. He brushed past his son, Hugh Lynn, and locked himself in his study. When he finally emerged hours later, he explained that he had seen the approach of World War II, with its millions of dead. It had been a jolt to his conscious mind. In forming some friendships at sight, Cayce believed he had known the friend before. His belief in reincarnation, with its corollary of a karmic past, made him more tolerant of others, and devoid of vanity. Still, he had a rising regard for his own mission, and with reason. Once he was surprised in his study by a minister, who had come to question his powers. As the minister walked in unnoticed, Cayce was murmuring under his breath, thank you, O Lord, for another life." Only a few moments before, a grateful mother had phoned to thank him for saving her baby. He tried to find time for everybody with a problem. Though his own reading said that he should read but twice a day, or risk disintegration, he stretched this to 7 or 8 readings a day during World War II because of demands not only from the ill, but from parents like himself concerned by sons away at war. However he pushed himself, the mail piled up. His own clairvoyance was some help. Once, as his aides helplessly eyed a huge sack of mail, not knowing where to start, he said, "Take the telegram, there is the greater need there." Down near the bottom of the bag, a telegrammed request for a reading had been mistakenly placed. Cayce had the ordinary instincts. He liked the companionship of pretty ladies, as he did that of intelligent men. He took a drink occasionally, making his own wine. He considered the grape a food. Ironically, he was a chain smoker. When admirers wondered about this, he would laugh genially and point to the heavens, "Where I am going there are no cigarettes." He rarely fretted about his own health. At the dinner table one day, an admirer noted with dismay that Cayce, tabooing pork in his readings, was consuming it with evident satisfaction. "But Mr. Cayce," she said, "pork is bad for you." The mystic smiled brightly. "If I couldn't raise the vibration of this poor little hunk of meat, I sure wouldn't amount to much." He was like the doctor who prescribed for everybody but himself. His was a volatile temperament, he could be easily hurt or disturbed, but then his sense of balance would assert itself. Although he relied implicitly on the ubiquitous Gladys Davis, he would sometimes get annoyed, feeling she had assumed too much in interpreting a reading. He fired her a dozen times in waves of mercurial wrath. An hour or two later, he would look her up, smile and give her a friendly pat on the back. They were in business again, till the next time. Gertrude was the partner who kept him on the track in moments of wavering, Gladys Davis the outlet for the petty frustrations that plagued his day. As a man has no secrets from his valet, Cayce had none from his secretary. She went to work for him at 18, lived in the house, and took down almost every reading from September 1923 until his death in January 1945. Despite close contact, under mundane circumstances, he always remained a hero to her. The work, as they called it, dominated her life, and she never married until after his death, knowing that she couldn't serve 2 masters. Yet, she never considered it a sacrifice, sublimating her own maternal instinct to his family and that of her relatives. Cayce allowed her to keep her small nephew in the house, treating both as family. Typically, he kept an eye out for the nephew even when his own eyes were closed. One day, during a reading, Gladys looked out the study window, and saw the boy teetering precariously at the edge of the lake. Knowing he couldn't swim, she still couldn't bring herself to leave the reading uncovered. Cayce was on the couch, talking in trance, but he suddenly broke off, without batting an eye, to say peremptorily, "Go out and get the child." In a flash, Gladys dropped her stenographer's pad and raced out to the water, returning with the chastened boy. The reading continued, as though there was no interruption. Cayce was not unlike the old family doctor with an anxious patient. He had the ability, Gladys Davis recalled, to make you feel that you were the most important person in the world. He gave his full attention to you, whatever else may have been on his mind before. Early in their relationship, Gladys had a dramatic revelation of Cayce's remarkable gift. It changed her whole attitude toward her job. Before, it had been a pleasant chore working for an unusually kindly man. After that, it became a lifetime's devotion. She had been with Cayce for about 2 months, and was hampered by dull headaches off and on. While she wore glasses for close work, they didn't seem to relieve the strain. Desperate, she asked for a reading one day. The reading attributed the headaches to eye strain resulting from deflected circulation due to bad posture. Simple neck exercises were recommended, stretching the neck up and down, sidewise 3 or 4 times, then rolling the head slowly in each direction a few times. This was a traditional yoga exercise, though Cayce was not aware of this. He also advised a hand machine violet ray 3 times weekly, and told her to discard her glasses. The effect was instantaneous. 30 years later I finally went back to glasses, she recalled, when I couldn't find a number in the telephone book. But I never had another moment's eye strain or headache. Cayce was literally a dreamer, and he felt people could learn about themselves and the world about them by studying their own dreams. Consciousness is sought by man for his own diversion. In sleep, the soul seeks the real diversion or the real activity of self. If he didn't understand a dream, he would lie down and interpret it in trance. In one dream, he saw himself climbing to a heavenly chapel to pray. A celestial custodian showed him a large room crammed with packages, beautifully wrapped and addressed to different people. They had not been delivered, and the custodian sorrowfully explained why. These are gifts for which people have been praying, but they lost their faith just before the date of delivery. These gifts were latent talents and abilities, so seldom drawn upon by the owners. Was this a message for Cayce to get on with his work? He took it as such. There was a period in Cayce's life when nothing appeared to work out. Through Morton Blumenthal, a New York stockbroker whom he had helped market-wise, he had been able to finally realize 2 lifelong dreams, the Cayce Hospital, and Atlantic University, both launched at Virginia Beach. The college, chartered by the Commonwealth of Virginia, was to stress research into parapsychology and the occult, while providing a general education and a Bachelor of Arts degree. The hospital, headed by an MD, Thomas B. House, a remote relative, was to treat patients from the readings. However, the collapsing stock market, which Cayce had ticked off for 1929, broke Blumenthal, who had inexplicably ignored Cayce's advice. Deprived of Blumenthal's backing, the hospital was subsequently closed. The college never really got started. On February 28, 1931, the last patients were moved out of the hospital, and Cayce sadly handed over the keys to the sheriff. Soon thereafter he lost his house, but the worst blow was in the offing. A few months later, in New York, looking for help to reinstate his hospital, Cayce gave a few readings for New Yorkers who had requested them, including a Mrs. Bertha Gorman. When he came out of the Gorman reading, his subject was watching him grimly. Mrs. Cayce and Gladys were sobbing softly. Cayce sat up abruptly. "Did I say anything to upset you, Mrs. Gorman?" he asked. She flipped out a shield, with a number on it. "My name is Conwell, Bertha Conwell. I'm a policewoman and you're all under arrest." The tabloids had a field day, with snide innuendos about the 54-year-old Cayce and his 26-year-old blonde secretary. One newspaper ran a photograph of Cayce and his blonde secretary, artfully snipping Mrs. Cayce's likeness from the original photo. Some reports were as misleading as the picture. One reporter said Cayce had demanded $70 for his reading, paid in marked bills. Cayce was exonerated, but Arthur Brisbane, the leading columnist of his day, lashed out at him anyway. There is magic in words, much in a name, despite Shakespeare's saying about the rose. Edgar Cayce, his wife Gertrude, and their secretary, arrested for fortune-telling, were told, "You must not pretend to tell fortunes, because you can't." Things looked dark, but Edgar Cayce, who knows language, told the court, "I'm no fortune-teller, I'm a psychic diagnostician." Instantly, he, his wife Gertrude, and their secretary were set free to diagnose psychically to their heart's content. When a lady asked, "Is this the right time to make certain investments?" the psychic gave her the psychic answer. The law couldn't object to that. It didn't happen that way at all. The judge had heard of Cayce and his work through friends. In court, substantial citizens vouched for what Cayce had done for them. And Cayce had done no fortune-telling. The judge listened intently to the simple recital of his work by a simple man, who candidly acknowledged that he wasn't himself sure how he functioned or how much good he did. And the judge, like Brisbane, also recalled a line from Shakespeare, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy." There was no case, the charge was dismissed. But the proceedings left their scars, Cayce wondering again whether he had been punished for readings motivated by material gain. Originally, he had rationalized that his stock market forecasts were purely motivated because they meant he would get his school and his hospital. Now both were gone. His name had been dragged through the mud, and he felt tired and discouraged. Perhaps he was on the wrong road? Maybe he should go back to work like everybody else? Several times before, doubting the high purpose of his gift, he had given up the readings and turned to photographic work. But Gertrude, believing in him, had encouraged his return to the work she felt he was intended for. Again she comforted him, pointing out that the readings had saved both her and their son, Hugh Lynn. She had been suffering from lung hemorrhages, and the doctors had said that she could not survive another spasm. "If there's anything in this monkey business," one doctor suggested, "you'd better try it on your wife." It was the first reading for his own family. In trance, he prescribed a preparation to stop the hemorrhaging. A specialist, who sat in at the reading, was impressed but pessimistic. "Most wonderful discourse I've ever heard on tuberculosis, but I don't see how she can be helped." The druggists wondered whether the prescription would even compound. It did, and Gertrude showed immediate improvement. There was no more hemorrhaging. As she was convalescing, he had her inhale from an empty cask of apple brandy, which additionally soothed and relieved her. She was months mending, but her lungs never bothered her again. The story was almost the same with his son, Hugh Lynn. As a child, while he was playing with his father's flashlight kit, some of the powder flared up into his eyes. The doctors despaired of his sight, counseling surgery. The child, overhearing the consultation, propped himself on an elbow, and cried, "Don't take out my eyes, doctor. My daddy, when he's asleep, is the best doctor in the world. He'll tell you what to do." The specialists shook their heads. "One eye is so damaged that it must be removed at once to save his life." Cayce said grimly, "You will do nothing until I've taken a reading." Gertrude supervised as Cayce spoke in his sleep. "Keep the boy in a completely darkened room for 15 days, keep dressings soaked in strong tannic acid solutions on his eyes, frequently changing same. Thus will the sight be saved and restored." Though the doctors considered the sight gone in one eye, and the other removable, they protested that the solution would irreparably damage the delicate tissues of the eye. "Which eye?" Cayce demanded, "the eye beyond hope, or the one you want to take out?" There was an awkward silence, and then one of the doctors set about preparing the prescribed application. 12 days later, the final dressings came off. The boy's eyes were clear and bright. "I can see," he announced gleefully. As he looked now at his wife, and his son, Cayce knew that there had to be something to his gift. These two, dearer than any, were dramatic testimonials of his work. He felt that he must go on until the day of the long sleep. There was little in Cayce's heritage to justify his strange gift. It was almost as though he had been plucked out of obscurity to manifest the unlimited possibilities of man and creation. The Cayces were an old conservative Kentucky family. Edgar was born on March 18, 1877, on a farm near Hopkinsville, in Christian County. His father, Leslie, a justice of the peace, was known locally as the Squire. His grandfather, a farmer, may have been psychic. He reputedly could take 2 forks of a witch hazel tree, and douse successfully for water. Despite his conventional background, Cayce was obviously different from other boys. He was interested in the Bible, enjoyed going to the Christian church, an offshoot of the Presbyterian, and didn't care much for games. He was little more than 7 or 8, when he reported a clairvoyant experience which was to eventually shape the direction of his life. Off by himself, in a secluded outdoor nook, he had been reading in the Bible of the vision of Manoah, for he loved dearly the story of Samson. Suddenly, there was a humming sound, and a bright light filled the glade where he usually hid to read the wonderful stories. As he looked up, he saw a figure in white, bright as the noonday light, and heard a voice. "Your prayers have been heard. What would you ask of me, that I may give it to you?" The boy was not startled. Even then it seemed natural to see visions. "Just that I may be helpful to others," he replied, "especially to children who are ill, and that I may love my fellow man." It almost seemed as if somebody besides himself were speaking. The figure silently disappeared. Edgar was not a scholar. The next day, thinking of the vision, he bungled his classwork, and had to remain after school to write the word cabin 500 times on the blackboard, as punishment for misspelling it. That night, even more than usual, he seemed unable to concentrate on his lessons. There was an invisible barrier between him and his book. But his father had told him he would have to stay up until he had his lesson. At 11 o'clock, long past his bedtime, as his head nodded drowsily, he heard a voice within himself, as in a dream. It was the voice of the previous afternoon. It kept repeating, "Sleep, and we may help you." He fell asleep for a few minutes. And when he awakened, as absurd as it may seem, he knew every word by rote in that particular spelling book. He had slept on it. This was Cayce's own story of how universal consciousness came to him. It was strange, hard to believe, but no stranger, no more incredible than the feats he was to perform in the years to come. The incredible beginnings of an incredible career continue. Shortly thereafter, accidentally hurt by a thrown baseball, he told his parents to prepare a special poultice and put it at the base of his brain. Seeing him in a semi-stupor, they complied wonderingly, and in the morning he was well. It was his first health reading. As time went on, he gave others spontaneously for friends. They all seemed to work. But at this time he didn't know what he had or what to do with it. After leaving school, he worked on a farm, then in a shoe store, and later a bookstore. He fell in love with the neighboring Gertrude Evans. She had a knack of putting him at ease, encouraged his Bible work, and his teaching Sunday school. He wanted to be a minister, but had neither the money nor aptitude for higher education. When he confided his ambition to the touring Dwight Moody, the great evangelist observed, "You can serve God wherever you are, and with whatever you have." He always remembered Moody's advice. Like Edgar's mother, who had a tender regard for the son who was different, Gertrude felt that he should use his burgeoning powers to help others. Even before their marriage, she discovered that when he concentrated on making money, instead of using his gift, something would always go wrong, either a blinding headache, an upset stomach, or loss of voice. Able to talk only in whispers, he had to give up a job as a salesman, taking one in the darkroom of a photographic studio where it didn't matter much whether he could talk or not. Because of his condition, he became an early cause célèbre. Professional hypnotists and doctors lined up to cure his baffling aphonia with hypnosis. But nobody could help until Al Lane came along. Lane was a frustrated healer. He had wanted to be a doctor, but instead circumstances had compelled a mail-order course in osteopathy and hypnosis. Lane varied the traditional hypnotic method. He put Cayce to sleep, as the others had, then allowed him to make the hypnotic suggestion to himself, instead of the hypnotist making it directly. "Your unconscious mind is looking into your body," he said. "It is looking at your throat. It will tell us what it sees wrong with your throat, and what can be done to cure the problem." At the added suggestion that he tell himself to speak normally, Cayce's voice came in crystal clear. "Yes, we can see the body. The trouble we now see is a partial paralysis of the vocal cords, due to nerve strain. To remove the condition it is necessary only to suggest that the body increase circulation to the affected area for a short time." Lane leaned forward. "Tell the circulation to increase to the affected area and to remove the condition." As young Cayce's parents looked on incredulously, their son's throat began to turn a deep crimson. The blood was rushing to the trouble spot in response to Cayce's hypnotic suggestion. It was a truly amazing feat of self-hypnosis. Now Cayce took over completely. In the same clear voice, he instructed Lane, "Now suggest that the circulation return to normal and the body awaken." This was done, and Cayce sat up in a few moments, rubbing his eyes. He started to ask what had happened, and then realized that he was talking normally. He was overjoyed. Lane, equally jubilant, was struck by the knowledgeable way in which Cayce had discussed his own ailment. He turned to the smiling Cayce. "When you were in trance," he said, "you talked like a physician looking down a patient's throat. Perhaps you could do the same with somebody else's body, just as you looked into those closed books your father told me about." Cayce regarded him curiously. Was this what the vision in white had brought him? But he knew nothing about medicine, nothing about hypnosis. He was, in the last analysis, a 6th grade dropout. What would be the purpose of it all, even if I could tell what was inside somebody's body? Cayce asked. "Perhaps," said Lane, "you could locate ailments, injuries, sources of infections that regular medical examinations might not turn up." He frowned a moment. "I have been sick for years," he said, "and yet the doctors don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe you could help people like me." He took the young man's hand. "It might not work, Edgar, but if it did, what a wonderful opportunity to heal the sick." Cayce came to a quick decision. "All right, I'm willing." The next day the great experiment started. After putting Cayce to sleep, Lane planted the additional suggestion, "You have in this room the body of Al Lane. You will go over this body carefully, noting its condition and especially any parts that are ailing. You will give the cause of such ailments and suggest treatments to bring about a cure." Cayce seemed to ponder in his sleep. And then suddenly he spoke out. "Yes, we have the body. We have gone over it carefully. Now, here are the conditions of that body as we find them." Lane's pencil flew across the pages of white paper. Finally, Cayce opened his eyes. "Did I get anything?" he asked. Lane laughed. "Did you get anything? You described my symptoms better than I could myself, and you told me what to eat and what medicines to take." He pointed to the pages which had fluttered to the floor. "It's all there." Cayce blinked at the scrawled pages, and the unfamiliar terms. His jaw dropped a little. How could that have come out of me? He repeated some of the medical words, mispronouncing them. "I never saw these words before, not to mention knowing what they mean." But the mail-order osteopathic student knew enough medicine to know that Cayce was on the track. "The drugs and herbs you recommended are well known. There's not a harmful ingredient in any of them." Cayce sat silently, thinking, half frightened at the prospect of getting into something over his head. He was 24 now, and all he really wanted of life was to marry Gertrude, and make enough money to bring up a family. He was a comparatively normal young man. As usual, he talked things over with Gertrude. Why should God pick out somebody like me, and give him this strange power, he asked. Gertrude smiled. Jesus was a carpenter, and the apostles were ignorant, obscure fishermen and tillers of the soil. Cayce wasn't convinced. Though Lane's general condition improved noticeably after a week, he avoided Lane, as though he actually had the plague. But his mother and Gertrude continued to encourage him. His mother reminded him of the childhood vision, and Gertrude allayed fears that he might inadvertently harm someone. I don't think God would grant such a gift, and permit its misuse. But the responsibility of delving into what he didn't understand, of controlling the lives and health of others, was too much for young Cayce. Despite his mother, Gertrude, and Lane, he decided against working with Lane at this time. But as fate would have it, as he was telling the disappointed Lane of his decision, his voice faded into a thin reedy whisper. He still wasn't convinced. If God wanted me to be a healer, as you say, he whispered to Gertrude, then why didn't he permit me to continue my education and become a doctor? Gertrude picked out one flaw in this reasoning. If you were a physician, limited by the limitations of known medical practice, you would be in no better position to help than the brilliant doctors who have already failed with so many ailing people because of these limitations. This was a rather plausible argument. And Cayce's last misgivings were dispelled when Lane stressed that he knew enough medicine to know whether the readings were consistent with established medical practice, and whether the remedies would at least be innocuous. Besides, didn't Edgar ever want to get his full voice back? This was the clincher. Cayce preferred at first not to see the first few subjects who wanted his help, nor did he want to know who they were. This way, it was an impersonal problem, and he did not become emotionally involved. Originally he gave 2 readings a day, at 10 a.m. and again at 2 p.m. There was no charge for the readings. He awakened each time feeling refreshed and hungry. Apparently, he was burning up lots of energy without depleting himself. But while subjects were reporting improvements, generally, Cayce still doubted himself after weeks of readings. Then one day, a woman burst into Lane's office, a man staggering after her with a small girl in his arms. The girl was apparently choking to death. She was coughing spasmodically and couldn't catch her breath. Cayce got a quick rundown on her condition. The doctors thought there was an obstruction. But X-rays had shown no blockage in the windpipe. For the first and perhaps only time, Edgar Cayce raced to his couch. He quickly went into trance, at Lane's suggestion, and when he awakened, the couple and their child were already gone. But the father was back within the hour. Tears pouring down his cheeks, he gratefully wrung Cayce's hand. The little girl had swallowed a celluloid collar button, and Cayce had specified exactly where it would be found in her windpipe. It was just where you said it would be, the father said. He thrust his hand into his pocket, but at this stage, Cayce was adamant about not accepting fees of any kind. If God has given me a special gift, it is so that I could help others, not profit by it myself, he insisted. Cayce's first health reading occurred in 1901. Meanwhile, Cayce had gone back to work in Bowling Green, doing readings only occasionally, when he heard from Lane. In the summer of 1902, however, he received a phone call, which was to eventually change his life. Over the phone, C.H. Dietrich, the Hopkinsville school superintendent, pleaded with him to help his 5-year-old daughter, May. She was apparently retarded from a siege of illness 3 years before. Cayce did not yet realize he could perform a physical reading at a distance. He returned to Hopkinsville on a weekend, and went directly to the Dietrich home. Lane was waiting. Cayce soon fell asleep. The trouble is in the spine, he said. A few days before her illness, the child slipped getting out of a carriage and struck the base of her spine on the carriage step. This injury weakened the area, and led to the mental condition. Dietrich's eyes widened. He didn't know whether Cayce's diagnosis was correct, but he did know that Cayce had picked out an all but forgotten incident, the fall from the carriage, which had seemed of no consequence at the time. Some spinal vertebrae were out of alignment, causing pressures on nerves. Lane adjusted the vertebrae specified by Cayce. There were 3 adjustments, and within 5 days, the child had improved noticeably. In 3 months, she was in school with other girls her age. The cure was complete. The grateful Dietrich could never do enough for Cayce, and it was through his testimonial that Dr. Wesley H. Ketchum was to later use Cayce as a psychic diagnostician, turning him to a career, professionally, that continued until death. All through life, nonetheless, the modest mystic was to have self-doubts and misgivings, and it was Gertrude's job to resolve these qualms. Knowing her husband's mind, she frequently suggested introspective readings, which they could study together. For Cayce had more respect for the information, subconsciously given, than for his own fallible conscience. As she had, since he shied away from experimenters, Gertrude put the key question to her husband. "Is this information always correct?" she asked. "Insofar," he replied, "as the suggestion is in the proper channel or in accord with the action of subconscious or soul matter." The solicitous wife inserted a question of her own. "Will this work hurt the body?" "This body," Cayce began, "is controlled in its work through the psychical, or the mystical or spiritual. It is governed by the life that is led by the person who is guiding the subconscious when in this state. As the ideas given the subconscious to obtain its information are good, the body becomes better. The reverse was true, if the motivation was base or mean. The body should keep in close touch with the spiritual side of life if he is to be successful mentally, physically, psychically, and financially." As he read back what he had said, Cayce could only sigh. That was always the problem, how to remain spiritual while trying to cope with a world of materiality. 3. Cayce's time clock. When Alaska became the 49th state in 1959, it set the stage for the materialization of one of Cayce's early Earth changes, slated to occur between 1958 and 1998. The early portion, Cayce had said, will see a change in the physical aspect of the west coast of America, and that certainly happened in 1964, with the continent's worst quake ever. Repercussions of that quake are still being felt, for as current science, a weekly science report, pointed out, the quake shifted mountains an average of 5 feet, lifted the sea floor as much as 50 feet, and raised the entire continent of North America a half an inch. Its shock impact was even greater perhaps than Cayce had considered. Tides surged 8 feet higher than usual along coasts 3,000 miles away. In Iran, the solid land rose and fell like a wave when earthquake waves passed through. Actually, the Alaskan quake was only the most dramatic in a series of drastic earth changes presaging far more sweeping destruction visualized for later this century. Cayce also saw dramatic risings and sinkings in the Mediterranean, as a prelude to catastrophe elsewhere, and the eastern basin of Mare Nostrum has briefly subsided, while the sea floor off Morocco spectacularly shot up 3,300 feet. Already, new land has materialized in both the Atlantic and the Pacific, as Cayce foresaw more than 20 years ago, and the most specific forecast on his time clock, a dramatic land rise where Atlantis once supposedly stood, may be just around the corner, if the Cayce time clock is on schedule. Psychics traditionally have foggy notions about time, even in otherwise precise predictions, but Cayce definitely fixed 1968 or 1969, for new land to appear in the Caribbean. Clockwise, great interest centers on the predicted destruction in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York, with Cayce intimating this would begin in the latter portion of the 58 to 98 period. While he put the California cataclysm before the devastation of Manhattan and coastal areas of Connecticut and New England, he made no distinction between Los Angeles and its sister city to the north, ruined by a quake 60 years ago. In the Pacific, the tempo of subterranean rumblings appears to be stepping up along the Ring of Fire, in a wide arc from the Orient to the Western Hemisphere, just as Cayce said it would before the Greater Destruction. And in the Mediterranean area again, as a forerunner of havoc elsewhere, Etna has come dramatically alive. In this dynamic 40 years, Cayce also visualized parts of Japan sliding into the sea and cataclysmic changes in northern Europe, both possible if present geological trends were to accelerate. As for Japan going into the sea, a crack geologist reported that one volcanic area in Honshu has experienced 87,000 recordable quakes in a 6-month period in 1965 to 66, with 8,000 of these strong enough to be felt. And the Japanese geologist, Nobuchiko Obara, reports that the Japanese archipelago has been steadily sinking into the sea. Cayce predicted, too, that the Great Lakes would one day empty into the Gulf of Mexico, rather than the St. Lawrence, and the same expert geologist, studying Cayce, tied in disturbances to the Middle West with predicted inundations in the Carolinas and Georgia. There had been a sharp crustal break once before in the Midwest, in Missouri, in 1811, possibly repeating in the 1970s or so, together with an uplift north of the Great Lakes. This area is tilting slowly, anyway, the geologist noted, and need only accelerate to shift the flow from the St. Lawrence to the Mississippi by way of the Chicago River. Oddly, Cayce saw not 1958, nor even 78 or 98, as the most critical date on his calendar. He singled out 1936 as the key year Indiana the worldwide power struggle, and as the year in which great changes would begin unnoticed within the Earth's core with the shifting of the polar axis. Asked in February of 1932, to forecast the principal events for the next 50 years affecting the welfare of the human race, he had replied, "This had best be cast after the great catastrophe that's coming to the world in 1936, in the form of breaking up of many powers that now exist as factors in world affairs." There was more about international affairs. Will Italy adopt a more liberal form of government in the near future? He was asked. Italy, too, he replied, will be broken by what now is an insignificant or smaller power between those of the larger or those of the moment that are larger. These will not come, however, before the catastrophe of outside forces to the Earth in 1936, from the shifting of the equilibrium of the Earth itself in space, with those consequential effects on various portions of the world. What will be the type and extent of the upheaval in 1936? Cayce was asked. The wars, the upheavals in the interior of the Earth, and the shifting of the Earth by the change in the axis as respecting the portions from the Polaris center. Looking back, 1936 was indeed a critical year, the League of Nations and collective security shattered, civil war in Spain, a dress rehearsal for a still bloodier engagement, Italy dyspeptic over Abyssinia, Hitler marching ominously into the Rhineland. But the Cayce reference to a physical change within the Earth itself far overshadowed any other forecast. Was this to be the agency of destruction foreseen for the predicted upheaval, the destruction of nearly all of New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, the disappearance of hunks of Japan, and of Northern Europe in the twinkling of an eye? As it might happen again, it may have all happened before in a planet undergoing cataclysmic changes for millions of years. The Frenchman, Georges Cuvier, father of modern paleontology, theorized that the dinosaurs of the distant past had disappeared because of spontaneous catastrophes, since almost perfectly preserved bodies of woolly mammoths have been found quick frozen with their last meals still in their mouths. Cayce and Cuvier were dramatically alike. According to Cuvier, the geologist said, one major source of catastrophism was the tilting of the Earth, its drastic upheavals creating oceans where there was once dry land, and dry land where there was sea. In this concept, as opposed to the theory of slow change, the first breakups would come where the Earth crust was weakest, the so-called Ring of Fire which forms an arc of volcanoes ringing the Pacific in New Zealand, the Philippines, Japan, the Aleutians, Mexico, Chile. It had happened before, the scientists say. In the deepest ocean trenches, water is forced down into the crust through earthquake faults, creating pressure changes resulting in violent eruptions. Man has obviously lived through such upheavals, with resulting climatic changes, but not since he was able to make a written record of the event. As time went on, the axis tilt would impart a slight wobble to the spinning Earth, the geologist noted, and the shifting momentum would cause the globe to alter its shape as it adjusted to a newly angled course. And where would the Earth give first? Obviously, if Cayce was correct, in the hot, plastic mantle of the Earth, which was capable of movement hundreds of miles under the crust of the Earth. The geologist's map showed different levels for crust, mantle, and the intensely hot inner core. Even a small shift in the axis would have serious consequences to the crust, he said gravely. Consider what would happen if the Atlantic seaboard were lowered only 30 feet, a relative trifle if a downward current affected the plastic mantle. Most eastern seaports would be flooded and large sections of the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida would come under water. If the Earth's axis shifted in 1936, why hadn't catastrophic changes reflected themselves 30 years later? The geologist smiled wryly. Some may have begun within the core of the Earth. Essentially, there is a natural lag in the effect of the Earth's disequilibrium. Upheavals in the mantle would begin slowly, but gradually build up until they caused an actual shifting of the poles. Exactly how earth-shaking were Cayce's earth-shaking prophecies? They were certainly more credible than the H. G. Wells stories a generation ago of death rays, atomic warfare, and men in space, certainly no stranger than stories passing for news in the press of the world. Curiously, one of the most provocative headlines was from Cayce's time clock, a press report of May 1958, Cayce's year for the onset of worldwide catastrophe, oceans may gulp New York, London. The story, by David Dietz, a science editor, reported, New York, London, Paris, and some other great cities may eventually disappear from the face of the earth, even though the nations succeed in avoiding World War III. It is possible that one day they will be submerged beneath the oceans of the world. The writer attributed his rather startling report, not to some sleeping clairvoyant, but to hard-headed International Geophysical Year scientists working together to trace the world's physical past and future. An axis tilt, reversing the global seasons, could do it. The level of the oceans would rise sufficiently to inundate many coastal cities and many large areas whose altitudes are not great, if the ice caps of Antarctica, Greenland, and Iceland melted. Such melting would result in time from a rise in the world's climate. The question, therefore, is whether or not the world's climate is changing. Although the Earth's inner core may have been churning since 1936, not until 1958 were there to be signs of drastic change. One of the first Cayce prophecies, pointing up this period, came in January 1934 and embraced several continents. As to the changes physical again, the Earth will be broken up in the western portion of America. The greater portion of Japan must go into the sea. The upper portion of Europe will be changed as in the twinkling of an eye. Land will appear off the east coast of America. Cayce spoke of upheavals in the Arctic and Antarctic, and volcanic eruptions in the torrid areas as a prelude to a polar shift with a striking reversal of global climates. Already, the geologist noted a sharp increase in volcanic activity in the torrid area. It has been gathering momentum in the Hawaiians since 1958. There was a violent eruption on Bali in 1963, a new volcano is being built over the shattered remains of Krakatoa, blown apart in 1883, and the Mount Irazu volcano near San Jose, Costa Rica, has been erupting continuously for more than a year. With Cayce's prognosticated time clock of 40 years came a prediction that some have loosely interpreted as foreshadowing a second coming. And these changes will begin in those periods in 58 to 98, when these will be proclaimed as period when his light will be seen again in the clouds. Meanwhile, a literal reading of Cayce, always advisable, doesn't put the end of the predicted changes in this 40-year period, only the beginning. But, as noted, already there has been a beginning of the beginning. The Earth has been broken up in Western America, government geologists referring to the Alaska quake on Good Friday, 1964, as the greatest ever in North America, with a seismograph rating of 8.4, against the 8.2 that wrecked San Francisco 60 years ago. Fortunately, scores of tremors hit broad uninhabited expanses of land. Even so, many villages were wiped off the map, parts of Anchorage were destroyed, great hunks of land sunk and others rose. Even streams and lakes were affected. The Copper River got twisted around, and started running backwards, upstream. Uninhabited Montague Island in Prince William Sound, 50 miles long and 15 wide, was thrust upwards 33 feet, along with other land masses from the Alaskan mainland near Cordova to Middleton Island and the continental shelf southeast of Kodiak Island. On Montague Island, a government geological team could walk where 20-foot depths of seawater normally flowed even at low tides. Far from the center of the quake, 30,000 square miles of land sank up to 6 feet, against some 50,000 square miles involved in a more spectacular rise of 30 to 50 feet. Since Cayce's death, there has been striking support for his picture of an Earth turned upside down by the shifting poles. Every million years or so, some scientists report, the Earth's magnetic field, triggered by its fluid, metallic core, reverses itself during a brief geologic interlude of 10,000 years. And we may be at this moment of history right now, the geologist points out. In 1963, a U.S. Geological Survey team estimated that the last such reversal had been concluded some 980,000 years ago. By studying lava formations, whose magnetized iron-bearing minerals duplicate the Earth's magnetic field, they were able, the geologist noted, to determine where the North Magnetic Pole was at that time, testing rock formations from the prehistoric lava flows of Mount Etna in Hawaii. The geologist had done pretty much the same thing. Studying Cayce, it became apparent to the geologist that there was a pattern to the foreseen changes. Cayce frequently mentioned quakes, volcanic eruptions, floods. Though he never referred to nuclear destruction, he did say that man could destroy himself as he had in Atlantis. Man could touch it off and nature do the rest. Cayce was often asked to specify when the various breakups would occur, but he rarely gave more than hints, except to refer occasionally to 1958 to 98 as the key period when the axis tilt would make itself felt around the world. Instead of dates, he gave clues, when asked, as in 1932, how soon will the changes in the Earth's activity begin to be apparent? When there is the first breaking up of some conditions in the South Sea, that's South Pacific, to be sure, and those as apparent in the sinking or rising of that's almost opposite same, or in the Mediterranean, and the Etna area, then we may know it has begun. How long before this will begin, the questioner pursued. The indications are that some of these have already begun, yet others would say these are only temporary. We would say they have begun. And so devotees of Cayce looked with mixed feelings for signs of activity in the Mediterranean area, particularly Etna, after 1958. They found it. In July of 1960, the Associated Press reported a new resurgence within the volcano peak. Villagers at the foot of the volcano said the force of the blast was unprecedented in their memory, and persons 25 miles away said it had the force of an atom bomb. And Etna keeps erupting with increasing violence. In February of 1964, the press again reported, the most violent eruption of Mount Etna in years sent a river of lava streaming down its seaward slope. Sinkings in the Mediterranean were first spotted in 1959, with drops of several feet around Greece. In 1960 there was a truly momentous sinking and rising in the Mediterranean, as a devastating quake razed most of Agadir, Morocco's southernmost port, killing 12,000 people. A giant tidal wave poured in and the sea floor rose an amazing 3,300 feet in places. The geologist de Lawson noted the drastic changes in the water depths. In one case, he reported, the depth was found to be 45 feet, where previously charted at 4,500 feet. There were other upsets in the Mediterranean basin. Lesser quakes rocked southern Italy, Yugoslavia, Turkey. The city of Skopje in Yugoslavia was laid in ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, quakes shook Japan, Hawaii, the Philippines, and the Aleutian Trench. Things seemed to be building up. As for the risings, there was a supplementary note in the New York Times. Soviet Academy of Sciences reported research which indicates Italian scientists discovered that Mount Etna is 25 feet higher since its last eruption. When Vesuvius stirred mildly recently, some felt the critical period of the Cayce Earth changes had really arrived. If there are greater activities in the Vesuvius or Pelee, Cayce said, than the southern coast of California, and the areas between Salt Lake and the southern portions of Nevada, may expect within the 3 months following same an inundation by the earthquakes. But these are to be more in the southern than the northern hemisphere. With an air of brooding expectation, Cayce cultists waited. But had they read Cayce closely, they would have realized their forebodings were in vain. For in the greater activity, Cayce had indicated rather clearly, as researchers noted at the time, that there would have to be other, greater Vesuvius eruptions, before the stage was set for the rest of the prophecy to unfold. Cayce saw things in a pattern, the geologist explained. Vesuvius in the last analysis will have to blow off big in the present period, 58 on, to relate to the predicted activity. And Mount Pelee in Martinique hasn't been heard from since 1902. In some respects, Cayce appears to be strangely conservative. For, as geologists have pointed out even more freely than Cayce, one of his most provocative forecasts can occur at any moment, namely, great destruction in California, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and beyond. On television one day recently, a member of the U.S. Geodetic Survey, discussing earthquakes in California, described the prominent San Andreas Earth Fault, and the communities built up around its precarious length. California's next devastating quake, he said, could come in 20, 50, or 100 years, or even as he was making his telecast. It could be a giant-size holocaust. For his part, Cayce saw the California disaster in the latter portion of the 58 to 98 span, presumably not before 1978 or 80. Only time would tell. The geologist, trained in California, was alert to California's cumulatively building up stresses internally. His familiarity with studies by geologists at the California Institute of Technology bolstered his faith in geology, and Cayce. Most geologists, reported expert Clarence R. Allen in 1961, would not be surprised at a great earthquake along the fault's central or southern portion within the next 25 years. Certainly, the segment of the fault near Hollister and San Bernardino now appears far more dangerous than the segment of the fault near San Francisco which broke in 1906. Earthquakes seemed indigenous to California, 3 major tremblers within a generation rocking Long Beach, Arvin, and El Centro. It was more difficult to credit the Cayce predictions of destruction elsewhere. For instance, the greater change, as we will find in America, will be the North Atlantic seaboard. Watch New York, Connecticut, and the like. When will this be? Cayce was asked. In this period, 58 to 98. As to just when? Cayce's voice trailed off. While quakes in this area seemed rather unlikely, the geologist said they were quite possible, geologically. It isn't generally known but there is an earth fault running down from Maine through the Boston area to New York and Philadelphia. Even so, quakes can occur where there are no known faults. He picked up a Life magazine report on the Alaskan earthquake, and read solemnly, earthquakes are not restricted to recognized earthquake zones. They can happen anywhere. Seismologist L. Don Leet of Harvard is particularly concerned about the seismic future of eastern North America. There has been increased seismic activity in eastern Canada, New England, and New York in recent years. Though this does not worry most seismologists, in Leet's view a big quake may very well hit at some unpredictable spot before the century is over. By coincidence perhaps, the year 1958 seemed to touch off a chain of unusual events within the Earth. An earthquake where there had never before been earthquakes was detected in 1959, the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey reported, in the northern Magellan Strait near the southernmost tip of South America. In 1960, the southern part of Chile was shaken by a series of massive quakes, others rocked the continent all the way north to Colombia and Peru. 200 earth tremors a month have been recorded in the Peruvian Andes recently. The Chile quake was particularly ominous, the geologist pointed out. There were 4 severe shocks on the first day, then a shock of great magnitude, 8.5, surpassing even the Alaska trembler of 8.4. According to a report by the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute, the sequence of shocks in Chile was more than equivalent to all the destructive earthquakes in California during the past 60 years. The tidal effects were noted throughout the Pacific Ocean, and life lost as far away as Japan from resulting inundations. Some changes have been taking place in the Greenland area, amid reports that the climate is actually getting balmy for that part of the world. Recent measurements of crustal upwarping in the Canadian Arctic, Spitzenberg, and Greenland, the geologist observed, show relatively rapid rates of uplift due to unloading by recently vanished ice masses. In the last 6,000 years, because of these meltings, the oceans have risen roughly 20 feet, according to Francis Shepherd of the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. It wouldn't take much acceleration of this thawing process to flood low points in southeastern coastal areas of the United States. It has already brought about land rises in the Atlantic, as parts of Scandinavia, Labrador, and Newfoundland, once held down by glaciers, are bobbing up like a life preserver released by a strong hand. Except for the hint Cayce himself gave, there seems little clue to the timing of the prophesied destruction in California and New York. If Cayce is right about Los Angeles and California, New Yorkers can then govern themselves accordingly, particularly if they dwell on Manhattan. Cayce indicated the changes were to build up gradually, though there is obviously nothing gradual about Upper Europe being changed as in the twinkling of an eye. As he noted more than once, many portions of the East Coast will be disturbed, as well as many portions of the West Coast, and the central portions of the United States. But it would not happen all at once. In the next few years, he said in 1941, lands will appear in the Atlantic as well as in the Pacific. And what is the coastline now of many a land will be the bed of the ocean. Even many of the battlefields of the present will be ocean, will be the seas, the bays, the lands over which the new order will carry on their trade as one with another. Portions of the now east coast of New York, or New York City itself, will in the main disappear. This will be another generation, though, while the southern portions of Carolina, Georgia, these will disappear. This will be much sooner. One Cayce forecast wasn't long in fulfillment. In the Galapagos Islands in the Pacific, due west of Ecuador, in 1944, a 4-mile stretch of seabed suddenly heaved up, forming a new land rise. In 1957, a volcanic island thrust itself up near the Azores before sinking again as Atlantis presumably did, and an Atlantic island rising off Iceland in 1963 is a reminder that a minor Cayce prophecy has materialized. In 1960, new land rose again in the Pacific. An island more than a mile long, 100 yards wide and 125 feet high at some points has emerged from the Pacific off Ecuador, the New York Times reported. 2 witnesses to the island's birth said it was heralded by trembling of the earth and underground noises. Cayce picked out some points of safety, including the place where he chose, psychically, to live with his family. Then the area where the entity, the subject, is now located in Virginia Beach will be among the safety lands, as will be portions of what is now Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, and much of the southern portion of Canada, and the eastern portion of Canada, while the western land, much of that is to be disturbed, as of course, much in other lands. Obviously, great earth changes were nothing new. As the geologist pointed out, mountains rose and fell with the great glaciers, and even in recorded history there have been drastic changes in the Earth's crust. Cayce several times referred to destruction on both coasts, almost as though he was issuing a warning. In September 1942, a New York businessman, worried about enemy bombings, had asked in what must certainly be the epitome of self-engrossment, "Is the present location of business safe until expiration of the lease?" in January 1943. Cayce saw no immediate upheaval. After that period, change to other environs, these on the mainland, not on Manhattan Island. His suggestion might have been interpreted as merely advice to free one of big city tension, except for the cryptic reference to the mainland. Should the danger of bombing or other upheaval be given any consideration in making this decision? The careful merchant asked. Not for the present, Cayce replied. The mechanism for destruction was again not even hinted at. The New York metropolitan area's only noticeable quake had occurred on Long Island back in 1884, causing some damage, but nothing on the scale visualized by the sleeping prophet. His prediction of Atlantis rising will of course be his first major test, but he promised further Atlantean revelations. Yet, as time draws nigh when changes are to come about, there may be the opening of those three places where the records are won, to those that are initiates in the knowledge of the one God. The temple, on Atlantis, will rise again. Also there will be the opening of the Temple of Records in Egypt, and those records that were put in the heart of the Atlantean land may also be found there. The records are one. For the geologist there was nothing inconsistent about Cayce's prospective land rises. Presumably such uplift in the Atlantic, he observed, would be compensated for by sinking of adjacent land areas, like the portions of Carolina and Georgia. The geodetic survey has shown a land subsidence of 4 inches in the Savannah, Georgia, area, chiefly since 1933, insignificant in itself, without acceleration. In the Pacific's so-called Ring of Fire, where the Earth crust is most sensitive, subsurface activity seems to be reaching an ominous crescendo. In the Kermadec Island group, 600 miles northeast of New Zealand, Sunday Island had a bizarre geological experience after being hit by a series of tremors in November 1964. When a crater erupted, steam, rocks, and mud were flung 2,500 feet into the sky. The water level in a fresh lake rose 50 feet, and its temperature soared from a normal 40 degrees to over 200. The water level in surrounding Denham Bay rose 100 feet, as gas bubbles frothed to the surface. Cayce's earth-shaking predictions often came during readings for people concerned only with their own immediate problems. Usually, he gauged his predictions to the individual's lifetime, but even so it was difficult to pinpoint the chronology he had in mind. Reading for a 27-year-old woman early in 1944, he said, "Changes are due in the earth through the period of the entity's sojourn." Again, for a woman, 51, in 1943, he put the approaching breakups in the next generation, comparing them in destructive intensity to the havoc in Atlantis. Before that, the entity was in Atlantis when there were the periods of the first upheavals and the destructions that came to the land, as must in the next generation come to other lands. In still another reading, in August 1936, Cayce indicated that by the year 2000 a new cycle would be in full swing. Apparently concerned that the 58 to 98 cycle would destroy civilization, as we know it, a millennium-minded individual had asked, what great change or the beginning of what change, if any, is to take place in the earth in the year 2000 to 2001 AD? With Cayce's axis change in effect for some 60 years by then, the seer saw at this time a resulting shifting of the poles. When there is a shifting of the poles, or a new cycle begins. That was for the year 2000 AD. Postulating that the Cayce predictions were accurate, the geologist weaved together a prophetic pattern of his own. Twice at least Cayce had warned about lean days ahead. "Anyone," he said once, "who can buy a farm is fortunate, and buy it if you don't want to grow hungry in days to come." Again, in 1943, the hardships for this country have not yet begun, so far as the supply and demand for foods is concerned. As these forecasts, still unfulfilled, had no time tag, the geologist projected these predictions to others that might affect them. If the southern portions of the Carolinas and Georgia sink beneath the sea, the geologist theorized, this would cut off rail and truck traffic to Florida. Meanwhile, breakups in California, which accounts for 30% of the fresh vegetable production, would interrupt food transport to the rest of the United States. The two states, together, control the citrus market, and Florida, additionally, is second in beef. As an inveterate Bible reader, Cayce drew on the book as a source of prophetic inspiration, but his scripture-like forecasts were as cryptic as those in Daniel and Revelation. These changes on earth will come to pass, for the time and times and a half times are at an end, and there begin those periods for the readjustments. For how hath he given? The righteous, the meek, shall inherit the earth. Hast thou, my brethren, a heritage in the earth? Frequently, he was asked, how should we regard those changes that do come about? His answer again smacked of scripture. What is needed most in the earth today? That the sons of man be warned that the day of the Lord is near at hand, and that those who are unfaithful must meet themselves in those things which come to pass in their experience. And what boded the day of the Lord is near at hand? That as has been promised through the prophets and the sages of old, the time and half-time, has been and is being fulfilled in this day and generation, and that soon there will again appear in the earth that one through whom many will be called to meet those preparing the way for his day in the earth. And when would this implied second coming materialize? When those that are his have made the way clear for him. Don't think there will not be trouble, but those who put their trust wholly in the Lord will not come up missing, but will find conditions, some way and somehow, much to be thankful for. To be in harmony with Cayce, and his time clock, one must obviously be as optimistic as he. It certainly would be incongruous to move about, as some may, to avoid the long arm of destiny. And if Cayce is right, and the Bible, as we profess to believe, life is of the Spirit, anyway. There is little doubt about Cayce's optimism. In 1943, he heralded the dawn of a new age, atomic, space, or spiritual, beginning with the Axis defeat. When those that have gradually forgotten God entirely have been eliminated, and there has come, and will come at the close of this next year, the period when there will be no part of the globe where man has not had the opportunity to hear, the Lord, He is God, and when this period has been accomplished, when God's word is supreme, the new era, the new age, is to begin. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, the world is either at the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end. According to Cayce, the choice is its own. 4. Checking him out. It's absurd, the geologist said, the way some geologists insist that nothing happened in the past, unless it was part of a process that we can directly observe. He made a face. In other words, since we do not at the moment observe a continent sinking rapidly into the sea, then we cannot assume that any did in the past. He looked at me rather grimly. What rubbish! He had been brought up, geologically speaking, in the world of uniformitarianism, which apparently overlooked the fact that there may have been a pattern of catastrophe in the prehistorical past. As the head of geology in a major university, he had himself believed and taught uniformitarianism, until he began to check into the earth changes of the mystic Cayce, and they showed every sign of checking out. The deeper he delved into Cayce, the more he rebelled at a concept that didn't look beyond its geological nose. And so he quietly withdrew from his university post, no longer able to teach what didn't seem to tally with the new evidence that he was accumulating. Other geologists, knowing nothing about Cayce, were beginning to share similar views of the world's catastrophic past, and a possibly catastrophic future, but since he was now oriented in Cayce, he clung to his anonymity, thinking his professional status, and influence, would be jeopardized by open conversion to Cayceism. What intrigued him about Cayce was his universality, his concept of the universe as a place of infinite possibilities, rather than a meaningless system of flying masses of matter. Even in predicting catastrophe, Cayce was not a catastrophist in his visualized destruction of Atlantis. He said very clearly that man's misuse of natural forces was the cause of the first catastrophe and that man's going against divine law had an effect on natural processes. Actually, this was a message of hope, since it countered a purely materialistic interpretation of the universe. It had helped the geologist in his own approach to life. Cayce tied everything in together, the spiritual and material, and this was especially meaningful because 7 years of college and graduate school had almost brainwashed me to the point of believing in the mechanistic interpretation of life, that is, we come from matter, live a while, and then die, disintegrating completely in death. Originally, he had been attracted to the Cayce readings, learning that Cayce had attributed history's great flood to the sinking of the last great remnants of Atlantis, and not alone to the melting ice caps of the frozen north. He had already considered this possibility from more tangible evidence of ancient ocean sediments. Therefore, Cayce's Atlantis readings found him only slightly incredulous, But even as he looked into Atlantis, the scientist in him realized he would have to check out Cayce on something tangibly at hand. He happened on 2 readings capable of verification from old records. Imminent earthquakes had been foreseen in each reading, while one additionally described unusual storms a few months hence. Though it was now many years later, the geologist shot down to Washington, to the Seismology Division of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, to prove or disprove what Cayce had forecast. The first reading had been for a man concerned about the prospects of earthquakes in his hometown. Will San Francisco suffer from such a catastrophe this year? If so, give date, time, and information for the guidance of this body, who has personal property, records, and a wife, for all of which it wishes safety. Here was motivation indeed. This question had been asked on January 21, 1936, 3 years after a quake had been felt generally through the San Francisco Bay Area. The geologist duly noted Cayce's answer: "We do not find that this particular district, San Francisco, in the present year will suffer the great material damages that have been experienced heretofore. While portions of the country will be affected, we find that these will be farther east than San Francisco, or those south, where there has not been heretofore the greater activity." The young man in the seismology office was helpful. He produced a booklet entitled, "Stronger Earthquakes of California and Western Nevada." Eagerly, the geologist thumbed its pages, finding only one quake for 1936, and that on May 10, at Bishop, California. The quake was felt in east-central California and Nevada. Bishop, the geologist recognized with a tiny thrill, was east of San Francisco, and somewhat south of it. Encouraged by this checkout, the geologist moved on to the U.S. Weather Bureau to see if a more complicated reading would hold up. Could Cayce foresee windstorms as well as earthquakes? In August of 1926, a man interested in grain futures had asked about weather conditions in the ensuing months. Cayce's reply was highly suggestive as to planetary influences on storms and quakes. Jupiter and Uranus' influence in the affairs of the world appear the strongest on or about October 15 or 20, Cayce said, when there may be expected violent windstorms. 2. Earthquakes, one in California, another in Japan, tidal waves following, one to the southern portion on the Isles near Japan. Now shooting over to the Weather Bureau Library in Suitland, Maryland, the geologist checked the monthly weather review for October 1926. He quickly came to what he was looking for. October was an exceptionally stormy month. In the vicinity of the Kuril Islands, near Japan, the westerly winds increased to hurricane force on October 14 and 15. He turned back to his seismological records. On October 22, California was shaken by 3 tremblors. Quakes hit Japan on October 19 and 20. Cayce couldn't have been more right. The geologist was hooked. Reading on in Cayce, he was tantalized by a reference to the early habitation of the earth by souls in human-like bodies. Cayce put this over 10 million years ago, a figure 10 times too high, in view of prevailing scientific opinion. However, the geologist stumbled across Professor de Terra's erudite study of fossil fragments in Tuscany, Italy, which concluded that human-like creatures, hominids, had lived there as early as the Lower Pliocene or Miocene period, 10 to 11 million years ago. Cayce was again in good company. The study of polar shift, as a factor in drastic Earth changes in the past, was gaining support in geological circles, 20 years after Cayce's forecast of a gradual change in the axis. The Cayce statement that the polar regions were once turned to where they occupied more of the tropical and semi-tropical regions touched off the geologist's own studies of the magnetic grain in ancient rocks, revealing to his satisfaction that uniformitarianism could be what you want to make of it, catastrophic or gradual change. Atlantis was of special interest to the geologist, since it apparently straddled past, present, and future. Land on the continental shelf of the eastern United States had been rising for years, and an additional 20 to 30 foot thrust, the geologist pointed out, would produce hundreds of square miles of new land in the Caribbean alone. With the exception of parts of the Bahamas, he noted, The readings placed the submerged empire seaward of the continental slopes, those precipitous features of the Earth's morphology that represent the boundary between continents and ocean basins. How could science dismiss Atlantis because the ocean floor revealed little of a lost culture, when it was patently impossible for significant artifacts to have survived the slime and corrosion of centuries? Certainly, if Atlantis foundered 17,000 and again 10,000 years ago, as the Cayce readings suggested, the resulting upheaval would have covered the ancient land surface with reworked sediment and debris. The relatively short coring tools used by marine geologists could hardly penetrate to recognizable remains of the lost continent. As for Atlantean mountain peaks in the region of the Bahamas, Cayce's highest portion left above the waves of a once great continent, these would have been completely covered with coral sediments laid down during 10,000 years of rising sea levels, brought about by the continually melting glaciers. In his own way, the geologist tried to check out the size of Atlantis, given in the readings as equal to that of Europe, including Asia in Europe, not Asia, but Asia in Europe. He mapped out an area similar to that described by Cayce, and jigsawed it into the North Atlantic basin. The eastern part fit snugly over the Azores, and the northwest boundary was at the edge of the Grand Banks, and the southwesterly roughly parallel to the Atlantic slope. Bermuda fell within the projected mass. This was a puzzler because there was evidence, geologically, that Bermuda was a rather ancient formation. But the first breakup 17,000 years ago was of such cataclysmic proportions that it would be reasonable, he surmised, to expect a volcanic mountain or two to be thrust up at the time. This could have been Bermuda. There was one leading scientific interpretation suggesting that the ancient soils of Bermuda could have been formed within the Atlantean breakup period. Atlantis posed a number of problems. To accept Atlantis, he would have to accept the whole fabric of the Cayce story, of a race technically superior that gradually brought on its own destruction through greed and immorality. I found the geologist's interest in a mythical continent rather surprising. Just because Cayce was right in his health readings, doesn't mean he was right about Atlantis, I pointed out. In order to motivate him successfully, somebody with a need had to request a reading, or he seemed to have trouble functioning. That was only in the beginning, the geologist rejoined, before Cayce realized his own potentiality. However, I certainly wouldn't have accepted Cayce if Atlantis was all there was to go on. He found some reassurance in the findings of the International Geophysical Year, as the seismologists, meteorologists, geologists, and other scholars of the IGY got around to presenting their picture of an Earth in constant change. With acute professional interest he examined an article in Life magazine, in November 1960, entitled "The New Portrait of Our Planet." For a Cayce fan, it was an old story. But still, as a scientist, the geologist was always seeking confirmation of what he already felt was true. With some interest, he noted the heading in Life, "Science charts the structure of not-so-solid Earth." Then, well-known places, apparently rooted with comfortable firmness, now seemed to face uncertain futures. California, for example, may be gradually splitting away from the rest of the continental U.S. as part of a great shifting of the Pacific floor. The Hawaiian Islands, surrounded by a deep moat, seem to be slowly sinking into the ocean. Scientists observed Hawaii in the throes of massive palpitations, moving up and down 4 inches a day under the moon's gravitational pull. New land appears to be rising in the Red Sea, in the Caribbean, and in the Gulf of California. As he scanned the report, the geologist realized he had read something like it before, and he knew exactly where. He turned to a reading given by Cayce back in 1934. It discussed certain changes that the late mystic foresaw for the period from 1958 to 1998. A scientific report couldn't have been more explicit: the Earth will be broken up in many places. The early portion, of the 40-year period, will see a change in the physical aspect of the west coast of America. There will appear open waters in the northern portions of Greenland. There will be seen new lands off the Caribbean Sea, and dry land will appear. South America will be shaken from the uppermost portion to the end, and in the Antarctic off Tierra del Fuego will be land, and a strait with rushing waters. Already, there were signs, the geologist pointed out, of earth tremors of the type that turn up new land rises, stirring up underwater volcanic upsurges of sufficient strength to form islands. From his file, the geologist took out a seismological report from Science Service, dealing with developments in the southern tip of South America. An earthquake, where there have never before been earthquakes, has been detected, I read. A large quake took place recently, 1959, in the northern Magellan Strait. The U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey reported that 12 stations recorded the quake. It was a deep one and quite strong, running well over 7 on the seismograph scale, a significant quake considering that an 8.2 tremor virtually destroyed San Francisco in 1906. The life report was studied with parallels to the Cayce readings of many years before. For instance, in the captions for the life map of the North Pacific Ocean Basin, the geologist noted with satisfaction, a feature akin to the mid-Atlantic, submarine, ridge is the newly charted East Pacific Rise which extends along the west coast of the Americas and may underlie California. The geologist saw here striking confirmation of the Cayce readings which pertain to the lost continent of Lemuria, a sort of Pacific version of Atlantis, which Cayce readings put in the southern and eastern central Pacific. The Cayce reading, in 1934, was quite specific. And when there came hearsay, in which it was told those portions of the land were discovered from what was left of Lemuria, in what is now Lower California and portions of the valleys of Death Valley, the entity journeyed there to see and to know. The geologist saw more evidence of Lemuria, and Atlantis, too, in a descriptive report of the floor of the South Pacific Ocean, though the scientists themselves were not as imaginative. In the South Pacific, the 3,000-mile-wide East Pacific Rise loops from South America around Australia toward the Indian Ocean to join the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, making up a 40,000-mile-long, world-circling submarine range. Summits of the rise lie 10,000 feet below sea level except where they rear up into the Galapagos and Easter Island. IGY found the amount of heat radiating from the crust of the rise near Easter Island is 7 times greater than heat flow elsewhere on the Earth's surface, leading to a surmise that the rise is welling up with molten rock from the planet's depths and may someday be dry land. It was more than surmise to a geologist oriented to Cayce, and it almost seemed that the expert on Cayce Earth changes welcomed validating signs of a coming crack-up, though certainly not unmindful of the lives, including his own, that might be lost. For his face became solemn as he turned again to life's report on IGY prospects. These shiftings, crackings, upwellings, and volcanic explosions are nearly always accompanied by gigantic heavings of the crust that create mountains. During most of its history, the Earth has been fairly quiescent. But on about a dozen relatively brief occasions, violent mountain building has taken place. The whole of man's time on Earth has been spent within such a period, which is still going on. According to some recent opinions, this restless activity is now stepping up. As part of the restless step up that he saw, Cayce, in 1934, had foretold crustal upheavals near the 2 polar points, as a warning of greater upheavals in the critical 1958 to 98 period. There will be upheavals in the Arctic and in the Antarctic that will make for the eruption of volcanoes in the torrid area, and there will be then the shifting of the poles, so that where there has been a frigid or semi-tropical climate there will be a more tropical one, and moss and fern will grow. The geologist thumbed through his files, pulling out, finally, an article from the good, gray New York Times. It was dated January 3, 1961, and headed, "Antarctic Hears of a Second Volcano." The dispatch was from the other side of the globe, Christchurch, New Zealand, and could very well be, the geologist considered, a precursor of much bigger things. He read from the clipping with gusto. It appears that Antarctica has 2 active volcanoes, not just one, according to a shortwave radio report received here. Plumes of steam were said to be seen issuing from a crater atop 10,148-foot Mount Terror, 30 air miles from the U.S. main Antarctic base at McMurdo Sound. Previously the only active volcano known on the Antarctic continent was Mt. Erebus, also on Ross Island, about 18 miles from Mt. Terror. And in the Arctic, In 1963, a volcanic island abruptly appeared off Iceland, in the Westerman Group. As part of the geological speed-up, the sleeping Cayce foresaw certain symptomatic activity in not only the South Pacific but the Mediterranean area: risings, sinkings, volcanic eruptions, quakes. Now, even more than the South Pacific, the Mediterranean has come strangely alive, almost as though trying to attract notice as a harbinger of Cayce forecasts for other fronts. In June of 1959, the geologist was intrigued by the reports of unexplained sinkings in the Mediterranean. There was a glint in his eyes as he read from a clipping of the St. Louis Globe-Democrat. "The water level in Greek harbors has been dropping recently," the geologist began, "but scientists have been unable to explain why. It was quite a drop-off, exposing several shelves of the Great Inland Sea, and noticeably affecting coastal shipping. The drop, which in many places exceeded 3 feet, first was noted after strong northerly winds and a drop in temperature. At Nafplion Harbor, in southern Greece, small boats sat on the sea bottom after the level of the waters fell by 3 feet. This low level was constant for a week. At Tolos, near Nafplion, fishing boats have had difficulty in approaching the wharves. The bottom of the old Venetian harbor, at Heraklion, Crete, has appeared in many places. Similar phenomena were reported from Rhodes Island in the southeast Mediterranean, and Lefkas Island, off the western coast of Greece. The sinking was of such an unusual nature that hydrographic services ordered sea level reports from all Mediterranean harbor masters. It was a curious phenomenon, the geologist agreed. Some scientists naturally attributed the drop to strong winds or an undersea quake. But the water remained low even when there were no rough winds, and seismographs failed to record even the slightest tremor along the Greek coast. The geologist dismissed the sinkings as only temporary, the precise term used by Cayce in describing them years before. It was curious how Etna had become suddenly active. It had been strangely quiescent for years. But a year later, idly speculating about Cayce's references to stepped-up subterranean activity in the Mediterranean area, the geologist picked up a current copy of the Bulletin of the Seismological Society of America. On July 18 and 21, of 1960, he read, 3 earthquakes rocked the Terni area, 50 miles north of Rome and 350 miles from Etna. Then, the day before, Mount Etna erupted with a violence unmatched in modern times. Was this the Etna activity that Cayce had foreseen? Certainly, too, there seemed indications that the weather was changing. In New York City, for instance, in parts of Canada, the winters were becoming strangely mild. Was climatic history repeating itself? Apparently confirming the dim past, IGY research bore out Cayce's subconscious recollections of climatic changes from polar slippage. Paralleling Cayce, the geologist pointed out, the IGY revealed a relatively weak layer of the Earth's crust at a 430-mile depth. And at this level, the more solid skin of the Earth may slide over its inner part, as though the skin of a grapefruit were to slide over its pulp. And how did global slippage induce climatic changes? The geologist turned back to the article. Some geophysicists believe that the whole upper part of the Earth has done this slide over from time to time in the past. They find evidence that the lands and seas which are now at the North and South Poles once were in quite different locations. During IGY, coal, which is the remains of temperate climate plants, was found in the Antarctic. One cause of this might have been global slippage of the upper rock layers. The geologist looked up triumphantly. Now listen to what Cayce had to say about these changes. The extreme northern portions were then the southern portions, or the polar regions were then turned to where they occupied more of the tropical and semi-tropical regions. The Nile entered into the Atlantic Ocean. What is now the Sahara was an inhabited land and very fertile. What is now the central portion of this country or the Mississippi Basin was then all in the ocean. Only the plateau existed, or the regions that are now portions of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona formed the greater part of what we know as the United States. That portion along the Atlantic seaboard formed the outer portions, then the lowlands of Atlantis. The Andean or the Pacific coast of South America then occupied the extreme western portions of Lemuria. The Urals and the northern regions of it were turned into a tropical land. The desert in the Mongolian land was then the fertile portion. The oceans were then turned about. They no longer bear their old names. The Cayce concept of a shifting pole was in keeping with latest scientific research, the geologists stressed. Studies of the direction toward which bits of magnetic minerals in rocks point give clues as to the position of the magnetic north and south pole at the time the rocks were formed. Each magnetic grain is a little compass needle that faithfully points toward magnetic north at the time it is hardened into rock. Scientists are thus able to map the movement of the wandering North Pole by measuring the magnetic fabric of samples of rocks of different ages. If the magnetic North Pole has always lain close to the geographic North Pole, as standard geologists believe, then significant movements of the North Magnetic Pole should be interpreted as great shifts of the geographic pole. Since nobody knew why the poles shifted, how could they categorically say when or how it might behave? At the beginning of the Ice Age, possibly 1 million years ago, the geologists said, the North Magnetic Pole was in Antarctica. Some scientists have held that, for some unknown reason, the Earth's entire magnetic field simply changed polarity, did a complete flip-flop, during that time. Cayce, he pointed out, had seen the geographic pole shifting most recently between 50 and 18,000 years ago. This shift may have been rather slow, but it seems to have been responsible for the final destruction of Lemuria in the Pacific and of most of the huge animals that roamed the earth then. These animals, Cayce said, were a cause for great concern in the communities of the time. The geologist had taken nothing of Cayce, or geology, for granted. He had himself measured magnetic traces in Pleistocene sediments to check the Cayce polar shift. It checked out, his measurements placing the North Magnetic Pole in southern Canada during one of the last great glaciations of the Pleistocene age, approximately 600,000 BC to 10,000 BC. But the geologist found that most colleagues didn't believe him any more than they did Cayce. They just refused to break with tradition, and accept, logically, that the geographic North Pole, moving with the magnetic pole, had also traveled southward at this time. There was other evidence for Cayce's allusion to the Arctic or North Arctic regions being in that region of the tropics. In this presumed shifting of the poles, Alaska would have been in the region of the tropics from at least 230,000 BC to perhaps 50,000 BC. Researcher J.W. Gidley found remains of a camel, elephant, and other animals in Alaska and believed these fossils added proof in support of the supposition that milder climatic conditions prevailed in Alaska during most of the Pleistocene period. Cayce had discussed an international conference on Atlantis to find ways and means of getting rid of the enormous animals which overran the Earth during a Pleistocene period in which areas of Canada, Europe, northern United States, and northern Asia were sometimes covered by great ice sheets. Now, C.O. Dunbar, a historical geologist, points out, throughout the Pleistocene epoch, North America and Europe were both inhabited by great game animals, fully as varied and impressive as those of modern East Africa. These included giant elephants, tall, rangy imperial mammoths of the southern Great Plains, 14 feet high at the shoulder. There were 7 species of buffalo and one, the bison, was a colossal beast with a horn spread of fully 6 feet. At times, the geologist appeared to be stretching Cayce a bit. In the curious formation of weathered stones at Stonehenge in England, he saw evidences of an age-old transplanting of a Middle East culture, as described by Cayce. In January 1944, Cayce had noted, in the Holy Land when there were those breakings up in the period when the land was being sacked by the Chaldeans and the Persians, among those groups who escaped in ships and settled in portions of the English land near what is now Salisbury, and there builded those altars that were to represent the dedication of individuals to the service of a living God. In the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the geologist found support for the Cayce picture of an exodus from the Mideast about 4,000 years ago. He picked out the ancient Phoenicians, a seagoing tribe of Semites who founded Carthage and may also have ventured to England. In the course of the 20th century BC, the encyclopedia reported, the towns still left in Transjordan after generations of nomadic incursions seem to have been destroyed. This phase of devastation coincides closely with the first successful wave of Northwest Semitic, includes Chaldean, conquest. The incursions of desert nomads into western Palestine also led to destruction west of the Jordan. By 1900 BC, the population of Palestine had probably reached one of the lowest levels in its history. Stonehenge itself is very much a reality, though still a mystery, as the encyclopedia points out. Stonehenge, a circular setting of large standing stones surrounded by an earthwork, situated about 8 miles north of Salisbury, Wiltshire, England, belonging to the late Neolithic period. This date is confirmed by a radioactive carbon determination, 1848 BC plus or minus 275 years. The structures are unknown elsewhere in prehistoric Northern Europe and imply influence from the contemporary Mycenaean and Minoan architecture of the Mediterranean. The probability of such influence was startlingly confirmed in 1953 by the discovery of carvings of Bronze Age weapons on 3 of the sarsen stones, a form of sandstone. One of these was a carving of a hilted dagger, which with some confidence can be identified as a type used at Mycenae between 1600 and 1500 BC, but not found elsewhere in northwestern Europe. The people who built Stonehenge were apparently highly resourceful. Scientists have pointed out that the monumental array of stones at Salisbury, some weighing up to 100 tons, were correlated, astronomically, with the key positions of the sun and moon, providing an instrument of rare precision for checking the changing seasons, helping with the planting, harvesting, etc. By observing the lines drawn through the major stones, correlating them with a computer, Professor Gerald Hawkins of the Harvard-Smithsonian Observatory found that the ancient network of holes and lines served as a natural computer, anticipating positions of the sun and moon, and their effects, 300 years ahead of time. From the pattern that emerged, he observed, too, that eclipses of the sun and moon inevitably occurred when the midwinter moon rose over the heel stone, an upright stone just outside the Stonehenge circle. Even the handling of the huge stones reflected an advanced technology. The heaviest stones were brought from quarries at Marlborough Downs 20 miles away, and some ferried from Wales, 150 miles to the west. It seems impossible that 200,000-pound stones could be moved without modern machinery, but the same problem must have confronted the ancient Egyptians as they built their pyramids. The geologist had his own ideas about this. Isn't it logical to assume a connection between the two stone-moving cultures, with perhaps a common cultural source, the Atlantean, pervading the Middle East and Egypt, as Plato indicated, after their island home went down? Cayce had thrown some light on the moving of the giant stones that formed the pyramids. According to Cayce, it was no problem. The Egyptians just happened to be ahead of us, mechanically. In July of 1932, the mystic was asked how the Great Pyramid of Gizeh was built. He replied, by the use of those forces in nature as make for iron to swim. Stone floats in the air in the same manner. This will be discovered in 58. The explanation was right down the geologist's scientific alley, and he noted pedantically, Weber reports on work done in 1958 on the detection and generation of gravitational waves, stating, methods are proposed, for the generation of gravitational waves, which employ electrically induced stresses in crystals. Also, Firth reports on recent experiments with magnetic pressure, which can move mountains of metal or plasma for the engineer, and atoms for the physicist. It was impossible to be interested in Cayce, and not be interested in everything from vitamins or water on the knee to the Einstein theory of relativity. Long before Cayce came along, the geologist pointed out, there had been theories in medicine and biochemistry that the remedy or cure for every human ailment existed somewhere in a benign nature. The nostrum only had to be found and isolated. This, too, was the concept behind the Cayce readings, that in an orderly nature was the counterbalance for every disorder. Syphilis and gonorrhea, for instance, were the scourge of mankind, until the accidental stumbling onto a moldy fungus revealed the wonders of penicillin. Penicillin was as startling as some of Cayce's cures, but it had the backing of the medical establishment, while only a few hardy pioneers in medicine and osteopathy followed Cayce during his lifetime. However, regularly, since his death, there have been reports confirming treatments he advocated years before for specific complaints. Back 50 years ago, Cayce prescribed gold chloride for a multitude of ills. Asked once what gold chloride would cure, if anything, he characteristically replied, "Chloride of gold, any condition wherein there is any form of the condition bordering on rheumatics, or of rejuvenating any organ of the system delinquent in action." A report on the rejuvenating powers of gold, confirming all and more that Cayce held out for it, appeared in the Washington Star, September 5, 1965. "Doctors here," it began, "are fashioning the fanciest bandages ever, out of gold leaf. Nobody knows why," one said, "but damn it, it works. It seems to relieve pain and stop the oozing from severe burns and skin ulcers and sores. Best of all, it apparently speeds the wound's healing. Patients, who might ordinarily heal only after weeks in a hospital," the doctors reported, "make such rapid progress that they were sometimes able to continue with their jobs while the gold did its repair work." The experiments were the work of Drs. John P. Gallagher and Charles F. Geschichter, working together, and their report was originally carried in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Gold was also used effectively in treating patients at the Hebrew Home for the Aged in Washington. As the press reported, thin sheets of gold have given spectacular results when applied to big, open wounds and sores. Dr. Naomi M. Kanoff, a dermatologist, applied the gold to long-standing, deep, and open skin ulcers resulting from injuries, diabetic and varicose conditions, and from the deterioration known by the mild name of bedsores. In private practice here, the report continued, the gold leaf has been used even on gangrenous ulcers and, in at least one case, on an open wound from X-rays used in treating another condition. Cayce had recommended 3 almonds a day as a guard against cancer. No reason was advanced, as nobody asked the sleeping seer why almonds were beneficial. But it was well known that a substance, laetrile, was contained in almonds, and also in apricots and lima beans. Recently, a book was put out by a Glenn D. Kittler, titled Laetrile, Control for Cancer. A Mrs. Alice Howell of Ojai, California, sent a copy to the Cayce Foundation, together with the report that a friend, dying of cancer, used laetrile and her cancer was brought under control. Cayce's observations on health, generally, intrigued the geologist. The mystic pointed out, surprisingly, that over-alkalinity is much more harmful than a little tendency for acidity. In December 1962, the National Health Federation Bulletin carried a report on research into this area by Dr. George A. Wilson. Dr. Wilson has found, over a series of tests on hundreds of patients over a 14-year period, that most sick persons are too alkaline, not too acid, as has been more generally thought. More so is this true, he says, of the chronically sick persons, who are all, with very few exceptions, highly alkaline. Long before endocrinologists were astonishing their colleagues with experiments demonstrating the importance of the ductless glands, primarily the pituitary, Cayce had noted in his readings, we find that which connects the pineal, the pituitary, may be truly called the silver cord, which is the creative essence in physical, mental, and spiritual life, for the destruction wholly of either will make for the disintegration of the soul from its house of clay. Years later, the Medical Center memo of the Stanford University Medical Center News Bureau, reported the honoring of experimental anatomist, Dr. Philip E. Smith, for his pioneer research into the unique function of the pituitary. His findings were considered so important that he was elected to the National Academy of Sciences, made a Chevalier of the French Legion of Honor, and became the first American to win the Sir Henry Dale Medal for Supreme Medical Achievement. And yet he only discovered what had been proclaimed years before by the untutored Cayce. The medical organ reported, Dr. Smith demonstrated conclusively that the gonads, the thyroid, and adrenal glands cannot develop or function without the pituitary gland, which is located at the base of the brain. Once the pituitary was removed, from test animals, the 3 glands wasted away. By injecting the pituitary into these animals, he found that these glands could be restored to their normal functions. Nobody upgraded the pituitary more than Cayce. The pituitary is the door, he said, through which physically all of the reflex actions penetrate through the various forces of the nervous system. It is that to and through which the mental activities come that produce the influences in the imaginative system as well as the racial predominating influences, or the blood force itself. It gives judgment and understanding, tolerance, and relationships to the determining factors of one's life. At one time, erroneously, some thought that because of the peculiar way he behaved as a child that Edgar Cayce might well be epileptic. This would have explained his once climbing trees and wallowing in mud as a boy. But this phase passed quickly, without the characteristic convulsive seizures of epilepsy. Yet Cayce had a strong abiding interest in the disorder, and read helpfully for people suffering from it. He pointed out epilepsy was universal in nature, could affect almost anybody, regardless of race or social background. He stressed that its cure lay in balanced treatment, expanding the activities of the individual, not restricting them. He recommended exercise in the open, walking, swimming, calisthenics, games, and sports. One doctor, poring over the Cayce files on epilepsy, was profoundly impressed by the Cayce appraisal of the epileptic problem. After his own research at the Cayce Foundation, he found a report on the malady by an eminent physician which corresponded with Cayce's own observations. Most persons suffering from convulsive disorder, with proper care, can live essentially normal lives, the authority had observed. The attitude toward those suffering from convulsions has changed greatly. We now recommend little or no curtailment of activities because of a diagnosis of epilepsy. When vitamins first became a fad, Cayce warned they could not take the place of vitamins in food, nor would they be helpful except for specific deficiencies. Continued use, even where they were at first efficacious, would minimize their effect. Do not take the concentrated form of vitamins, but obtain these from foods. The circulation carries within the corpuscles such elements or vitamins as may be needed for assimilation in each organ. He stressed, all such properties as vitamins that add to the system are more efficacious if they are given for periods, left off for periods, and then begun again. For if the system comes to rely upon such influences wholly, it ceases to produce the vitamins, even though the food values are kept normally balanced. It is much better for these vitamins to be produced in the body from the normal development than supplied mechanically, for nature is much better still than science. Again, Cayce was way ahead of his time. Newsweek, in 1960, the geologist found, carried a warning by the American Medical Association to vitamin pill addicts, don't munch too many. There is a widespread belief, said the Journal of the AMA, that to keep healthy people must consume multivitamin pills. On the contrary, only in a deficiency state or in an anticipated deficiency state are vitamin supplements necessary. An overdose of vitamins, added the journal, can cause loss of appetite, irritability, skin eruptions, liver enlargement. In his own experience, the geologist could recall a pesky itching consequent to a large dosage of high-potency B-complex. His doctor only wagged his head wisely. It could never happen, he said, not in a million years. Cayce was a great believer in laboratory research, and foretold many of its strides. Discussing the blood as a barometer of the whole body, he asserted, the day may yet arrive when one may take a drop of blood and diagnose the condition of any physical body. He was not far off. In February 1960, newspapers carried reports of a new, revealing laboratory analysis of a single drop of blood, or tiny patch of tissue. Doctors R. L. Hunter and C. L. Marquist, the Washington Daily News reported, with financial support from the American Cancer Society, hope by observing and analyzing the enzymes to trace the changes which take place in the process of growth from the embryonic stage to old age. In this way, observers reported, it was hoped to study the chemical changes that accompany various diseases and make possible the diagnosis of some diseases, perhaps cancer among them, before clinical symptoms have appeared. Cayce was still at bat. 5. California, earthquakes. Cayce wasn't the only one making predictions about California. The scientists were making them, too, and they were as foreboding as anything Cayce had gotten off. At California Institute of Technology, famous for its Nobel Prize winners in science, Professor Hugo Benioff pointed out that Los Angeles, and its wonderful new high-rise buildings, a comparatively recent innovation, could be devastated at any time by a severe quake. His fellow Caltech professor, D.E. Hudson, an expert in the mechanics of quakes, went him a little better, observing that every one of the 17 million people in California was living on or near a potential earthquake. More people are going to be killed in the future than have been killed in the past, Hudson predicted, and more buildings are going to be damaged and destroyed, simply because the earth is filling up with people and their buildings. A few years previously, the Good Friday earthquake in Alaska would have done comparatively little damage and killed few people. There was nothing there to damage and nobody there to be killed. The chief villain, of course, is the San Andreas Fault, which runs down most of California, coming into the continental shelf above San Francisco. It has help, too, from the Hayward Fault, recently discovered to have a tributary under San Francisco College. The San Andreas is lined with communities for hundreds of miles. It won't take an Alaskan quake to wreak havoc in thickly populated centers. Small quakes, the geologist pointed out, could do considerably more damage in areas with numbers of thinly constructed buildings. As an example of low-magnitude quakes which did a disproportionate amount of damage, Hudson cited the Santa Barbara Jolter of 1924, the Long Beach quake of 1933, and the Tehachapi and Bakersfield quakes of 1952, in Kern County. Actually, California has had only 3 high-magnitude quakes since the land was taken over from the Spaniards, one occurring in 1857, when the San Andreas Fault was ruptured for hundreds of miles, as far out as San Bernardino. Another, in 1872, in Owens Valley, and the San Francisco quake in 1906, rupturing the fault for miles. The quiescence is ominous rather than hardening, as it indicates tension mounting in the earth below since the last real ruptures, 60 years ago in central California, and more than 100 in Southern California. This certainly suggests, Professor Hudson observed, that something exciting is being prepared at the lower end of the fault. The Geological Survey of the U.S. Department of the Interior describes the San Andreas as the master fault in an intricate network cutting through the rocks of California's coastal region. Besides the Hayward Fault in west-central California, several in the southern area branch out from the main fault. These are the Garlock Fault, the White Wolf, Elsinore, San Gabriel, San Jacinto, Death Valley. The San Andreas Fault, the survey reported, forms a continuous break from northern California southward to Cajon Pass. From Cajon Pass southeastward, the identity of the fault becomes confused, because several branching faults such as the San Jacinto, Mission Creek, and Banning faults have similar characteristics. Nevertheless, the San Andreas type of faulting continues unabated southward to and under the Gulf of Lower California. The survey presents a vivid surface picture of the San Andreas. Over much of its length a linear trough reveals the presence of the fault, and from an airplane the linear arrangement of the lakes, bays, and valleys appears striking. Undoubtedly, however, many people driving near Crystal Springs Reservoir, along Tamales Bay, through Cajon or Tejon passes, do not realize they are on the San Andreas Fault Zone. On the ground, the fault zone can be recognized by long straight escarpments, narrow ridges, and small undrained ponds, formed by the settling of small blocks within the fault zone. The fault moves predictably. Essentially, blocks on opposite sides of the San Andreas Fault move horizontally, and if one were to stand on one side of the fault and look across it, the block on the opposite side would appear to be moved to the right. Geologists refer to this as a right lateral strike slip, or wrench fault. During the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, roads, fences, and rows of trees and bushes that crossed the fault were offset several feet, and the road across the head of Tamales Bay was offset 21 feet, the maximum recorded. In each case the ground west of the fault moved relatively northward. The survey had no idea when the next quake would strike. But there is every reason to believe that the fault will continue to be active as it has been for millions of years. Another earthquake as strong as that of 1906 could happen at any time. The geologist had many times trudged along the fault, fascinated by the rugged terrain and its implications. The fault is traceable, from its topographical expression alone, for 530 miles southeastward from Point Arena north of San Francisco, he observed. Throughout this distance, it is marked by nearly straight valleys, generally at the foot of equally straight mountain fronts. At many places the valley that coincides with the fault has resulted from erosion along a belt much broken up and weakened by multiple faulting. North of San Francisco, this depression helps form Tamales Bay and Bolinas Lagoon, which partly cuts off the Point Reyes Peninsula from the mainland. A number of faults that trend parallel to the San Andreas cut through San Francisco proper, but the San Andreas itself cuts the earth some 5 miles south of the city limits. A prominent stream valley, varying 1/4 to 3/4 miles in width, marks the fault where it parallels the west side of Route 35, Skyline Drive. About 3 miles southwest of San Bruno, just south of San Francisco, a stream in the Great Rift Valley has been dammed to form San Andreas Lake. Up and down the Rift Valley, from each end of the narrow, 2-mile-long lake, one sees the exploitation of once forest-clad slopes by land developers. Here the trees are cleared and the steep slopes bulldozed into perches for individual homes as well as small clusters of houses. This activity continues, notwithstanding the fact that numerous landslides took place during the 1906 quake, and its aftershocks a week later, on hill slopes more stable than those being formed by today's bulldozers. There already seems to be signs of increased activity. One of the busiest seismic regions in California right now, the geologist pointed out, is Hollister, just at the end of the segment of the fault torn by the 1906 quake. Who knows when the sleeping monster will wake with a jolt? Cayce obviously knew of the San Andreas fault, because he was already reading when the destruction of San Francisco flared across the front pages, but he never explored, subconsciously, the mechanics of the destruction that formed his prediction some 35 years later, as he seldom asked for trouble without being asked about it first by others. Actually, one didn't have to be a Cayce to see destructive quakes where they had been before. It was more how, why, and when. Constantly, inexorably, visibly almost in places, trouble is building up along the San Andreas, deep in the core and mantle of the earth, where scientists can only speculate about what is happening. The fault itself is the best known earthquake source in the world. A solid fracture in the Earth's surface, it is some 2,000 miles long and 15 deep. On one side of the fault line, the crust is moving north 2 inches a year, on the other south. Below, great land blocks are jammed tightly together. There is no movement, no relief of pressure, until suddenly, easing the strain, 2 enormous land masses may slip off from each other with a rumble felt halfway around the world. Clearly seen in places from the highways, the fault is a morbid curiosity for the people most closely affected. It is a case, the geologist observed, of the small fish hypnotized by the shark about to gobble him up. Because of its very cohesiveness, the fault poses an added problem. Little tremors along its length, or even major rumbles short of rupture strength, the geologist advised, do not sufficiently ease the strain along the entire fault. Eventually, accumulating tension must be released by a tremendous jolt that will again break the fault wide open. Carefully, the geologist considered the plausibility of Cayce's California forecast. He had lived there for years himself, studying geology at a San Francisco Bay school, overlooking the San Andreas area, and he was very much aware that certain far-sighted geologists had built themselves steel-reinforced homes against the day of reckoning. Like so many other scientists, he felt that an enormous earthquake could shake the land at any time. After college, he had moved out of California, not wanting to cope with the uncertainty of living on a perennial landmine, even before he knew of Cayce. Since then, he had studied the revealing map issued in 1958 by Caltech seismologist Charles F. Richter, giving a general picture of the earthquake intensities that might be expected around the state on the basis of past shocks. Black shaded areas showed quakes of maximum intensity. The fault line cut from above San Francisco down the western part of the state, branching out near Los Angeles past San Bernardino, but continuing to El Centro at the Mexican border. A whole plethora of cities, besides Los Angeles and San Francisco, were perched on or near the active fault lines in the Richter map: Berkeley and Oakland, San Mateo, Palo Alto, San Jose, Santa Clara, Salinas, Santa Cruz, Pasadena, Palm Springs, Indio, Riverside. There were plenty of people and buildings within the high-magnitude quake zone now, where there had been little or nothing a century before. The geologist, for all of his scientific detachment, could not look upon the prospect serenely. At any time, activity along these faults, in response to movements beneath the Earth's crust, could prove disastrous to many people. Cayce had mentioned inundation by earthquakes, and tsunamis, sea waves generated by submarine quakes, had in the past wrecked whole cities. Some had occurred recently, in Chile, America's southern hemisphere, where Cayce had foretold eventual breakups greater than anything to the north. The tsunamis that developed in response to the Chilean earthquakes of May 1960 had great destructive power, the geologist observed. At the height of this tidal wave, a 11,000-ton cargo vessel actually floated over the town of Corral before being carried back to sea again. Just as there were warnings about the shaky ground in Alaska, before the Great Quake, there have been similar warnings about dangerous land foundations elsewhere, around Boston, in the Puget Sound area of Washington state, but California remains the critical area. Wherever possible, the geologist recalled, my professors build houses on solid rock. However, big developments, braving the future, were rising on all sides of the faults in the Bay Area, with the knowledge of almost everybody concerned, including the householders. First glimmerings of the Californians' ostrich-headed attitude toward their earthquake potential came to him as he prepared a college term paper on the effects of the Great San Francisco quake. I clearly remember that the bulky reports written a few years after the quake had documented the problem of shaky soils and faults in the San Francisco area. And yet as I branched out, I found that a smart residential district just below San Francisco's Telegraph Hill had been built on filled land liable to slide away with the next major quake. Other housing developments were mushrooming on shoreline landfills, bulldozed hillsides, and other unstable areas, posing great dangers for the future. This was in the mid-1950s, in a state with the strictest building codes. But under the pressures of a statewide population explosion and resulting real estate boom, apparently overlooked were the original reasons for the stringent code. But the geologist had another and greater shock waiting. A decade or so later, now a full-fledged geology professor, he returned to California for a series of scientific meetings. He was flabbergasted by what now confronted him. In the face of a bigger and better building boom, ordinary prudence seemed to have been tossed away. There was a wholesale disregard of the most elementary safety measures. On the San Andreas Fault Zone, a few miles southwest of San Francisco, a real estate developer had brought in heavy equipment and filled in part of the valley that marks the course of the fault. There he had built a large subdivision centered essentially over the Great Rift. This subdivision could very well be demolished the next time the San Andreas breaks. As he viewed the thousands of houses built around the giant fault, the geologist recalled how Cayce had attributed Atlantis' downfall to a flouting or perversion of the orderly processes of nature, with a consequent decline in morality. Having been exposed to Cayce's readings, he said, I thought of the greed and ignorance at work in California, and how this seemed to mirror reputed conditions in the last days of Atlantis. Wherever he turned, he encountered the same frivolous contempt and disregard of nature. Just across San Francisco Bay and to the east, construction was fanning out from the clearly outlined Hayward Fault, an ominous zone of rocks slowly shearing past one another near the hills bordering the east side of San Francisco Bay. There was ample cause for alarm. The fault zone, varying in width from 500 to 10,000 feet, can actually be traced by the creeping damage it is doing to houses, railroads, and pipes, the geologist pointed out. In 1966, a U.S. Geological Survey reported the cracking of a culvert pipe under the University of California Stadium, cracks in the Claremont Water Tunnel in Berkeley, and in Fremont, the shifting of railroad tracks, and the splitting of concrete warehouse walls. The geologist considered the Bay Area more than ready. If Cayce was right in saying that gradual changes will be accelerated after 1958, then such an area will be a prime subject of acceleration. The San Francisco Bay Area, with San Andreas on the west and Hayward on the east, is now at ground zero. The Southern California problem was equally serious, complicated as it was by constant withdrawal of great underground reservoirs of oil, directly resulting in noticeable subsidence of the ground surface and some earth faulting. It seemed incredible that oil operations would be allowed to continue in areas where they might induce destructive quakes. The geologist smiled rather grimly. In the 1930s, quakes were generated in the Long Beach area after billions of barrels of oil had been pumped out, and they're still pumping. He shrugged. Indicating the delicate balance in fault areas, a series of quakes were recently triggered in Colorado, when wastes were forced down a deep well at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, near Denver. Penetrating into a deep-lying fracture zone, the waste waters lubricated the faults enough to release tension and touch off the quakes. Recent quakes in the Long Beach district have been minor and shallow, occurring as the ground mass subsided after oil withdrawals from the Terminal Island area had created empty earth pockets. These tremors are continuing, the geologist stressed, and have sheared off oil wells from time to time, though very little is said about it. He laughed rather mirthlessly. In December of 1963, the dam holding back millions of gallons of water in the Baldwin Hills Reservoir cracked, sending a disastrous torrent over houses and roads located down valley. This was caused by a movement along a fault that passed under the reservoir and dam. The movement along the fault, in turn, was caused by a dramatic sinking of the land surface in the nearby Baldwin Hills oil field. To the north, around Bakersfield, subsidence due to oil withdrawals has caused gradual slippage along a fault in the Buena Vista Hills, east of Taft. Late in 1949, the geologist said, a crack in the ground surface 2 miles long developed about 14 miles north of Bakersfield. Apparently, however, there has been no directly resulting earthquake, yet. In California, as in other earthquake zones, inhabitants have as much to fear from the shallow aftershocks of a major earthquake, as from the original shock itself. For example, a local aftershock of the 1952 Kern County earthquake, distributed over a far wider range, caused far more damage in the city of Bakersfield, 24 miles away, than did the main shock 1 month before. Since faults don't go away, earthquakes have a habit of coming back. The Owens Valley quake, 85 miles east of Fresno, is generally considered the biggest quake in California history. More recent big shakes were the disastrous Long Beach quake of 1933, the Imperial Valley quake in 1940, the 1952 Kern County shaker, also known as the Arvin Tehachapi. In light of this history, it would be interesting to know what had been done to minimize future quakes. The geologist smiled thinly. There have been some efforts to zone building areas off from faults and decrease certain types of reinforced housing, but not enough. There are also plans to study the way quakes strike, and try to anticipate them. But it's a lot like trying to catch the wind. There had been an earthquake hazards conference in San Francisco, in 1964, and he considered it a step in the right direction, but wasn't sure how much good had come out of it. At the conference, addressing some 300 geologists, geophysicists, and engineers, Hugo Fisher, of the Resources Agency of California, stressed that while nobody knew when the next quake would come, they felt it would be capable of great damage to life and property. Cal technicians Clarence Allen commented wryly on the building boom. Far too many people are buying and living in houses on soil conditions where most geologists would never raise their own families. Very few recommendations about regulating construction came out of the conference. With nearly everyone in the Golden State working and making good money, a California colleague of the geologists observed sardonically, who would be so bold as to put limitations on the boom? The geologist saw some bright spots. Los Angeles had sufficient vision to pass a city ordinance in 1964 requiring all major new buildings to install strong motion seismographs to study the movement of buildings under tremors and to gather data for improving future design. However, much remains to be done about the building of earthquake-proof structures, beyond providing the lateral bracing and reinforced walls prescribed in most quake areas. Buildings should not be built too close together, if architects want to minimize the risk of horizontal damage, as was apparent in the Alaska quake. He brooded for a moment. Not all damage can be avoided, whatever you do. It can be minimized by not crowding into obvious danger zones, protecting against the kind of building collapse that would cause death or injuries. A faraway look came into his eyes. You know, if Cayce was right, Los Angeles should have plenty of data for its strong motion seismographs. It should be an interesting study. Cayce seemed to understand earthquakes. Asked about their causes, back in 1936, he replied somewhat like a Greek oracle, the causes of these, of course, are movement within the Earth, and the cosmic activity of other planetary forces and stars. Their relationships produce or bring about the activities of the elementals of the earth, the air, the fire, the water, and those combinations make for the replacements in the various activities. The geologist was rather impressed by this summation, as he had recently come to suspect that just as the moon affected the tides and man, other planets did influence changes in the earth. What Cayce had said was precisely right, the interplay of rocks, gases, heat, and fluid, influenced by gravitational and magnetic forces in the solar system result in subterranean movements that in turn produce earthquakes. Quakes, the geologist stressed, keep recurring where the Earth's crust is weakest. In this geological age, the crust is weakest around the margins of the Pacific Ocean, the great half-circle from New Zealand in the southwest to Cape Horn in the southeast, extending north to Japan and Alaska. In the great area enclosed by this ring of fire, in the deepest ocean trenches, the water is forced deep into the crust through earthquake faults, into regions of intense subsurface heat, leading to eruptions. This was the earthquake belt and it included California. The earthquakes occurring in this zone account for 80% of the earthquake energy released throughout the world, and the area is full of deep fractures indicating giant upheavals in the past. There were 3 known major fractures of the ocean floor between Hawaii and the Aleutians, the Molokai, Murray, and Mendocino, and now they have turned up an 800-mile crack to the north, 15 miles wide in places, so new that it hasn't been named yet. These giant troughs may have been formed in massive undersea upheavals that displaced great land masses. According to Cayce, the geologist observed, there was once a large continent in the South Pacific called Lemuria. This supposedly sank beneath the sea as the Earth's North Pole turned to its present position, from one in South Africa. As Cayce described it, one side of Lemuria had included part of the Andes and the west coast of South America. The crust broke along the length of what is now the Chile-Peru Trench, and the scar along this coast of South America is still active. Earthquakes in this trench periodically set off giant tidal waves and volcanic eruptions, and quakes from Ecuador to the southern tip of South America regularly wreak havoc on the inhabitants. And what of Lemuria? The geologist shrugged. It could very easily be identified with the South Pacific rise. Quakes were one of the hard facts of life. There were 1 million a year, 100,000 strong enough to be felt by humans, and perhaps 100 powerful enough to damage buildings. Actually, the geologist noted, there are only about a dozen quakes of any magnitude each year. But of course we notice them more now, since our communities are spreading out over once barren land. If the Alaskan or Chilean quakes, both stronger than the San Francisco jolts, had occurred in the San Francisco or Los Angeles areas instead, Cayce's prediction of a California Holocaust might already have come true. The Alaskan quake had shaken a land area of 500,000 square miles. A report by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey presented an eye-opening picture of raw nature at work. In places as distant as Illinois, New Jersey, and Florida, a review of the report noted, water well levels precipitously dropped 2 to 10 feet. In the main shock area, centered about 75 miles east of Anchorage, a 400-mile-long subterranean rock formation extending down the coastline and out to the southern tip of Kodiak Island was rent asunder. On one side of this enormous fracture, the land, including part of a mountain range, dropped as much as 8 to 10 feet, on the other side, the coast, and one offshore island, rose as much as 30 to 50 feet. Later measurements showed that the fracture had permanently displaced the Earth's crust as far west as Hawaii. These were the most dramatic far-reaching effects, revealing not only the magnitude of the quake but the cohesion of the Earth. The geologist was intrigued with the report. Now just look, briefly, at what the quake did locally in a veritable wilderness, and translate this in terms of a similar trembler hitting the heart of Los Angeles or San Francisco. In the main shock area, huge avalanches, landslides, crevasses, and mud spouts knocked out all utilities, roads, transportation, and communication. A giant, 30-foot seismic sea wave or tsunami, generated by the main shock, and many shorter range but taller waves, dashed upon the coast, wiping out Alaska's fishing and canning industry, and spreading havoc as far south as California. Small coastal towns, such as Chenega and Valdez, all but disappeared. Seward lost its entire waterfront, and Anchorage sustained the greatest amount of total damage to schools, offices and homes. There, two small boys playing in their yard, suddenly disappeared down a yawning crevasse. In one night of primordial terror some 115 lives were lost and over $350 million in damage was sustained. All it had taken was 2 or 3 minutes. Obviously, the impact on any great metropolitan center could be calamitous. Yes, the geologist agreed, it certainly would be bad for business, particularly the real estate business. He was familiar with history's deadliest quakes, and didn't feel any were greater, seismically, than the Chilean or Alaskan quake, or the one now potentially building up somewhere. Casualties in the past had been formidable. Over 140,000 people perished in the Tokyo and Yokohama quakes in 1923. In Lisbon, in 1755, 60,000, in Martinique, Cayce's Pili, some 40,000 died in 1902. The greater the population center, the greater the risk of life. The worst quake ever shook China way back in 1556, killing some 830,000 people. It was difficult to see how they could have counted the bodies in such a disaster. The geologist observed with scientific detachment, well, they knew what they had in their towns, and when the towns were wiped out, I suppose they just added the losses up from the census figures. There were areas in the United States that on their record appeared safe from tremors, Louisiana, Michigan, and Minnesota. But one of the country's great quakes had once rocked relatively secure Missouri, near New Madrid, with repercussions as far north as Canada and to the Gulf Coast to the south. 400 miles away in Cincinnati, chimneys were toppled from rooftops. However, the geologist's major concern was California, not only because of Cayce and the giant fault, but the extension of a restless crest of the East Pacific rise under the west coast. The Gulf of California, cut from Lower California, he said, is a notable example of previous breaking up of the western continent. The northward extension of the axis of the Gulf is marked by a line of geologically youthful, but presently extinct volcanic craters, indicating subterranean activity all along this route at one time. In a recent work of the distinguished European geologist, R. W. van Bemmelen, the geologist saw striking confirmation of Cayce's portrait of the Earth in change. Van Bemmelen saw one section of an enormous current in the lower mantle of the Earth rising beneath the North Atlantic Basin, from the equator to Iceland. A slight upward push in the vicinity of the Bahamas and the Azores, in accordance with the Van Bemmelen concept, would produce thousands of miles of new land. Because of these currents, Van Bemmelen says that the North America mass is drifting westward, causing huge faults and trenches, and an inevitable crumpling of the Earth's crust in western North America, against the South Pacific rise which extends below the west coast. Van Bemmelen and Cayce appeared to share a basic view, the geologist felt. Now, if as Cayce says, these upheavals in the Earth's interior are accelerated, beginning in 1936, then we can expect renewed uplift in the North Atlantic Basin, Atlantis rising, breakups in western North America, and more downdropping of the blocks of the Earth's crust along the U.S. East Coast, from New England down to the Carolinas and Georgia. So actually Van Bemmelen and Cayce are very close, only Cayce speeds everything up and gives us the source of all of the energy for the commotion in the ocean, the axis tilt. Once asked the extent of the 1936 change, Cayce had replied, the war, the upheavals in the interior of the Earth, and the shifting of same by the differentiation in the axis as respecting the positions from the Polaris center. As he indicated many times, the changes would be worldwide, and might awaken people to the universality of the deity. Yes, say that these are of the sea. Yes, for there will be a breaking up, until the time when there are people in every land who will say this or that shows the hand of divine interference, or that nature is taking a hand, or that this or that is the natural consequence of good judgments. In all of these times, let each declare whom ye will serve, a nation, a man, state, or thy God. As he saw illness and infirmity from inside the human body, so did the X-ray eye of Cayce apparently perceive the changing Earth clear through its 1,800-mile mantle to the deep inner core. What he saw might not show on the surface for many years, just as disease builds up inside an organism for a period before it manifests itself externally. In this connection, there was an interesting Cayce colloquy in 1932, dealing with predicted changes in Alabama's topography. Are there to be physical changes in the Earth's surface in Alabama? An interested Southerner inquired of Cayce. Not for some period yet, the mystic replied. When will the changes begin? 36 to 38. What part of the state will be affected? The northwestern part and the extreme southwestern part. Are the changes to be gradual or sudden? Gradual. What form will they take? Cayce, after dealing with his favorite theme of man's behavior reflecting itself in his environment, foresaw that parts of Alabama would sink under water. As understood, or should be, by the entity, he said, there are those conditions that in the activity of individuals, in line of thought and endeavor, often keep many a city and many a land intact, through their application of the spiritual laws in their association with individuals. But apparently Alabama wasn't thinking right. This will take more of the form here in the change, as we find, through the sinking of portions, with the following up of the inundations by this overflow. 2 years later, in 1934, he made his sweeping forecast of Earth changes, including the breakups in western U.S., and the sliding of most of Japan into the sea. Already, as the geologist saw it, there has been a blow forming for Japan. As a prelude to a perhaps bigger show, the town of Matsushiro, some 125 miles north of Tokyo, has been shaken, beginning in 1965, by more than 500 tremors a day. Most of the jolts have been minor, hardly felt, but one day, in the spring of 1966, as the quakes accelerated, local earthquake headquarters received 100 reports of damage. One shock tore a 130-foot gap in a street, pushed over a bulldozer, cut power lines and water mains. Others altered the habits of an apprehensive populace. Instead of living in buildings that might crash down on them, many in the community of 22,000 people took to spending their nights in tents, and wearing protective helmets. More recently, the affected area appears to have spread to the neighboring city of Nagano, population 170,000, but fortunately, none of the tremors, so far, have been of any magnitude. Japanese authorities at first attributed the quake town's rock around the clock to underground volcanic activity, but later ascribed the tremors to a distortion inside the Earth, apparently coinciding with Cayce's shifting axis. At best, the geologist saw Japan sitting on a rather flimsy foundation, especially vulnerable to the deep quakes which have been recurring more regularly of late. The highly concentrated population was no help. The four main islands, Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu, together with numerous smaller islands, are so aligned as to form a slightly bent arc off the eastern fringe of the Asiatic continent, the geologist pointed out. Relatively high mountains are located in the center of the islands, with narrow coastal plains supporting the swarming millions. The Japanese economy has leaned heavily on agriculture and fisheries, which require great reclamations of land around the bays and estuaries, all shaky. If Japan were severely shaken by a series of great tremors, many of the reclaimed areas would conceivably slide into the sea. As it is, Japan is disaster-ridden, plagued by the typhoons of the western Pacific, and by seismic sea waves generated off Chile, Alaska, or Japan itself. The land seems to be constantly shifting. After a tremor destroyed much of Yokohama and Tokyo, soundings in Sagami Bay before and after the quake showed depth changes of 1,000 feet due to submarine landslides. Vast blocks of the Earth's crust moved downward 20 feet and laterally 13 feet. Along a 90-mile stretch of the northeast coast of Honshu, the crust is sinking. If it speeds up, devastating earthquakes will then occur, with cataclysmic tsunamis, as Japan reacts to the wobbling of the Earth from the continuing shift of its axis. And so there would be great earthquakes, as before, in the South Pacific, South America, California, and Japan. Yet it seemed hardly likely that the same agency of destruction could affect New York, Connecticut, and the like. To New Yorkers, Cayce's quakes seemed rather remote. Too bad, my editor commented calmly, that Cayce didn't say how all these places would be destroyed. Of course, I can visualize California, a series of earthquakes and then the tidal waves. He looked up with a puzzled frown. But what could happen to New York City, Manhattan, as I understand? He shook his head doubtfully. I agreed. An H-bomb would certainly knock out more than Manhattan, Staten Island, New Jersey, Bronx, and Brooklyn, too. With the problem Yundes posed, I hurried off to an appointment with a retired executive of New York's giant utility, Consolidated Edison, to learn about the recent power blackout. Engineer David Williams, Con Ed's authority on underground power cables, while explaining the Great Northeast Power Blackout of November 9, 1965, had a lively interest in the earth-shaking prophecies of Edgar Cayce. Maybe Cayce had something, Williams said, looking over at me quizzically. You know, of course, about the 14th Street fault. If you're talking about Manhattan, I said, I thought it was planted solidly on bedrock, making all those great skyscrapers possible. He rejoined matter-of-factly, in the event of a major earthquake in this area, all of Manhattan from 14th Street south could very easily drop into the bay. In many years as a reporter, I had never heard a whisper of such a fault, though I had known vaguely of an earth fracture passing under the East River, parallel to the island of Manhattan. But it was no wonder, for the 14th Street fault was a closely kept secret. It was rediscovered, quite inadvertently, in 1962 when Con Ed planned to build the world's largest generating plant next to its existing facilities in Manhattan, at 14th Street and the East River. To test the foundation strength, heavy drills explored the ground below for some 200 feet until they hit apparent bedrock. Bids were then taken for the steel pilings that would have to be driven into the ground before construction could begin. Some engineers, remembering the fault under the river, suggested drilling as a further safeguard with still heavier equipment. The result was startling. At 200 feet or so, Williams recalled, the heavy drills plunged through into a vast underground chasm. It ran diagonally from 14th Street northwest, branching out from the river, until 15th or 16th Streets, where Con Ed's property lines ended. The fault, of course, kept going. Very quietly, plans to build the huge generator at 14th Street were abandoned. Instead, it was put up across the river on Long Island, and the company made a playground out of the original site, as a goodwill gesture toward its customers, the people of the city of New York. The articulate adversaries of air pollution, who had opposed the project from the beginning, Williams noted drily, felt they had scored a memorable victory. In a way, perhaps they had. As usual, where it concerned quakes, the geologist had the last word. He brought out a map, in a volume titled Geomorphology by Professor A.K. Lobeck of Columbia, which established that the 14th Street fault was really Old Hat, and merely cut into Manhattan at 14th, crossing over from the Brooklyn Navy Yard under the East River, and slanting northwesterly under the island to the Hudson River at about 86th Street. There were other faults in the northern end of the island. The northernmost, Professor Lobeck reported, is followed by the western end of the Harlem River. The second one determines the Dickman Street Valley. A third one is at 125th Street, where it causes the Manhattanville Depression over which the subway and Riverside Drive are carried on viaducts. New York City had something to think about, too. 6. World Prophecies. In addition to all the destruction he saw, Cayce also saw the passage of world events. He saw wars and peace, depressions, racial strife, labor wars, even the Great Society, which he saw doomed to failure. He saw things for individuals, as well as for nations, predicting that they would marry, divorce, have children, become lawyers, doctors, architects, sailors, and marines. Most of his prophetic impressions came during his sleep readings, but he was spontaneously psychic in his waking state, and fled from a room full of young people once because he saw instantly that all would go to war, and 3 would not come back. His batting average on predictions was incredibly high, close to 100%. He may have missed once or twice, on Hitler's motivations, which he thought essentially good in the beginning, or on the eventual democratization of China, but so much of what he said has come so miraculously true, that even here there are some who give him the benefit of the doubt, and time. He not only foresaw the 2 world wars, but picked out the years they would start and end. He saw not only the Great Worldwide Depression of 1929, outlining the stock market crash with uncanny detail, but forecast when that depression would begin to lift. In 1933, one of his most celebrated predictions, yet to be realized, concerned Soviet Russia. It was almost one of his last major predictions, made a few months before his death. He not only saw the end of communism in Russia, but saw that country emerging as the hope of the world. Through Russia comes the hope of the world. Not in respect to what is sometimes termed communism or Bolshevism. No. But freedom, freedom. That each man will live for his fellow man. The principle has been born there. It will take years for it to be crystallized. Yet out of Russia comes again the hope of the world. As many have begun to suggest plausibly, in view of the growing peril to the West from China, he saw Russia eventually merging in friendship with the United States. By what will it, Russia, be guided? By friendship with that nation which hath even placed on its monetary unit In God We Trust. Cayce was perhaps the first to visualize the approaching racial strife in the land, sounding his original warning back in the 1920s. He also predicted, in 1939, the deaths of 2 presidents in office, tying these deaths in, time-wise, with an additional prediction of racial and labor strife and mob rioting. It certainly had all come to pass between the time Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945 and John F. Kennedy was assassinated in November 1963. Riots in Little Rock, Birmingham, Chicago, New York, had shown only too well how right Cayce was. And his prophecies, which live in the files of the ARE, where they can be checked and rechecked, carry a foreboding picture of the days ahead. Then shall thy own land see the blood flow, as in those periods when brother fought against brother. Cayce was not a prophet in the conventional sense. He didn't enjoy making predictions, or drawing attention to himself. Often he restrained himself from telling people what he saw, as he did not want to influence their free choice. In the choices that the individual made for himself, Cayce recognized his opportunity for growth, even though the result might be destined. Perhaps because gain was not a clear motivation, Cayce was never good at making money for himself. But he did make fortunes for others out of fiscal predictions, and even after his death, people have been making thousands anticipating the real estate boom he foresaw for the Norfolk Newport News area. Those honoring the prophet in his hometown were able to make money with him twice again, beginning 40 years ago when he predicted that property values in Virginia Beach would move north, and in 1966, when he said this trend would end, and the South Beach build up, as was happening before my eyes. Some who made money with Cayce lost it when they stopped following him. Some 6 months before the 1929 crash, Cayce warned Wall Street friends to sell every share of stock they owned. But they had been doing so well for so long on a rising market, they attributed some of the success to their own judgment. They wouldn't listen, and went broke. Other predictions only appeared clear in retrospect. In 1925, in a life reading, Cayce said of a young man, in the present sphere, life, he will have a great amount of monies to care for. In the adverse forces that will come then in 1929, care should be taken lest this money, without the more discretion in small things, be taken from the entity. Just as he forecast the Depression, so in 1931 did Cayce see the precise upturn. In the spring of 33 will be the real definite improvements. As most battle-scarred veterans of the Depression can recall, Franklin Roosevelt, inaugurated on March 4, 1933, sent confidence and business surging through the nation with the cry that all we have to fear is fear itself. Speculators did well with Cayce. Asked what portions of the country would first respond economically, he mentioned Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the Midwest, attributing the incline to adjustments in the relative valuations in stocks and bonds from the automotive and steel interest, not to mention the railroads. As a prophet, Cayce was unique. Nearly all psychics are loath to time their predictions, explaining there is no such thing as time. Cayce was a slumbering calendar, dates reeled out of him, full of portent, crying for verification. Long before World War II, he picked out the year, 1936, as the critical turn away from peace, and he could hardly have picked a greater year of decision had he written the history book himself. For not only did Hitler declare his intentions that year, marching into the Rhineland, but Italy mopped up in Ethiopia, the major powers chose sides in the Spanish Civil War, and the League of Nations collapsed, bringing an end to the post-World War I dream of collective security. Nobody was more prophetic about the major events of his time. Before the foreign offices of the world even began to suspect, he foresaw, in 1935, the juncture of Austria and Germany, with later on the Japanese joining this influence. At this time, the Japanese were professing their love for the United States. Frequently, in reading for individuals, he caught the overtones of great events affecting millions. For instance, in August 1941, 4 months before Pearl Harbor, a young man, debating whether he should enter the Army or Navy, wanted to know how long he would have to serve. How many years are these conditions, wartime, likely to last? Until at least 45, 1945, Cayce advised. Cayce also caught the turning point of the war, before we were even in it, for in November 1939 he noted, again implying our entry, a sad experience will be for this land through 42 and 43, 42 and 43, Through the affairs of still another subject, Cayce again correctly foresaw the end of the war, before its beginning. In August of 1941, a business executive asked about business, and Cayce saw his civilian affairs blocked for the duration, but picking up thereafter. For through the efforts of the entity much may be accomplished when in 45 to 46 peace again rules the earth. Peace came halfway through 1945. America's entry into the war was revealed through a reading in July 1939 for a retired naval commander, who had asked, "Am I likely to be recalled to active service within 2 or 3 years?" Cayce saw the conflict, but hopefully looked for a way out. The only likelihood will be in 41. This, too, if the people pray, and live as they pray, will pass. Did he mean the likelihood, or the war, would pass? Probably Cayce's most dramatic vision of World War II was the horse dream. In vivid color, it foreshadowed the death of millions in the bloodiest of all wars. And coming at the time of the apparently irresistible Nazi surge into Russia that summer of 1941, surprisingly presaged the successful counterattack of the Red Hordes of communism against the White Knights of Germany. The dream, as sometimes happened, came to Cayce during a reading, which he remembered on waking. In its rich symbolism, the dream was reminiscent of the Book of Revelation. I saw that the man was Mr. R, the subject of the reading. Then I saw another horse coming, a very red horse. As it came closer I saw that the rider was Mr. R, but he had on a white and a blue armor, and there were hordes of people following him. Then as the two horses came together, it seemed that Mr. R disappeared and the two groups clashed. The followers of the first horse were well armed, while the others were not. Yet, there were such hordes following the red horse that they seemed to march right through the ranks of the well-armed group, though millions were slain while doing so. Cayce seemed almost obsessed with the fate of Russia, as though he suspected that world peace would eventually pivot about this unpredictable brown bear. On Russia's religious development, he said at the height of the Stalin tyranny, will come the greater hope of the world. Then that one, or group, that is the closer in its relationship to Russia, may fare better in gradual changes and final settlement of conditions as to the rule of the world. A few years later, shortly before World War II, he still saw Russia emerging, but not until a new freedom at home. A new understanding has and will come to a troubled people. Here, because of the yoke of oppression, under the Tsars, has risen another extreme. Until there is freedom of speech, the right to worship according to the dictates of conscience, turmoils will still be within. Cayce frequently stressed how the spiritual life of individuals reflected itself in the values of the community or nation. Each nation, each people, he said about the time of the appeasement at Munich, have built by their very spirit a purposeful position in the affairs not only of the earth but of the universe. The peoples of France, then, have built a dependence and independence that makes for the enjoying of the beautiful, a reverence for the sacredness of body. This was a way of saying perhaps that the French put their national emphasis on sensuous pleasure, a costly preoccupation with the Nazis on their frontiers. Elsewhere, the whole was also the sum of its parts. Just so is there the result in England, just so the conglomerate force in America. Just so are there the domination forces in Japan, China. Just so in Russia is there the new birth, out of which will come a new understanding. Italy, selling itself for a mess of pottage. Germany, a smear upon its forces for its dominance over its brother, a leech upon the universe for its own sustenance. Cayce hadn't always seen Hitler's Germany in this unenviable light. Shortly after Hitler came to power in 1933, Cayce was asked about the Führer by a group of German Americans sympathetic to the Third Reich. Will Hitler be able to take the control of German banking out of Jewish hands? It is in all practical purposes in that position now. Will you give us any other information regarding Hitler and his policies that will be of interest and help to us? Study that which had been the impelling influence in the man, in the mind as it has acceded to power. For few does power not destroy. Had he stopped there, Cayce would have been clearly ahead. But he continued, yet this man, unless there is material change, will survive even that. Those believing Cayce infallible insist that Hitler must have changed. However, Cayce was not long taking after Hitler and the dictators, prophetically. In June of 1938, while warning the French of softness, Cayce also foresaw the end of the Nazi, fascist, and communist regimes. These governments he saw oppressing their peoples, as likewise Spain, China, and Japan. The Russian social experiment could not survive. The attempt to rule not only the economic, but the mental and spiritual life of the ordinary Russian was not only iniquitous, but fortunately ordained for failure. This brings and works hardships where they should not be. And such is true in other lands, whether under the communist, fascist, or Nazi regimes. When mass distinctions arise between groups, then there is only a class distinction and not love thy neighbor as thyself. The Lord is not a respecter of persons, the dictators, and these situations cannot long exist. Before the war, Cayce's subconscious clearly saw the Nazis as the villainous breakers of the peace, and observed mounting resistance to Hitler. Thus an unseen force, gradually growing, must result in almost direct opposition to the Nazi or Aryan theme. This will gradually produce a growth of animosities. And unless there is interference by supernatural forces or influence, active in the affairs of men, the whole world will be set on fire by militaristic groups and people who are for power and expansion. For his own America, the man with twin portraits of Abraham Lincoln and Robert E. Lee over his door, counseled the broad moderate middle of the road. He predicted that regimentation would never work in this country, no matter the announced objective. Such attunements are to be kept by which the country itself may define what freedom is, whereby each soul by its own activity is given an opportunity for expression, for labor, for producing. All individuals are not to be told where or what, but are to seek through their own ability, their own activity to give of themselves. Even before World War II, in June of 1938, Cayce was giving the blueprint for the welfare state of the future, including our own great society. A new order of conditions is to arise. There must be greater consideration of the individual, so that each soul becomes his brother's keeper. Then certain circumstances will come about in political, economic, and whole, human, relationship, in which a leveling will occur, or a greater comprehension of the need for it. The time or period draws near for such changes. It behooves all who have an ideal, individuals, groups, societies, to practice faithfully the application of this ideal. But he warned, unless they are up and doing, there must come a new order for their own relationships and activities. Cayce was sympathetic with the working man, but in 1939 foresaw almost ceaseless strife between labor and capital, with first labor then capital making demands that would feed the fires. He made an almost direct commentary on Union featherbedding. There must be more and more a return to toil upon the land, and not so much make work for labor in specific fields. Unless this comes, there will come disruption, turmoil, and strife. But capital was not blameless. Unless there is more give and take, consideration for those who produce, with better division of the excess profits from the labor, there must be greater turmoil in the land. As a Southerner, from a border state, Cayce had a lively consciousness of the approaching integration problem. Believing in the brotherhood of man, he was aware that the coming confrontation could only be solved by goodwill, but his subconscious told him the situation was to be badly handled. He visualized the sectional strife that has risen in many areas of the land over the racial issue, in one of his most dramatic forecasts. Yet are to have turmoils, yet are to have strife between capital and labor. Yet are to have division in thy own land, before ye have the second of the presidents who will not live through his office. A mob rule. Even then, he anticipated the opportunism of politicians catering to bullet or block votes, rather than to ending the inequities which have brought about so much discord. True equality, Cayce pointed out, was not the indiscriminate lumping together of groups, not false, artificially contrived integration, but of judging individuals by merit, regardless of skin. What should be our attitude toward the Negro, he was frequently asked. He replied, those who caused or brought servitude to him, without thought or purpose, have created that which must be met within their own principles and selves. These, Negroes, should be held in an attitude of their own individual fitness, as in every other form of association. Cayce constantly called the Negro brother. And in his most provocative forecast of racial strife, harking back to the Civil War for an analogy, he made a prediction which obviously has not yet been fulfilled. The prophecy has an almost biblical cadence in its solemn urgency, when many of the isles of the sea and many of the lands have come under the subjugation of those who fear neither man nor the devil, who rather join themselves with that force by which they may proclaim might and power as right, as of a Superman who is to be an ideal for a generation to be established, then shall thy own land see the blood flow, as in those periods when brother fought against brother. There was a distinct pattern to the Cayce predictions. Every word or phrase had some special meaning. Brother against brother meant just that, citizen against citizen, civil war. At the time the forecast was made, during an ARE conference in Norfolk in 1940, the conferees had no doubt of the meaning. The only misgivings were as to timing, identifying to the evil power with which the prophecy was linked. It could be Russia, China, or X, the unknown, waiting to proclaim might as right. But the Negro must have his chance. Cayce himself thought the interpretation clear. He was clairvoyant enough, waking, to visualize years of racial ferment. Being my brother's keeper does not mean that I am to tell him what to do, or that he must do this or that, regardless. Rather, that all are free before the law and before God. There was no easy path to integration or racial harmony. More turmoils will be from within. Repeatedly, he attacked the sincerity of some trying to resolve the racial problem. There is lack of godliness in the hearts of some who direct the affairs of groups. In the midst of the world's greatest war, he was asked about peace, and he warned that the losers, Germany and Japan, might soon rise again if their land was not occupied and democratized. How, he was asked, might we cooperate in setting up an international police force in such fashion that our recent enemies will not be antagonized? They have expected it. And unless something like it is created, they will always feel that they have won the war, no matter how much they declare their willingness to quit. Can the re-education of the German people in the principles of democracy be conducted in such a fashion that their own cooperation will be enlisted? Who can set a standard for democratic education of a Germany who considers itself already wiser than all the democracies? Rather teach Germany God, how to search for and find Him, how to apply His laws in dealing with their fellow man. In the spring of 1966, from normal hindsight, this was a rather striking commentary on an unrepentant Germany. Idly perusing a newspaper one day, I came across an article describing the increasing desecration of Jewish cemeteries in Free Germany. Not having a living residue of Jews, the resurgent Nazis were venting their frustrations and hate on the unforgotten dead. Germany, as Cayce visualized, had much to learn of God. But Cayce was not always macabre or gloomy, not even when he was being asked to foresee disasters. In January of 1942, for instance, a fretful, war-worried New Yorker inquired, "Should I feel safe in New York City from bombings and enemy attacks?" Cayce replied drily, impersonally, "Why should he not, if he lives right?" Often meanings were read into Cayce prophecies that he hadn't intended. As he said himself of the Bible once, commenting on controversial reincarnation, with Lincoln-esque humor, "I read it in, and you read it out." So perhaps for this reason, the sleeping prophet's prophecies didn't always seem to stack up. In 1943, reading for a publisher bound for China on an educational mission, he predicted that in the next 25 years China would lean toward the Christian faith. This would hardly seem likely, witnessing the supremacy of communism in Red China today. However, Cayce threw in two modifying phrases. First, it may appear to some at present that this is lacking. Secondly, it will be more in the last 5 years than in the first 10. China still had to 1968 to turn democratic. Cayce stressed that China would witness a consolidation of its various castes and sects, with these united toward the democratic way. More and more, he added, will those of the Christian faith come to be in political positions, and this in China will mean the greater rule in certain groups, according to how well these manifest. And these will progress. For civilization moves west. This was an old thesis of Cayce's, the westward trend of the dominant culture, with the mantle eventually falling on the U.S., if it was spiritually up to it. On his return from China, the publisher advised Cayce that he had correctly anticipated his reception abroad. However, on a global level, Cayce had apparently missed. Certainly Mao and Zhou Enlai were hardly the Christian leaders of a democratic people. But some Cayce students didn't see it this way. They somehow picked out a democratic trend. The great Chinese mainland was now unified, the Japanese had been thrown out, and China had a democratic free people's government, with a so-called parliament. It may not be the kind of democratic state we can live with, a devotee said evenly, but it is certainly more democratic than anything they had before. And there are reports of a simmering pro-Christian underground in both China and Russia. Who knows what a few years may bring? In Formosa, across the straits from China, the Reader's Digest reported 12 million people enjoying a rebirth of freedom under Chiang Kai-shek. But the great Chinese mass traditionally could not be hurried. The sin of China? Cayce pondered. Yet, there lives the quietude which will not be turned aside, which saves itself by slow growth, like a stream through the land, throughout the ages, asking to be left alone, just to be satisfied with what is within itself. But had not the sacred queue come off with Christianity? It awoke one day and cut its hair off. Yet, there in China one day will be the cradle of Christianity, as applied in the lives of men. It is far off, as man counts time, but only a day in the heart of God. For tomorrow China will awake. Cayce could be irritatingly wordy or as concise as the Bible he loved. At the height of World War II, when Hitler was everywhere triumphant, he was asked, "What is Hitler's destiny?" In one breath, he replied, "Death." At times, Cayce declared absolute prophecy improbable, since it obviated free will and the power of prayer, both of which he believed in consciously. Nothing, he stressed at these times, was predestined, except as a possibility. Yet elsewhere, in the absoluteness of the predictions he made subconsciously, he recognized that the individual had little personal option, as during a war or holocaust, except as he reacted, cheerfully or drearily, to the blows of destiny. He seldom made waking predictions, as he felt the implanted suggestion might over-influence the individual. However, there were exceptions, as the time he warned a passing woman not to ride in a car on that particular day, the car was wrecked a few hours later. His prophecies, an intimate observed, were given as hopeful possibilities or helpful warnings, not to alarm or impress anyone, or prove him a prophet. Still he thought enough of his own gift to be staggered when he saw a war that would kill 3 young friends. Not for a second did he take comfort in the recourse of free will, nor doubt his moment of illumination. From a practical standpoint, prophecies were meaningless unless they could be counted on, and being misleading, could even hurt those putting their trust in the prophet. Back in the 1920s, as pointed out, when Virginia Beach realty values were at a premium on the South Beach, Cayce counseled buying to the north, without knowing the first thing about real estate. His own headquarters was acquired accordingly, and those believing in him, picked up what land they could in this direction. Some became wealthy. Even small lot owners prospered. A north lot I paid $500 for 20 years ago, a Virginia Beach housewife told me, is now worth nearly $20,000. Had Cayce been wrong, those nearest to him could have been painfully affected. Meanwhile, without any noticeable display of free will, other Cayce faithful have profited from his long-range predictions of a tidewater boom. In 1958, about the time of the stipulated boom, a Virginia Beach businessman bought 80 acres of unwanted Cape Henry farmland for $125 an acre. In 1965, he was offered $1,250 an acre, for a cool profit of $80,000 on a $10,000 investment. "All I did," he said modestly, "was follow Cayce." In 1932, Cayce had been asked what, if any, changes would take place in the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area. Around 1958, he said, there would be changes making the section eventually more beneficial as a port. He forecast that Norfolk with its environs, Newport News, Hampton, would become within 30 years the chief port on the East Coast, not excepting Philadelphia or New York. U.S. Census figures show that by 1964 the Norfolk complex had far surpassed any rival, its vast shipments of coal and grain and other cargo, exceeding 60 million tons, as against 48 million for New York and 21 million for Philadelphia. It was curious to trace the developments that years later made a killing for one Cayce believer. In 1957, about the time fixed by Cayce, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel was opened, facilitating auto and truck traffic. Construction of the $200 million Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the longest fixed crossing in the world, was authorized. This artery, eliminating tedious ferry travel, consolidated the area and started a building boom. The realty rise was consequently enormous. Another local entrepreneur, Edgar Cayce, acquired 16 acres near the Virginia Beach end of the bridge tunnel in 1960, even while the span was under construction. The cost, $5,000. In 1965, with the tunnel completed and the area expanding, he turned down $100,000 for his land. The fortunate investors may not be long grateful to the dead seer, but they would have certainly been disillusioned if the land values had gone down instead of up. And no talk of free will would have consoled them. However, some may now consider free will the big factor in their gain. It was a combination of events, one lucky speculator told me, that made me buy the land. Cayce's pinpointing the year 1958, together with his forecast of rising values 30 years before, made me perk up when I saw plans for the new tunnels and bridges connecting the area. But I still had to consolidate the Cayce information with what was actually going on, and then follow my hunch. That's free will. But how much free will entered into what was going on? That was a poser for a Cayce. After many years, looking for a reason for his unique ability, Cayce came to have a healthy respect for what he called the information. He didn't tamper with it himself, and didn't want others bending it to their own inclinations. He wrote clearly, consciously, with Lincoln-like precision, adapted from his own Bible readings, but would not edit or streamline his own roundabout phrases delivered in the apparent infallibility of his subconscious. Consequently, many were perplexed by the seer's involved sentence structure. But the answer was there if the interpreter was ready. Groping with Cayce's dangling participles, a subject once asked how the readings could be presented to provide the fullest meaning. Better the understanding, Cayce replied drily. Studying the readings, particularly the prophecies, I found myself gradually seeing a pattern not immediately discernible. Even so, some forecasts ostensibly didn't lend themselves to verification. Browsing through the ARE library, I had stumbled across a Cayce reading on world affairs, June 20, 1943, at the height of World War II. Unusual even for Cayce, it pinpointed an event of a decisive nature within a few days. Cayce, speaking of peace, generally, suddenly particularized, on Friday next, strange things will happen which will determine how long, how many, and what will be necessary. Could it be a portent of the war? What else? But the war, as I recalled clearly, had lasted another 2 years. Cayce was then asked, is there any indication of the time at which hostilities will cease between this country and Italy, Germany, Japan? Again, he mentioned a period in late June, as a possible turning point. These are in thoughts and principles of men. They will be able to determine a great deal in respect to more than one of these countries by the 25th of June. Cayce evidently was pointing to an action stemming out of thoughts already established, and an interpretation obviously required some insight into these minds. I thumbed inquiringly through almanacs and encyclopedias, but found nothing of significance for late June of 1943. I worked late at the ARE library, poring over the Cayce files, and retired to my hotel after midnight. Despite the hour, I decided to relax over a copy of Barbarossa Y, an authoritative account on the Russian-German conflict by the Englishman Alan Clark. Barbarossa was the German code name for the Russian invasion, begun so optimistically by Hitler on June 22, 1941. I soon came to a chapter, the greatest tank battle in history, describing a titanic struggle, with masses of men and machines arrayed against each other on a broad front around Kursk. The pick of the German military, directed by Hitler himself, was there: Keitel, von Kluge, Manstein, Model, Hoth, Guderian. By itself, Hoth's 4th Panzer Army was the strongest force ever put under a single commander in the German army. The Russians, too, had the cream of their military available: Marshal Zhukov, the Soviet hero, who had never lost a battle, Vasilevsky, Sokolovsky, Konev, Popov. The German operation was so vast that it had its own code name, Zitadel. It seemed good reading to drowse off with, and then my eye suddenly stopped. Certainly, by any standard other than that of the Soviet formations opposing them. Clark wrote, the German order of battle, as it finally took shape in the last days of June, 1943, looked very formidable. A tiny chill went up my spine, as I read on. In the last days before the attack a strange feeling, not so much of confidence as of fatalism, pervaded the German tank forces. If this strength, this enormous agglomeration that surrounded them on every side, could not break the Russians, then nothing would. The author and Cayce, it struck me, had even used the same word to describe the mood of the gathering action. The word was strange. The action was critical enough to warrant a special message from the Führer, soldiers of the Reich. This day you are to take part in an offensive of such importance that the whole future of the war may depend on its outcome. More than anything else, your victory will show the whole world that resistance to the power of the German army is hopeless. The reverse was also true, and the Russians were more than ready. Everywhere, the Germans were pushed back. Meanwhile, in another theater, other thoughts and principles were to affect the fighting in Russia. The Allies had mounted their invasion of Italy. The German action, already in trouble, now faced diversion of its main striking force. Hitler, Clark related, sent for Manstein and Kluge and told them that the operation should be cancelled forthwith. The Allies had landed in Sicily and there was a danger of Italy's being knocked out. Kluge agreed that it was impossible to continue. Cayce had been asked about Italy, Germany, and Japan, and he had said that more would be known in respect to more than one of these countries, by the 25th of June. The attack on Italy had been thought out, mounted, and a date fixed at that time, though the actual thrust was not made from North Africa until early July. How decisive was Citadel in the final outcome of the war? All decisive, according to the most astute of the Nazis, Gestapo chief Heinrich Himmler. One member of the Nazi hierarchy, at all events, was not deluded, Clark observed. Heinrich Himmler saw that the failure of the Citadel offensive meant that the war was lost. The question which now exercised him was how to moderate defeat and save his own skin. Cayce had observed, there is nothing new, nothing strange. It was apparently all part of a universal order in which there was no such thing as chance, even to picking a paperback named Barbarossa off the rack of a Virginia Beach drugstore. Cayce was clearly prophetic in his health readings, for he not only made diagnoses, but prognoses, predicting whether a subject would get well, how, and when. He once told biographer Tom Sugrue that he would recover from his crippling arthritis only if he was patient, and warned against the high-fever cabinet therapy that eventually left the writer helpless. Subsequently, before Sugrue undertook the Cayce biography, the clairvoyant forecast that his mind would develop brilliantly in a crippled body, a mind only working through a body that is not active at all. When Sugrue, having disregarded the Cayce advice in his impatience to get well, did come to Virginia Beach in June 1939, a year after the reading, he was completely helpless, a stretcher case. He could not use his legs, sit up, or control his arms. When he left Virginia Beach 2 years thereafter, having belatedly followed the readings, he had written 2 books, including There Is a River, could use his arms and hands to typewrite, and was practicing walking on crutches. The readings said he could have full use of his limbs if he continued to follow treatments, but the Naugatuck Irishman was an impatient, impulsive free spirit, who lived and died in accordance with his own restless whims. Before Sugrue's death, Cayce, loving him like a son, made many predictions for him, including the memorable one, where he suggested the title, Starling of the White House, for a book collaboration with the veteran head of the Secret Service, Colonel Starling, and then named the publisher, Simon & Schuster, and prophesied a national bestseller, which it was. One of Cayce's most singular predictions developed in a health reading which came too late to help the person for whom it was requested. The reading dates back to 1919, but living proof of the Cayce power is very much in evidence today. In this instance, Cayce had given a reading for a pregnant mother, who lay dying, and, contradicting the doctors, he said her baby would be born alive, though he agreed that the mother would die. When Cayce was consulted, a sister of the dying woman recalled recently, all hope had been abandoned for both mother and baby. Edgar Cayce was in Selma, Alabama, my sister was in Kentucky. He was told nothing of the nature of the case. Nevertheless, Cayce had gotten the situation immediately in trance. There are two living to be considered. It is too late to save the mother, but she will live to give birth to the baby. The baby will live, and let there be no fear for her. The condition under which the mother is living during pregnancy will not affect this baby, and she can live a normal happy life. The prognosis was contrary to the unanimous verdict of a trio of eminent doctors. The most famous surgeon in the South was called into consultation, the sister said, and assisted by our local surgeon, performed 2 operations, too late to benefit the patient. It was predicted by the 3 doctors, Dr. Haggard of Nashville, Tennessee, Dr. Gant Gaither Pater, president of the Kentucky Medical Society, Dr. Ed Stone, all in attendance, that this baby could not live. It was mid-July, and the child was not expected until August. The mother clearly could not last that long. Nevertheless, the desperate family did as Cayce suggested in the way of treatment, hoping to save the child somehow. He had prescribed an unheard-of concoction comprised of simple ingredients with a base made of a brew from the bark of a slippery elm, the sister said. We went to the forest, obtained the bark of the slippery elm, prepared the formula, gave it to my sister as directed. The dying woman became more comfortable right away. A few days later, on July 18th, at the stroke of midnight, the baby prematurely arrived. My sister died easily after naming her child. The baby was pathetically weak, so tiny the doctors advised us not to give her the name suggested by the mother. They said we would be wasting a family name. The rest of the story is a happy one. The child somehow perked up and help was forthcoming. A good Christian mother heard of our distress and offered to nurse the baby with her own child. After about 6 weeks, the baby was put on a formula and gained weight rapidly. She grew to womanhood, married, and gave birth to 2 daughters of her own. In 1961, at the age of 41, she became a member of the ARE. Cayce had been right again. Occasionally, particularly in time of stress, Cayce could foresee things for himself, even if he had to dream them. During the latter years, though penniless, he seldom worried about money, convinced from one of his own readings, that the Lord would always provide in extremity. However, others in his family were not always as sublimely confident in the face of adversity. During the Depression, as Cayce's principal backers went broke, and the hospital and the university closed, the Cayces had no place to live. Hewlin suggested a reading. Subconsciously even, Cayce was unperturbed. Why don't you do something about this? He inquired. Hewlin drily asked for suggestions. Why not buy a house? And what will we use for money? Buy the house across the lake, the money will be provided. On waking, checking over the reading, Cayce looked up the house that he had said was for sale, and purchased it. He agreed to make the initial down payment in 30 days, and the family moved in. On settlement day, there wasn't any way of beginning to make the payment. And then came an unexpected reprieve. The seller telephoned on a Friday to say that he could not come out until the following Monday to pick up the $500. He would be there at noon. At 10 that Monday morning, Cayce looked into the mailbox and took out an envelope. Inside was $500, a check from somebody he had once read for. A few years later, another crisis developed with mortgage payments, and it looked like Cayce would lose his house. Again Cayce had nowhere to turn, except God. As happened often during personal crisis, he had a dream, this more singular than most because it visualized Jesus Christ, with whom Cayce felt a lifelong communion. In this dream, recorded in May 1937, when the world was avidly following the romance of the Duke of Windsor and the American Wally Simpson, Cayce had attended a concert. After the performance, he noticed the Duke and Wally walking out in front of him. At that moment, a wraith-like figure approached Cayce with a smile. The lineaments were those of Jesus. All 4 then adjourned to a sidewalk restaurant, in Paris. The bill came to $13.75, but Cayce, searching his pockets, found only 3 cents. "I can't pay this bill," he said desperately. The Duke and Wally had disappeared. "Never mind," the visioned Jesus said, "here is the $13.75. Don't worry. On the wedding day of the two who have just left us, your troubles will be over." On June 3rd, a woman came into Cayce's office and gave him a sealed envelope. It had been entrusted to her in Paris, by a woman who had told her about being helped by a Cayce reading. Cayce tore open the envelope. In it he found $1,375, the precise amount he owed on the house. That same day, the former King of England and Wally Simpson were married. 7. The doctors and Cayce. The shingle said Wesley H. Ketchum, M.D. But it might as well have said Dr. Ketchum, and Cayce. Wesley Ketchum, still hale and hearty, was the first of the accredited physicians with a medical degree to use Edgar Cayce as an adjunct to his professional career. He employed him quietly, not letting most patients know who was actually diagnosing and treating their cases, and then one day, before a group of doctors, he discussed his most unusual case, Cayce. Instead of a degree of acceptance, he found only criticism. "Why spend years studying medicine?" an outraged doctor said, "if some illiterate lying on a couch with his eyes closed can diagnose and prescribe better than any physician?" Even when they viewed Cayce's wonders, and saw what appeared to be miracles, conventionally oriented doctors of medicine blinked unbelievingly and turned their heads. There were exceptions, of course, and Ketchum was one, using Cayce in more than 100 cases, to the consternation of his colleagues. Perhaps because of this general non-acceptance by the medical profession, in these early days, the slumbering Cayce turned subconsciously to osteopaths, physiotherapists, and chiropractors who had more open minds about his treatments. Cayce was an empiricist, dealing with anything that worked, and in his waking state, soliloquizing about his own cures, he often mentioned that in a providential nature lay the cure for every disorder, including cancer, if treatment could be invoked in time. With the youthful of any age, Cayce had a better chance of a favorable reception, since the young, congenitally, weren't rooted in tradition. Shortly after the turn of the century, when he settled in Hopkinsville, Ketchum was in his mid-20s, and eager to make his way. As a Damayankee from the wrong side of the Ohio River, in a community still fighting the Civil War, he had little to lose with Cayce, since he was an out, anyway, in a place where one could only be born in. He heard of Cayce through another Ohioan, the local school superintendent, C.H. Dietrich, whose daughter Cayce had miraculously helped. Ketchum was impressed that a man of Dietrich's substance so implicitly accepted the unacceptable. Even so, he did not look up Cayce for another year. And then it was an extreme case, a chance to crack the Hopkinsville carriage trade, hitherto monopolized by the inns. The patient was a college student, from a wealthy, aristocratic family. During a football scrimmage, he had suddenly keeled over, unconscious. When he came to, he seemed completely out of his mind. He could only mumble a few inarticulate words. His eyes wandered. He had violent seizures, and sat in a chair for hours, staring speechlessly in front of him. The family consulted specialists all over the country. It was put down as a hopeless case of dementia praecox. They had tried every doctor in Hopkinsville, and Ketchum was all that was left. Ketchum spent 2 hours examining the young man. He was normal physically, but was as responsive as a slab of cheese. He wasn't capable of answering the simplest questions, Ketchum recalled. If you looked at him, he would say yes or no, indiscriminately, and then clam up. He was in constant custody of 2 attendants. But he usually sat around like a vegetable, showing no interest in anything. Ketchum didn't have the slightest idea what was wrong, but agreed to take the case if the family gave him a free hand for a year. Having no alternative, they complied. Money was no object at this point. Ketchum was still sticking to orthodox treatment. He took his patient to New York and let the brain specialists take a look at him. They put him in a hospital, locking him up in a padded room for 14 days, while they gave him tests and kept him under observation. In the end, they shook their heads sagely, and concurred with the prevailing diagnoses, a hopeless case of dementia praecox. Next, a trip to Cleveland and a consultation with a top neurologist, one of Ketchum's former teachers. Again, dementia praecox, but this time an added bit of advice: seat him in front of you on the train, he's a powerful young man. On that train back to Hopkinsville, the thought suddenly came to Ketchum, how about Dietrich's friend, the freak, Edgar Cayce? Instead of phoning Cayce directly, Ketchum put in a call to another physician, Dr. T.B. House, whom he knew to be vaguely related to the Cayce family. House not only was not encouraging, but warned against calling in Cayce. The less you have to do with him, the better for you. You've almost lived down being a Damayanki, but if you get mixed up with Cayce you'll be in trouble. But Ketchum, remembering Dietrich and thinking of the vegetable that was his patient, wasn't easily dissuaded. In the end, House agreed to introduce him to Cayce, and took him to Bowling Green, Kentucky, where Cayce had a photographic studio. He introduced Ketchum as a friend of Dietrich's, and said Ketchum had a case for him. Cayce promptly took off his stiff starched white collar, and lay down on a couch. Rather dubiously, Ketchum wrote down his patient's name and address on a slip of paper, and handed it to House. The impression of that first reading has remained with Ketchum for 60 years, even with retirement, in Southern California, where he is now verging on 90 years of age. As Cayce lay in shallow trance, breathing gently, House said in a casual voice, "You have before you the body of M. of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Go over this body and tell us what you find." Cayce lay there a while, and then said, as though just stumbling onto something, "Oh, yes, yes, we have him here." He hesitated a moment, and then, though not given any indication of the patient's condition, raced on, "His brain is on fire. The convolutions in his brain are all red as fire. His mind is distorted. In a very short time, unless something is done for him, he's going to be a raving maniac." It all dates way back. Ketchum was impressed not only by the diagnosis, a mental disturbance, but the prognosis, rapid deterioration, which was what the specialists in Rochester, Minnesota, New York, and Cleveland had foretold. House indicated that Ketchum could question the slumbering figure. "What treatment do you suggest?" Ketchum asked. The answer came back clear and bold. "Specific treatment, put to the limit." He mentioned a little-known drug. "Anything else?" "That's enough." And it was, for Ketchum knew exactly what the procedure was. Still, he watched fascinated, as House, with the reading over, put a waking suggestion to the reclining man, not only to get him out of trance but to disassociate him from the youth he had just read for. "You will no longer see the subject," House suggested. "You'll wake up feeling perfectly all right." In a couple of minutes, Cayce was sitting up, rubbing his eyes. Ketchum was bursting with questions. "You used some very interesting language," he said. "Now what do you know about convolutions?" Cayce smiled ruefully, "Nothing at all." Ketchum looked sharply at the slim figure with a slight stoop. "You're either the most interesting man in Kentucky or the biggest liar," he said. Cayce smiled good-naturedly. He had heard it all before. "I make no claims," he said mildly. The two men shook hands. "You'll hear from me one way or the other," Ketchum said. Ketchum had not mentioned his visit to Cayce to anybody, the youth's family included. And he didn't have to worry about House telling anybody. Cayce was a medical man's pariah. Directly from the train, Ketchum went to a Hopkinsville drugstore and got the recommended remedy. He started his patient on it immediately. 10 drops in the morning, 11 at noon, 12 at night, with the dosage gradually increased until it ranged up to 20 drops. He went through the first bottle without any noticeable patient improvement. With the second bottle, he stepped up dosage to 40 drops. Normally, heavy doses brought on cold symptoms, swelling the delicate membrane of eyes and nose. In this instance, the patient showed no reaction. Ketchum started buying bigger bottles, tripling the amounts, beyond the ordinarily safe level. He then dropped back to the original starting point, and began all over again. Still no reaction, not even the slightest inflammation of the eyes. 3 or 4 weeks had now elapsed, with the patient treated at home or in Ketchum's office. And then one morning the telephone rang. It was the boy's mother, a new urgency in her voice. Ketchum held his breath. "Dr. Ketchum?" "Yes." And then her voice floated over the wire. "Good morning, Miracle Man," she said. Just a few minutes before, her son had come down the stairs and spoken intelligibly for the first time in a year. It was as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. "Good morning, Mom, what are we having for breakfast?" That was all he said, but that was all he had to say. He was back where he had been before his collapse on the football field. Ketchum took all the credit, since he didn't dare mention Cayce at the time, and of course, he did deserve credit for daring to consult Cayce and persisting with his treatment. Thereafter, when Ketchum couldn't diagnose a case promptly, or it seemed out of the ordinary, he would contact Cayce in Bowling Green and ask if he would sleep on it. One day a laborer named Homer Jenkins, shoveling in a local brick works, tumbled over in a faint. He was piled on some straw in a road wagon and carted off to his home. Ketchum had no idea what was wrong. Cayce said it was a severe case of malnutrition. Too much hominy and grits. He suggested a well-balanced diet with plenty of green vegetables. It was the first case of pellagra Ketchum had ever seen, and it helped him diagnose and treat other cases which local doctors had been wrestling with for a year without being able to diagnose. Prior to this, Ketchum recalled, the only pellagra I had ever heard of was in Italy. But now they began picking up cases of pellagra from all over, where the people had been eating nothing but hog and hominy. Again Cayce didn't get credit. One of the Hopkinsville doctors, whose patients had been helped, read a paper on his diagnosis of pellagra to the Kentucky Medical Society, but he didn't mention Cayce, or Ketchum, for that matter. Nevertheless, Cayce was quietly but surely enhancing Ketchum's reputation. 5 Southern doctors, all seasoned veterans, and the neophyte Ketchum were called in for consultation when wealthy contractor, George Dalton, shattered a leg in a fall. As the doctors wisely communed, Mrs. Dalton came out of the sick room and announced, "Mr. Dalton is willing to trust his case to the Yankee boy." It was a heavy responsibility for Ketchum, and Cayce. There was no hospital, and patients were treated at home or in the doctor's office. And Ketchum had never treated a compound fracture before. There was a hurried consultation with Cayce. And Cayce suggested rather radical treatment for that time, boring a hole in the kneecap, nailing the bones together, then putting the leg in traction. Ketchum had some misgivings. He had never heard of anything like this. They used splints then, he recalled, but metal screws were still in the future. However, I went down to the nearest blacksmith, and he made up an iron nail like a large roofing nail, with a big head on it. Then with another doctor and 2 nurses helping, Ketchum bored a hole in the patient's knee and nailed it, and then put the leg in traction, with a pulley at the foot of the bed. As the story got around that the Yankee doctor was hammering nails into Dalton's leg, Ketchum became uncomfortably aware of spiteful side glances, and of wagging tongues saying, "That day my Yankee. He'll kill old Dalton before he's through." He went to Cayce for reassurance, and got it. Meanwhile, he carried a double-barreled shotgun in his buggy with him. He realized that his survival, as a local doctor, anyway, hinged on Dalton's recovery. It took months, but he was vindicated. The leg was as solid as ever, and the iron nail stayed in, Dalton taking it to the grave with him 30 years later. Still nobody knew that he was using Cayce. And Ketchum himself couldn't get used to the idea that this slumbering illiterate, who had not gone beyond the 6th grade, knew more about medicine, anatomy, and chemistry than an honor medical graduate like himself, and any of his distinguished colleagues or professors. Even seeing it happen, it seemed incredible. He kept testing. Once he asked the sleeping Cayce what the shortest muscle in the body was. Without hesitating, the unlettered youth replied, Levator labii superior rasaloc nasi, in the upper lip. He asked Cayce to name the longest muscle, and with equal accuracy the sleeping phenomenon replied, sartorius, the muscle flexing the hip and knee joints. Sometimes the words spilled out of Cayce, with all their intricate technical terminology, other times he seemed to be groping, like a bloodhound off the scent, and then would quickly recover as though he had picked up a fresh trail. At such times, Ketchum recalled, he appeared to be peering inside the subject, and it all seemed very clear to him. Cayce seldom recommended operations, indicating that his subconscious considered surgery overworked. Any and every method that appeared favorable to the particular situation came out of him clairvoyantly. He was an advocate of the new treatment of osteopathy that had just come in at that time, Ketchum noted. He recommended it for cases that chiefly had to do with spinal adjustment or manipulation. Often we would ask if an operation was necessary, and he'd say, no operation needed. Instead, he'd refer the patient to the nearest osteopathic doctor. There weren't many osteopaths around in those days, and Cayce would sometimes supply the therapist's name and address, and then describe the treatment in detail. Yet, he was as partial to drugs when they suited the purpose. Ketchum was an often startled witness to Cayce's singular facility for picking out drugs that were not generally known, not yet on the market, or out of use. One day, Ketchum recalled, there were a couple of doctors and druggists in Cayce's studio on a complicated case, for which Cayce prescribed balsam of sulfur. They began scratching their heads. Nobody had ever heard of it. One of the druggists, an elderly man named Gaither, was convinced there was no such thing. They pored over a copy of the dispensatory, listing all available therapeutic drugs. There was no balsam of sulfur. Then, in an attic, they stumbled across an old defunct catalog, put out 50 years before. They dusted it off, opened it, and there found balsam of sulfur. Almost every aspect of the Cayce phenomenon was observed by Ketchum in their years together. But each new wonder left him as surprised as the last. After a while he was convinced that Cayce's mind traveled in space, settling in the immediate vicinity of the person he was reading for. The clincher came one night when Cayce was reading in Hopkinsville for a patient in Cleveland. Suddenly, in the middle of the reading, Cayce broke off. "He's gone," was all he could say. He seemed to be groping about aimlessly. Ketchum awakened him. Later, Ketchum received a letter from a doctor friend in Cleveland. His patient had died at 8:20 p.m., the very moment that Cayce missed him. Ketchum was a self-assured young man with a strong sense of balance. It stood him in good stead. Gradually, though he didn't talk about it himself, at this time, word had gotten around that he was associated with a clairvoyant possessing remarkable healing powers. Even so, people resorting to Cayce had usually exhausted all other remedial sources. There were all kinds of phone calls, from the rich, poor, trusting, cynical. Ketchum felt a little like Sherlock Holmes of Baker Street, able to pick and choose the most interesting cases that came his way. One day the phone rang, and a man announced that he'd like the services of Wonder Boy Cayce. He was a millionaire, living in a Midwestern city, and he was ready to pay handsomely, throwing in a princely bonus if Cayce was effective. It seemed the usual, last-ditch case, as Ketchum mulled it over, but it was to reflect Cayce's apparent omniscience in such a way that even Ketchum was left shaking his head weakly. As with Holmes' best cases, the beginning was rather ordinary. The patient, the wife, was apparently suffering from paralysis agitans, shaking palsy. The devoted husband had taken her to clinics, hospitals, baths all over the world, and had finally brought her home, hoping that care and rest would at least make her comfortable. When he heard somehow of Cayce, he thought it worth a chance. "All I ask," he said over the phone, "is that you bring Cayce to our city to give her a diagnosis." Ketchum didn't give him an answer right off. "Give me your wife's name and address," he said, and 111 let you know. As often as Cayce had been successful, Ketchum still had to reassure himself each time that the performance was genuine and repeatable. So with the man's request, and the wife's whereabouts, he asked Cayce for a preliminary reading, presented to the mystic like any other request. As a stenographer sat by, taking notes, Cayce raced on with a complete history of the woman's problem, induced largely by nerves. Ketchum studied the report, then called the man to tell him he was on his way. He had decided against taking Cayce, as he was still playing down the association publicly. On his arrival, he checked into a hotel and phoned the husband. "Did you bring the boy with you?" the man asked. "No," Ketchum said. The man's voice fell. "Well, what are you going to do?" "I have with me a typewritten description of your case." He explained that it was from Cayce. There was an awkward pause on the other end of the line. "Very well," the man said finally. "As long as you are here, you may as well come over." Hundreds of miles away, in trance, Cayce had described the unknown patient as being in a wheelchair and said of her condition, "She is as rigid as a piece of marble. She can look neither to the right nor the left." She had 2 trained nurses with white caps. As used as he was to Cayce, Ketchum's jaw dropped when he drew up to the patient's home. There was the wife sitting on the front porch, at the top of the steps, in a wheelchair. On either side stood a trained nurse in a white cap. Because of the nature of the report in his pocket, Ketchum needed the reassurance he had just received to proceed confidently. The party moved into the living room, the nurses withdrew, and the husband eyed Ketchum darkly. "How can you proceed without the Wonder Boy?" he asked. Ketchum permitted himself a smile. "I have the Wonder Boy right here with me," he said, taking out the typewritten report. He was not about to go into a description of how Cayce functioned when he didn't understand it himself. The woman sat stoically, hands trembling, eyes staring ahead. Her husband was at her side, never lifting his gaze from the visitor. Ketchum sat close to the woman, as he read from Cayce. The patient had a nervous disorder, but not what was diagnosed. As Ketchum read on, he appeared to grow embarrassed, rare for him. As a young woman, he said, the patient had a secret sin. She moved her head a bit, showing her first sign of interest. Ketchum forged ahead. This secret sin was masturbation. The patient flushed from forehead to throat. Her husband looked bored. He had never heard of anything so ridiculous. But Ketchum had caught the woman's startled look. He went on bravely. Because of this sin, riddling her with guilt, the woman had delayed marriage until she was 39. She had then married happily, it seemed, had 2 children, and then fallen ill. The husband's interest perked up a little at this, since Cayce had hit the broad outline of their life together. As Ketchum finished the Cayce report, the woman turned to her husband. "Would you please go into the other room? I want to talk to the doctor alone." As the door closed, she fixed her gaze on the youthful physician. "Dr. Ketchum," she said, "what kind of man is this Cayce? I did have a secret sin, from the age of 18 until I was 39. But only I and my God have even known of it. How in the name of God could this man have told you this?" They chatted for a while, Ketchum explaining that Cayce was a clairvoyant, who somehow tuned into the subconscious. Apparently he had hit upon the suppressed guilt which had built up inside the woman all these years, gradually reflecting itself in her physical condition. As Cayce had so often indicated, mind and body were unified, and the one could not suffer without the other following suit. Cayce had recommended certain drugs to help with the condition, talking it out seemed to do the rest. Recovering gradually, the woman lived normally for several years. The husband, nevertheless, was not overly impressed. He couldn't get out of his mind all that hogwash about a secret sin. Ketchum never ceased marveling at Cayce's apparent universal knowledge. It was an arsenal, which he frequently drew on for his own curiosity, as well as to help others. With Cayce in his corner, it was difficult for patients to keep secrets from the doctor. At the same time, with his omniscient backdrop, it gave the young physician a sense of authority, broadening his jurisdiction over patients, even when he knew them only scantily. Whatever it was, he felt that Cayce knew best. And so he counseled. One time, around the Christmas holidays, a mother had made an appointment for her daughter, who had arrived home on college vacation in a state of depression. The appointment was for 9 the next morning. That evening, Ketchum consulted Cayce, giving him the girl's name and address. Cayce was very quiet for a few minutes, as though trying in trance to appraise what he was receiving, and then said with almost a sigh, "The trouble with this body is right here, right here. There is a new life developing here in this pelvis. As a result we have nausea, vomiting, otherwise known as morning sickness." Ketchum's face fell. What a case, he thought wryly. But since he was testing Cayce, he felt he might as well do a thorough job. "What treatment do you suggest?" That question could very well be a poser, since the girl was certainly not married. "No treatment at all," Cayce replied. "It's perfectly physiological. Nature takes care of those things." Before waking Cayce, Ketchum washed the girl out of the sleeping mystic's conscious mind. "Very well," he said, "you will not see her any more." Mother and daughter arrived promptly at 9. The girl was pale and wan but beautiful, with fine features, and a refined way about her. If she had given herself to anyone, Ketchum sensed, it would only have been out of love. He turned to the mother. "May I talk to your daughter alone?" In the privacy of his office, he said gently, "Now tell me all about yourself." She flushed and swallowed a few times, then said in a tight little voice, "Nobody knows about it, but I've missed 2 months." It was by no means an unusual story, even for that day and age. She had been dating a young man at a college nearby for a year and a half, and they had fallen in love. Now she was pregnant. Ketchum was only a few years older than the girl, but he had Cayce to borrow from. And Cayce had proposed that nature take care of the problem. Ketchum thought he would help nature. "The first thing we must do is tell your mother," he said. The girl was horrified. "Please, not that." "Of course, your mother will know exactly what is best." The mother was surprisingly calm. She turned to her daughter, asking how she felt about the young man. The girl sobbed that she loved him, but was too ashamed to let him know what had happened. "I don't want him to have to marry me." The mother looked questioningly at the young doctor who seemed to have such easy command of a difficult situation. Ketchum was still pushing nature. "Take my advice, contact this young man right away, and have him come here for a talk." He threw one sob to her female pride. "I wouldn't ask any man to marry a girl unless she is the one for him. If you feel the same, then slip off to another state, get married, and spread it across every paper in town. If you keep it undercover, you'll only make people curious." In 48 hours, it was all settled. The pair eloped, and then went back to their classes, graduating in June, the baby arriving almost with the commencement exercises. As Ketchum kept using Cayce, other doctors in Christian County began to take an increasingly dim view of him and the freak. On his part, the bumptious Ketchum was feeling a growing annoyance with a medical fraternity that looked on him suspiciously. He was also quietly aware that some who had been quick to denounce him to the local medical societies had clandestinely used Cayce themselves. Cayce's own attitude toward M.D.S. was sharply edged with reserve. His distant kin, Thomas House, later to head up the Cayce Hospital, had used him, without understanding how the power worked. But at least he conceded what did work, without the customary medical observation, that it would have cured itself anyway. Long before Ketchum arrived, the M.D.S. had stopped the unlicensed Al Lane from practicing medicine. Cayce had keenly felt their ending lanes work with him, when they seemed to be helping people. He had agreed, nevertheless, to work with a committee of youthful physicians headed by Dr. John Blackburn, who had been impressed by his work with the Dietrich child, among others. Blackburn, superseding Lane, had even helped Cayce once, when his aphonia, or voice lapse, had suddenly recurred, having Cayce suggest to himself that his blood circulate properly. His voice promptly came back. But even so, the committee of doctors, constantly testing, put a strain on the brooding mystic, since at this indecisive stage, he was looking for assurance, not misgivings or doubts, to justify going on with the work. Some doctors had stuck him with pins when he was sleeping to make sure he wasn't faking, others had exerted themselves to show his treatments utterly false. Once, the committee thought they had him. It seemed an open and shut case. Specialists had urged an immediate operation for a woman with abdominal pains, bleeding internally. She went to Cayce. Cayce told her that all she had was an abrasion of the stomach wall. He advised long walks every day and a raw lemon sprinkled with salt. It was so patently absurd that the doctors decided to use this case to show up Cayce as a fraud. They held off the operation, though they considered surgery imperative. 3 weeks later, the woman was hiking 10 miles a day and the abdominal pains had disappeared. She was completely cured. Shortly before he met Ketchum, Cayce decided that his gift, if it was that, would have to stand on its own. There would be no more experiments, with him as the guinea pig. While he and Ketchum were worlds apart temperamentally, he recognized in Ketchum a pragmatic acceptance of what worked, and it gave him a chance to help people under competent supervision. Ketchum of course had profited. In 3 or 4 years of backstopping by Cayce he had achieved an enviable reputation as the doctor who could help when nobody else could. But he had no objection to Cayce as a partner, if Cayce was willing, for he realized that the only objections would come from doctors, not patients interested only in being helped. So he tossed a trial balloon in the air, choosing with his flair for the dramatic a most suitable stage, a convention of doctors. The occasion was a meeting of the National Society of Homeopathic Physicians, at Pasadena, California. As he listened to his fellow physicians discuss their most unusual cases, Ketchum rose leisurely one day and told them of his most unusual case. This was in July 1910. Most of his listeners were incredulous, of course. But one, a Dr. Krause, from Boston, approached Ketchum and asked if he would prepare a paper on Cayce for the American Association for Clinical Research meeting in Boston that September. Without much more ado, Ketchum sat down and dashed off his description of Cayce with a lead pencil, and handed it to the doctor. He thought no more of it, until he got a copy of the program later, and saw himself down for my unusual case. He had not bothered to go himself, or try to bring Cayce, because he felt the medical profession, and the lay public, was not prepared to accept what he had to say. And could he have had second thoughts, he would probably have withdrawn his paper. As it was read by Henry E. Harrower, M.D., of Chicago, a frequent contributor to the Journal of the American Medical Association, and fully reported in a subsequent issue of the New York Times. The Times considered it pertinent to mention Dr. Ketchum's own credentials. It is well enough to add that Dr. Wesley H. Ketchum is a reputable physician of high standing and successful practice in the homeopathic school of medicine. He possesses a classical education, is by nature of a scientific turn, and is a graduate of one of the leading medical institutions of the country. He is vouched for by orthodox physicians in both Kentucky and Ohio, in both of which states he is well known. In Hopkinsville, no physician of any school stands higher, though he is still a young man. The assembly of physicians listened with mingled reactions as Dr. Harrower read off the paper for the absent Ketchum. It spelled out Ketchum, almost as much as it did Cayce. About 4 years ago, it went, I made the acquaintance of a young man 28 years old who had the reputation of being a freak. They said he told wonderful truths while he was asleep. I, being interested, immediately began to investigate, and as I was from Missouri, I had to be shown. And truly, when it comes to anything psychical, every layman is a disbeliever from the start, and most of our chosen profession will not accept anything of a psychic nature, hypnotism, mesmerism, or whatnot, unless vouched for by some MD away up in the profession and one whose orthodox standing is unquestioned. Ketchum then mentioned how he put Cayce into trance. While in this sleep, which to all intents and purposes is a natural sleep, his objective mind is completely inactive and only his subjective is working. By suggestion he becomes unconscious to pain of any sort, and strange to say, his best work is done when he is seemingly dead to the world. He stressed Cayce's clinical detail and his accurate terminology. His psychological terms and description of the nervous anatomy would do credit to any professor of nervous anatomy. There is no faltering in his speech and all his statements are clear and concise. He handles the most complex jawbreakers with as much ease as any Boston physician, which to me is quite wonderful, in view of the fact that while in his normal state he is an illiterate man, especially along the line of medicine, surgery, or pharmacy, of which he knows nothing. He is awakened by the suggestion that he will see this person no more, and in a few minutes will be awake. Upon questioning him, he knows absolutely nothing that he said, or whose case he was talking about. He had never known Cayce to err in diagnosis, though he did once describe the wrong person living in the same house as the one wanted. The cases I have used him in have, in the main, been the rounds before coming to my attention, and in 6 important cases which had been diagnosed as strictly surgical he stated that no such condition existed, and outlined treatment which was followed with gratifying results in every case. Conventionally schooled himself, Ketchum boldly anticipated the reaction to his remarks. The regular profession scoff at anything reliable coming from this source, because the majority of them are in the rut and have never taken to anything not strictly orthodox. You may ask, why has a man with such powers not been before the public and received the endorsement of the profession, one and all, without fear or favor? I can truly answer that they are not ready as yet. Even Christ himself was rejected. Unless they see signs and wonders they will not believe. Not long after the Boston report, which brought a descent of curious newspapermen on ordinarily drowsy Hopkinsville, the organized medical groups in Christian County decided the time was at hand to take action against an upstart who seemed to encourage unlicensed quackery at the expense of the conventionally licensed profession. A special meeting, of which Ketchum had not been apprised, was held in the Hopkinsville courthouse. Practically every licensed MD in Christian County was there, crying for Ketchum's scalp. You and your freak were both cussed and discussed, a friendly doctor advised Ketchum later, and the outcome was that they're sending a committee to the state capitol to have your license revoked, because no physician of judgment would take up with such a crazy thing. In due course, Ketchum was formally notified of a second meeting, in which charges were to be made publicly against him. The resourceful Ketchum considered his course of action carefully. There were 40 or 45 doctors in the county, and they would be solidly arraigned against him. He could not expect one supporting word, not to mention one vote. On the morning of the meeting, a Tuesday, he went down to the First National Bank of Hopkinsville, where he kept his account, and announced to a surprised cashier, "I want $1,000 in 2 separate packs, 500 each. New money." Later, that day, he put the 2 stacks into his pocket, and sauntered off to the courthouse, picking out a seat in the back row of the trial room. Dr. Frank Stites, located directly across the street from Ketchum, called the meeting to order. The minutes from the last meeting rehashed the complaint, and named the committee chosen to go to Frankfort, the state capital, to strike Ketchum from the list of licensed practitioners. It was pointed out that he was dealing openly with the freak Cayce, a well-known faker, and thus reflected discredit on the entire medical community. The sooner he was eliminated, the better. There was no comment on the minutes, and it was Ketchum's turn to speak for himself. He stood up, a tall and commanding presence, and with all eyes on him, strode down to the front of the courtroom, taking his place next to Stites. The wily young doctor had his strategy well planned. He began evenly enough, placatingly, much as Mark Antony had done with the conspirators in his memorable address burying Caesar. "Gentlemen," he said in a conciliatory voice, "I am very sorry to have brought this on the doctors of Christian County. You were born and raised here, the majority of you. I was not. I was raised north of the river, the Ohio, and I came here a few years ago at the encouragement of a number of your leading citizens, and one of these, Professor Dietrich, the father of your wonderful school system, told me about this boy Cayce. All I did was to investigate him, and that's all I'm still doing now." In the same silky voice, he appealed to them for help in deciding whether Cayce was a fake or not. "I have a suggestion," he said. "I'd like you to appoint 6 men, each to choose his most complex case, and then have Cayce diagnose each of the 6 cases, with 2 stenographers taking it all down verbatim." He looked around the room with a face full of nothing but goodwill. The doctors were following him raptly. Dramatically, he reached into his pocket and slapped 2 stacks of fresh bills on the table before him. "Here's $1,000 of good American money," he said. "Now after the diagnoses have been made, and the patients have been examined, if the diagnoses are not absolutely correct, I will turn this money over to any charity you name in Christian County, deducting, of course, the money paid out for your examinations." There was a stunned silence. Ketchum's eyes traveled around the room, relishing every moment of drama, every bit of the consternation that his bold thrust had engendered. Then as he surveyed the faces of his accusers, Ketchum's manner abruptly changed. All the righteous wrath of the injured lion burst forth. "Here's my $1,000, he snapped, smacking the 2 piles on the table. "Now either put up or shut up." It was so quiet that Ketchum could hear the breathing of the doctors in the first few rows. And then a voice broke the long silence, saying with a humor lost on everybody but Ketchum, "Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the subject be laid on the table." Ketchum chuckled to himself. Cayce would have appreciated that touch. In fact, he might have absent-mindedly sidled onto the table and fallen into trance. That was the last Ketchum was to hear from organized medicine in Christian County. However, what the doctors had not dared, the lawyers did. Months after the abortive medical meeting, Ketchum produced Cayce for banqueting lawyers from 3 states, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana. The guest of honor was the Attorney General of Kentucky. It was a simple demonstration of Cayce's power of universal knowledge. Several lawyers wrote out questions of a personal nature, and Cayce answered them, shocking each and every one with his intimate knowledge of their private affairs. The incredulous looks on their faces reflected his accuracy. The state's highest legal authority had watched with special interest, knowing of the action against Ketchum that had almost landed on his desk. Ketchum looked at the Attorney General sharply, and liked what he saw. "What do you think of it, sir?" he asked, nodding at Cayce, who was now standing around, busily disavowing knowledge of anything he had said in his sleep. The Attorney General stared at the doctor for a moment, raised his eyes heavenward, and observed, "It's not very far, you know, from here to what's over there, and Cayce falls through somehow." Ketchum kept repeating the Attorney General's phrase to himself. Cayce did fall through, into a completely different sphere, of which the ordinary mortal could only speculate at the most. The problem again with Cayce was that just as Ketchum had to be convinced, so did others, and Cayce, troubled by his own gift, was a little weary of being a freak. Mistrust and skepticism wore on him, just as it affected one who worked greater miracles 2,000 years before. Even when he performed wonders of diagnosis and treatment, there were medical men to scoff that chicanery was obvious, for what he was doing was impossible, even though Christ had once said that others could heal like himself given the faith in the Father. And certainly Cayce had that. Ketchum's faith was also put on trial. But his was a far different personality than the introverted Bible reader, with his constant misgivings about himself and his power. Ketchum was the hyperadrenaline type, an extrovert, who slugged back when slugged. And he believed in Cayce. Cayce had closed his photographic studio in Bowling Green, the year before Ketchum's big blast, and was working as a photographer in Alabama when the doctor persuaded him to return to Hopkinsville, setting him up in a studio of his own, and arranging for him to give daily readings, as a psychic diagnostician. The enterprise was CO-sponsored by hotel man Albert No. And for the first time Cayce was to work professionally as a psychic, and receive a fee. The new firm did a flourishing business. Sacks of mail arrived daily, asking for readings, enclosing various sums of money. Along with the mail arrived Ketchum's father, a Pittsburgh horse trader. He had seen his son's picture in the paper, next to the freaks, and wondered what he was getting into after all that expensive education doctoring. Ketchum was his usual dramatic self as he tried to reassure his father. He pointed to the Daily Mail bag of 40 or 50 pounds. "I'll show you this boy isn't a fake," he said. "Reach down to the bottom of the sack and pull out a letter, any letter." The elder Ketchum brought out an envelope postmarked Cincinnati. He tore it open. Inside was a $20 bill, with the note, "Dear Dr. Ketchum, we have read of you and your wonderful man in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Please find enclosed $20 and send me a diagnosis." The name and address were all that was given. There was no description of the condition, since the Times article had said that Cayce required only a written request to diagnose and treat. Ketchum turned to his father. "Is there anything in this letter that would tend to tell you what the trouble is with this man?" The older man shook his head. "No, not a thing." Cayce was in his studio down the street. He quickly responded to a call. Ketchum Sr. was not particularly impressed by the gangling, bespectacled young man, but on the other hand he was pleasantly surprised that he at least didn't look the freak. He watched with some misgivings as Cayce loosened his collar and cuffs, slipped off his shoes, and stretched out comfortably on the couch in Ketchum's office. The doctor simply gave the man's name and address, and asked what could be done for him. After he lay there a while, breathing evenly, Cayce said, with his eyes closed, "Oh, yes, we have him here. The trouble with this man is all with his eyes. The central axis cylinder of his eyes is blank. He can only see out of the sides of his eyes, through the filaments around the edges. The optic nerve seems to be only active around the edges. The central part of his optic nerve is dead." He then briefly gave the man's medical history, saying that he had been to a number of doctors and clinics without getting any help whatsoever. "Will you suggest treatment?" Ketchum asked. As a stenographer busily raced over her shorthand pad, the sleeping seer gave a detailed description of what should be done. "Very well," Ketchum said, taking Cayce out of his trance, "you will wake up and see him no more." As the elder Ketchum sat around, unconvinced, the secretary typed off the reading, and a copy was sent off to the subject in Cincinnati. Anxious to demonstrate that he was not in anything shady, Ketchum invited a local eye specialist, who had just returned from 3 years of European study, to join him and his father for lunch. "I think he's the right man to review this particular diagnosis." After the luncheon dishes were cleared away, Ketchum brought out a copy of the Cayce diagnosis. Dr. Edwards read it through carefully, reread it even more carefully, and then turned to Ketchum's father. "Now listen closely, Mr. Ketchum. Your son has only been here a relatively short time. He has good ordinary judgment. He's had thorough training in medicine and hospital work. So the sooner he forgets about this damn thing, the better it's going to be for him. It's the biggest farce that I ever heard of. And to think he believes in it, is beyond my comprehension." Ketchum père was convinced, but not the way the son had planned. When they got back to the office, he blurted out angrily, "Just as I expected. I don't believe any of it, either." Ketchum Jr. smiled rather bleakly. "Wait and see, we haven't heard from the patient yet." On the third day, thereafter, there was a discreet knock on the Ketchum door. It was a man the doctor had never seen before. His head was averted, as though he was trying to see out of the corners of his eyes. "You're from Cincinnati, aren't you?" Ketchum said. Ketchum had guessed right again. The man was too excited to write or phone, he had to express himself in person. He had set out almost as soon as he had received the reading in the mail. "This is the most wonderful thing," he said. "I have been suffering from eye trouble, but no one ever diagnosed my case before." Dr. Edwards was summoned. He agreed to examine the visitor. 2 hours later his examination was completed. This time he called to say that lunch would be on him. The group met again, with the patient present. Edwards turned to Ketchum with an apologetic smile. I want to take back everything I said. I didn't know that such a condition could possibly exist. The central portion of the optic nerve is dead, as you said. Ketchum took his win in stride. But he can see out of the sides of his eyes. Of course he can. But not through the center. Every word Cayce said is absolutely true. He held out his hand to the Damayanki from across the white Ohio. If any of the doctors raise any objection to you trying to demonstrate this boy, send them to me, and I'll tell them what I think of them. There was not much for the patient, since there wasn't much that could be done. But one person was immeasurably helped, that was Ketchum's father. He went back to Pittsburgh, convinced that he hadn't produced a fool, after all. During this period, with Ketchum, the fact that Cayce was making money on his readings for the first time continually bothered him. But somebody would be helped by a reading, and this again convinced Cayce they were worth doing. Meanwhile, his fame was spreading. In October 1911, Ketchum was persuaded to address the American Association for Clinical Research, in Boston. The doctors wanted to hear more about Cayce. Working with Cayce every day, Ketchum had tried to figure out how the work worked. As fixed laws seem to govern all phenomena in nature, he told the assembly, it is but natural to infer that this is true of the workings of the psychic. In the course of my investigations I have discovered only one thing that seems to be absolute, that is that the patient should in some way solicit help in his or her particular case. Otherwise results are meager. In several instances where my unusual case tried to help patients who had no previous knowledge that such was being done for them, he only gave a rambling talk, hitting the subject only in high places, so to speak. In a sense, Ketchum was years ahead of his time, not only in accepting a phenomenon that he didn't understand, but in comprehending that Cayce somehow represented a principle of nature, which like electricity, or flying, was part of a broad universal pattern that people could apply when they were ready. After experimenting with my subject for several years, he said, I can compare parapsychology only with aviation, which is just now commanding the attention of the mechanical experts of the world, and there can only be one outcome, success eventually. The same is true in the psychic conditions in nature have always been as now for aviation, but men said, it is impossible, and of course nothing happened. Heretofore, the medical profession has assumed the same attitude. They could scarcely reconcile themselves to the teachings of those who belonged to different schools of medicine, so it naturally follows, since they did not even believe in each other, that they surely would place little confidence in anything of a psychic nature. In time the relationship with Ketchum and No ended. Cayce, overly concerned perhaps that he was becoming a money-making machine, temporarily broke off the readings, turning back to photography. He had suffered recurring headaches during this period, as when he visited Chicago to demonstrate for a newspaper there. He had to be his own master, doing things his own way, or not function at all. Ketchum eventually left Hopkinsville, took a refresher course at Harvard, and then went out to Hawaii to practice. He had a long, productive career, before retiring in California. Though he sent people to osteopaths, chiropractors, and physiotherapists, Cayce actually didn't favor any of these over the medical men. He just felt that they, too, had a place in the healing art. He himself was treated by all at various times. In fact, his favorite therapist was the Dean of Virginia Beach Medical Doctors, Robert Woodhouse, who is hale and hearty today at 83. He remembers Cayce as an intelligent patient, who professed to know little or nothing about medicine in the waking state. He had enjoyed their chats together during consultations, and had seen nothing ironic about the man who went to sleep for others coming to him with his own personal health problems. We have a saying in the profession, the wise old doctor observed with a smile, that a man who treats himself, has an idiot for a patient, and a fool for a doctor. 20 years later. In March 1966, as I sat listening to the moving theme music for Nehru in India on CBS television, I could not help thinking that but for Edgar Cayce millions would have been denied this musical thrill. Dead now more than 20 years, Edgar Cayce was still saving people, and the prolific, talented American composer-conductor Alan Hovey-Anes was gratefully one of them. Half crippled, disabled, debilitated, suffering from hemorrhoids, the musical wonder had about given up. Then, one day on the radio, listening with his wife, he heard the mystic's son mention to interviewer Long John Nebel that his father still lived in the healers using his remedies to help people. Here in New York, Hugh Lynn said, physiotherapist Harold J. Riley is using the same kind of treatments my father once sent people to him for. At this Nara Hovey-Anes' eyes brightened, and she turned eagerly to her husband. Alan, she said, maybe he can help you. The composer gave her a wan smile. He was considerably older than his wife, in his mid-50s, and not as impressionable. He looked at his hands and shook his head tolerantly. It was an effort just to make that movement, and he winced. His body was racked with bursitis and arthritis, and the crippling stiffness was edging down his arms, foreshadowing an end to his career. He had tried one specialist after another for years, and had not been helped. His wife looked at him appealingly. Mr. Cayce said there were special exercises recommended by his father that Riley had given for years with great results. The composer shrugged. I don't have to go to Riley to exercise, he said. So that summer of 1964, Alan Hovey-Anes compromised, trying to please his wife by swimming at a Midtown Manhattan pool. But it was a dismal failure. He didn't have enough strength in his arms to hold on to the edge of the pool and tread water, she recalled. 5 months later, the composer was desperate. He had to stop his conducting because he could no longer lift his arms above his waist. He could lie on only one side at night, and even this was painful. Even finger movement was restricted, composition was a strain, and soon an impossibility. Alan, his wife said, there was a reason for us to be tuned in that night, let me make an appointment with Riley. By this time, it was apparent there was nothing to lose. The composer sighed, as you will. A few weeks later, Alan Hovey-Anes was a new person. He could raise his arms to the ceiling, he could rest comfortably for the first time in years, and he was beginning to get an idea of what it meant to feel well. What miracle had the 70-year-old Riley wrought? Actually, nothing that he hadn't been doing for some 40 years. It was all very simple, the youthful septuagenarian said. I made a few adjustments of the vertebrae and limbs, taking the pressure off nerves, gave him massage to stimulate blood, lymph, and glands, pine oil fume baths and colonics to eliminate toxics, and a few simple exercises. It was hard to believe that a cure could have been so easily effected. Riley shrugged. He had to keep at it for months, but he's now functioning all over the lot, and he enjoys the exercises. I had dropped by Riley's office to discuss the Cayce work, generally, only to become interested specifically in Hovey-Anes. During Cayce's lifetime, Riley had treated scores of patients sent by Cayce, the first arriving in 1931 before Riley had even heard of Cayce, and, for that matter, before the waking Cayce had heard of Riley. They had arrived with slips in their hands, describing the treatment, and Riley had given it. He knew of no case where the treatment was followed that the patient didn't improve or get well. Now with Cayce gone, he gave what was indicated for obvious disorders, already accurately diagnosed, since he was no diagnostician, and Cayce was gone. But it wasn't hard to figure Hovey-Anes, a simple case of rack and ruin. I anticipated meeting the composer whose work I had long admired. Riley consulted his watch. He should be here any minute, and you can see for yourself. In a few moments, the composer bustled through the door. His step was springy, his eye alert, his arms were swinging loosely at his sides. He had the look of a man who got a kick out of life. He shook first Riley's hand and then mine. His grip was strong and firm. I'm so pleased about the way I feel, he said, that I don't care who knows about it. He smiled. It's a miracle, thanks to Mr. Riley, and Cayce. A year had passed since his first visit to Riley. In that time he had been to Russia for the State Department, observing the music of that country, and had traveled extensively as a guest conductor. He had returned just the day before from leading a symphony orchestra in Rochester, New York, and was off the next day for Seattle, Washington, to lead another. He was working 10, 12 hours a day at the composition that made him the country's most versatile and prolific composer. How had Riley managed it? The physiotherapist had retired to an inner office to finish with a patient, and we were alone. He manipulated and massaged me, Hoveynes said, but apparently what helped most was the bending and stretching. It brought new life to my arms and legs. His exercise routine was elementary. He had done the neck rolls, a simple yoga exercise, often recommended by Cayce. He had bent forward down, allowing his arms to swing back and forth like a pendulum, a specific for bursitis, and he had stretched toward the ceiling, visualizing the sky. The pendulum and the manipulations, bringing fresh blood into his arms, had given him the flexibility to get his arms above his waist, and from there progress was rapid. He had not been able to do much at first. The manipulations and fume baths had helped to ease his stiffness, the colonics had detoxified him. For a few minutes each day, he exercised on a massage table, bending his arms and legs, reaching behind his head and for his toes, bringing his legs up to his chin and over his head. Each day he did a little more, straining to the point of tension but never fatigue. His muscles and joints began to open up and live again, the blood coursed to every part of the anatomy. He began to get over the idea that he was an invalid, becoming imbued with his body's capacities, not its limitations. Each exercise became a revelation of unaccustomed movement. The first gingerish approaches were replaced by sure, confident thrusts. Everything seemed possible now. He was on his way. Though normally shy and retiring, Hoveynes was not at all backward about discussing his transformation. "I'm so eternally grateful that I'm for helping anybody who wants to help himself." He still exercised faithfully. "I wouldn't miss the exercises for the world." In Rochester the other day, I had an hour between rehearsal and performance, so I hurried back to my hotel room and exercised. "Which exercises seem to help the most?" I asked. He plopped down on the floor, his feet planted firmly against the floor molding, and straightened out as though about to do push-ups. Instead, supported by his arms, he started rotating his body with his hips, first one way and then the other. "That not only makes me feel better generally, strengthening my shoulders, but got rid of the hemorrhoids which the doctors have been wanting to operate on for 20 years. The composer laughed easily. "The stretching helped the upper part of me, the torso twist the lower part." He scrambled to his feet with the grace and ease of a much younger man. "I have new confidence in my powers to get well and stay well." As Riley and Cayce stress, the body is a self-healing organism. All it needs is a starter, plus proper stimulation, assimilation, and circulation. He was talking like a Cayce reading. I saw the composer 2 or 3 times thereafter, and was impressed, above all, by his robust attitude toward life. He was 57, but his outlook was that of a boy, eager, expectant, nourishing each new experience as part of the great adventure. I feel as though Edgar Cayce just reached out and guided me to the man who could help me, even though it took me a while to listen. As a Cayce practitioner, Riley has been the agency, posthumously, of many Cayce cures. One of the most remarkable concerned a wealthy Connecticut woman, who had read about Cayce in my book, The Door to the Future, and had hunted up doctors who knew anything about the Cayce method. Her search finally led her to her own Fairfield County, where a physician, who had once researched the Cayce readings, confirmed that she was suffering from a vaginal tumor, and recalled that Cayce had successfully prescribed high-frequency ultraviolet in similar cases. He sent her to the physiotherapist, Riley, noting that the ultraviolet appliance would have to be carefully inserted. She apparently required a pelvic operation and had learned about the Edgar Cayce material, the doctor reported. She wanted some treatment in accordance with the readings. Apparently, several physicians refused to do this, and this is how she came to me. I outlined a course of treatment for her, according to the Cayce data, which she will obtain at the Riley Institute in New York City. The patient was of a distinguished family, represented in the Franklin D. Roosevelt Wartime Cabinet. She had consulted many doctors without being helped, and so was in the mood to get help from a dead psychic. Riley proceeded as Cayce had indicated. After a few treatments, the tumor began to noticeably dwindle. And in a few weeks, it had vanished completely. Gratefully, the patient gave a grant for medical research into the Cayce readings. Harold Riley had studied Cayce well. After a while, he said, I got the idea that all a healer had to do was start the body healing itself. Once blood, lymph, and nerve impulses were flowing through the system, once circulation, assimilation and elimination were normal, then the body would counterattack wherever its defenses had been breached. As reflecting the Cayce concepts, I quoted Riley one day to Mrs. Louise Ansbury, a former Washington Society woman and public relations counsel. Mrs. Ansbury seemed more than casually interested. I wonder, she said, if he could help my daughter. 10-year-old Hale Ansbury, it developed, was suffering from a little-known skin affliction, and had been to 3 New York specialists. The dermatologists had heard of only 2 or 3 cases like it. They identified it as lichen sclerosis, and pronounced it incurable. The disorder was beginning to affect the child's personality, as well as health. She was a pupil at the Spence School, and she had become acutely sensitive to the stares of classmates and their innocent references to the infection, which had cracked the skin of her legs, leaving them scaly and chalk-like. The child's body was similarly marked, as were her arms. She was not exactly a basket case, but she was a comely girl, on the edge of puberty, and a chronic infection of this sort could very well distort her personality. She already was growing morose, and kept to herself, a distinct change from the laughing extroverted little girl I had enjoyed. As the child sidled in, curtsied, and quietly went off to bed, Mrs. Ansbury's eyes followed her with a worried frown. Certainly, she said, Riley could do no harm. That weekend we all drove to Riley's place in the country. Riley gave Hale a friendly smile, and took her into a treatment room equipped with shortwave diathermy, steam cabinet, and massage table. They came out together about 45 minutes later. The child was ruddy of face and looked fresh and alive, but a little sheepish. She had never been on a massage table before. Riley turned to the mother. You might bring her back for a couple more treatments. 5 or 6 weeks passed. Mrs. Ansbury traveled to Japan and India, and phoned me on her return. How is your daughter? I asked. Her voice rose in excitement. Didn't I tell you, she said, her skin has practically cleared up. There are only a few faint red marks, and they seem to be vanishing. I called Riley to find out what miracle he had performed. I can't even remember what I did, he said. I keep no records in the country. Why not bring her up again? It'll refresh my memory. I scanned Hale's legs and arms before we started. The cracks in the skin, and the chalkiness, had completely disappeared. If she hadn't called a few pale pink spots to my attention, I would never have noticed them. Hale was her old self, relaxed, friendly, trading quips as though I was her age. We had a pleasant ride, the two of us, and Riley was waiting. I remember now, he said, leading Hale to the treatment room. I adjusted her spine. He placed the child on the massage table, ran his hands expertly over her vertebrae, and told her to relax on her stomach. She's still a bit out of adjustment, he said, as his strong hands flexed her spine tenderly. There could very easily have been some pressure or nerve impingement, which threw off the normal vibration of the body. His hands moved up and down her spine. There were 3 distinct pops in the dorsal, mid-back, and lumbar, lower back, area. Riley grunted in satisfaction. That ought to do it, he said. 2 weeks later, the last signs of the rare skin disorder had apparently vanished, and we were ready for the postscript. Mrs. Ansbury called to say that she had reported the cure to one of the dermatologists, mentioning that the condition had cleared completely after 2 spinal adjustments. That's impossible, said the learned MD, whose office fee had been $75. The condition is incurable. But it's gone, the mother protested. The specialist's voice turned cool. Then the diagnosis was false. But the other doctors agreed, she reminded him, and you removed patches of the child's skin and tested them. The condition, he repeated, with a note of finality, is incurable. The mother then phoned the original diagnostician. His reaction was not quite as arbitrary. It could have been a spontaneous remission, he said, these things happen. Mrs. Ansbury's conversations with the doctors were conveyed to healer Riley. A broad grin brightened his face. It's a curious thing, he said, these spontaneous cures always happen with somebody else's cases, never theirs. Although many of his Cayce patients staged dramatic recoveries, there was none more remarkable than one reviewed before his very eyes at a meeting at the old McAlpin Hotel in New York City. Riley had shared the speaker's rostrum with the osteopath, Frank Dobbins of Staten Island, Cayce's old friend, David Cayce, and Cayce himself, when Cayce, a Kentucky-born businessman, whose whole life had been influenced by the Cayce readings, got up to tell of a miracle Cayce had performed for a man who had been in a mental institution. Because of Cayce, Cayce said, that man was now free, and Cayce had correctly diagnosed and prescribed for him without knowing more than his name and plight. He had never seen him, nor consulted any of the diagnoses of his condition. As a matter of fact, the man in question was still in the institution when Cayce read for him in Virginia Beach. It was all documented. Through a nurse, who had once worked for David Cayce, had come the appeal for Cayce aid. Her sister was married to the victim, who was 47, the father of 3, and a post office foreman. I have a very worthwhile case that I would like you to assist me with, Cayce wrote. This man had a nervous breakdown while in the postal service, from overwork, or so the doctors stated. They tell us he will now be dismissed in 2 weeks from a state hospital and will return to New York. The problem of the family is whether he will be able to assume the new duties, or what they should do under the circumstances. The troubled wife and children had a number of questions. Will it be best for the patient to return to work in the post office department immediately upon his leaving the sanitarium? Are there any dangers of the pains in his head returning? Is there any adjustment necessary in the home for his wife and children to know about so that they can make whatever changes are necessary upon the father's return? In what way can his illness be discussed so that he will not develop an inferiority complex? What will enable him to regain his health physically? How long will it take for him to regain his normal equilibrium? Can he be entirely cured? The man had already been in the asylum for 3 years, and as he well knew, his return was probationary, since he would be scrutinized closely for signs of any relapse. With Cayce's letter came a written request for a reading from the wife. My husband is in Rockland State Hospital, Orangeburg, New York, in Building X, Ward Z, which is on the ground floor of the building. He is not confined to one room, but is around the ward. As usual, Gertrude Cayce put the hypnotic suggestion to her husband and Gladys Davis was there to take down whatever Cayce said. The suggestion by Gertrude was the usual, now you will have before you the body of who is at Orangeburg, New York. You will go over this body carefully, examine it thoroughly, and tell me the conditions you find at the present time, giving the cause of the existing conditions, also the treatment for the cure and relief of this body. You will speak distinctly at a normal rate of speech, answering the questions as I ask them. As Cayce fell into the shallow trance that preceded his deeper slumber, Gertrude repeated the suggestion in a soft undertone. With his face impassive, and his lips moving precisely, Cayce responded in clear-cut tones. Yes, we have the body, he said, as he had said so many times before. And now, from what Cayce was to say, it became apparent that the whole diagnosis of the complex causes of the man's condition had been erroneous, either that, or Cayce was wrong. For, immediately, warning that there could be a recurrence, unless the cause was treated, Cayce pointed directly to a physical source as the cause of the mental disorder. Unless there are other applications to keep this coordination, or to supply the activities to the nerve energies of the system, we find that with the realization that there is an improbability of being restored to active service, at the post office, the condition would become very much disturbed again. And now he came to the immediate cause, though he would only later relate, remarkably, what the instigator of this immediate cause was. The trouble had begun in an area at the base of the spine. For through pressures upon nerve energies in the coccyx area and the ilium plexus, as well as that pressure upon the lumbar axis, there has been a deflection, derangement, of coordination between the sympathetic and the cerebrospinal nervous system. Thus we find impulses for activities become very much exaggerated. While the hypnotic that has been administered, and the sedatives have allayed the conditions and created rather a submissiveness in the impulses through added suggestions to the body, and the activities in which it had been engaged. In other words, the condition had only been masked. Cayce then recommended spinal adjustments in the coccyx and lumbar centers, an application through low electrical vibration of gold to revivify the energies through the creating in the glandular forces of the body the elements necessary for the replenishing of the impulses, so there may be a restoring of the mental forces and a better coordination. Cayce was nothing if not specific. The spinal adjustments would be made each day for 10 days, and then every third day. Chloride of gold would be administered, via a wet cell appliance, 3 grains to each ounce of distilled water, a half-hour daily, with the solution changed at least every 15 days. He even specified how the appliance should be attached to the body. The small anode or plate would be attached first to the fourth lumbar, while the larger plate, through which the gold solution passes, would be attached last, to the umbilicus and lacteal duct plexus, or 4 fingers from the umbilicus center toward the right in a straight line. Not even the most formidable pathologist or anatomist could have more precisely employed this technical terminology. A sympathetic physician would be required for both the adjustments and the gold application, which meant some osteopath, since almost any medical doctor would have laughed the reading away at this time. Additional questions were then put to Cayce, which made his reading all the more incredible. Q. What was the original cause, or what produced this condition? A. A fall on the ice, injuring the coccyx end of the spine. Q. What caused the original pains in head? A. Reflexes from those injuries to the pressures made upon the pineal center. Q. What doctor in New York will be best able to aid this man to get his mental equilibrium? A. Anyone in sympathy with the conditions to be applied. But the adjustments should be made by the same. Q. How long will it be before he will be able to return to work after leaving the institution? A. It would require at least 60 to 90 days. Q. Should he be told that he has been put on the retired list of the post office department and will have to apply for reinstatement to active work, or what should be done considering his mental condition at present? A. To give the body the impression that it has been entirely left out, without there being some adjustments and some reconstruction, will make for a greater derangement through the mental incapacities of the body, and will cause violence. As Cayce saw it, it would be necessary to gradually build up the body to gain the equilibrium needed for active service in post-office work. He was then asked, what kind of bodybuilding exercise would be best? Keep in the open as much as practical, but never alone, until there is at least the opportunity for better equilibrium to be gained by the releasing of the pressures and the building up to the glandular forces and to the activities from the electrical forces through the gold chloride in the system. Thereafter, in accordance with the Cayce reading, the man was treated by Dr. Dobbins, with the treatment getting underway on March 26, 1938. By this time, the man was out of the asylum, and confronted with the task of bringing together the threads of his life. Kahn met him at Dobbins' office, and reflected sadly on the man's institutionalization. I wish you could see what a fine upstanding figure of a man this is, he wrote Cayce, who had already seen through him with his X-ray eyes. He stands over 6 feet tall and is as broad and handsome a man as I have ever seen anywhere, and his mind seems to function even more normally than mine. Yet, the doctors up here put him in an insane asylum and he had a terrible time getting out. When, according to the reading, an adjustment in the base of the spine would make him perfectly normal. It certainly is remarkable, and the pity of it is that so few people can know the wonder of it. Without having been shown the reading, the postal foreman was asked if he had ever suffered a bad fall on the ice. He recalled one such spill. It bothered his lower spine for a few days, then seemed to go away. Cayce had seen it all. All this was now 8 or 9 months in the past, and Khan was happy to announce to the McAlpin audience that the man, given the case number 1513 to protect his identity, was happily rejoined to his family and job. At this point, as Khan moved to introduce Cayce, a tall, square-shouldered man got up from a back seat and began lumbering down the aisle to the speaker's platform. His eyes seemed intent not on Khan, who was watching him closely, but on Cayce sitting nearby, ready to take the platform himself. There was a hush, as the audience sensed the determination in the stride of the man nearing the rostrum. Finally, he came to the front of the hall, and in a quiet, choked voice, turned to face the audience, and said, "Every word Mr. Khan has spoken is true, and I came tonight to shake the hand of the man who gave me back my life." It was the postal foreman. With tears in his eyes, he turned and offered his outstretched hand to the equally affected Cayce. There was hardly a dry eye in the auditorium, including the normally phlegmatic Riley. Awkwardly, Cayce rose to acknowledge the help he had given. "I feel like Exhibit A," he said. "I myself have done nothing. I am but a channel of this great gift, and I feel that I am more helpful to you asleep than when I'm awake." Over the years, Riley had become a portable repository of practical Cayce therapy. He wasn't always sure how the Cayce treatment worked, but was content that it did. During Cayce's lifetime, everyone coming to Riley, even for a simple massage or colonic, had their treatment spelled out in detail. Massage varied according to the physical problem. For epilepsy, for instance, peanut oil and olive oil were recommended as a rub, with precise particulars. Extend massage from base of brain to end of spine. Massage in circular motion either side of spine. Give this regularly, once a week, during the castor oil packs treatment. The massage for the diabetic, with peanut oil exclusively, was somewhat different. Massage across small of back, sacral, hips, even along sciatic area. There was a brief reference to the cause. Unbalanced circulation by lack of proper reaction through pancreas. Excess sugar. A patient with severe anemia had more rigorous massage, with peanut oil. Each morning upon arising, all body will absorb. Once a week massage into abdomen and over stomach area, whole spine, across sacral. For psoriasis, there were explicit directions. Take colonic after the first cabinet sweat. Osteopathic adjustments. Fume baths, pine oil or wintergreen. Massage. Diet. Again, a reference to cause. Poisons in lymph blood arising from lack of coordination in eliminations. A form of strep that brings pus-forming activities even to the surface. Perhaps the most unusual of Cayce's purifying baths, which included Epsom salts for stiff, arthritic joints, was one of hot coffee. Bathe feet when there is tiredness with hot coffee made from old coffee grounds to stimulate better circulation and aid eliminations through entire system. Rub bursa of feet and limbs well and the acid will aid in circulation. Reflecting his own belief in the essential unity of the body, Cayce advised, this will eliminate heaviness in throat and head disturbances. Even the type of massage was important. A well-known advertising tycoon, for instance, had come to Riley with a prescription for a gentle, soothing massage. Otherwise, the reading said, he will disintegrate. The subject was an obvious case of high blood pressure, and Riley would not have permitted a brisk or deep massage in any event. However, the executive, a millionaire used to his own way, balked at the massage. "I like the kind of rub I can feel," he said. Riley insisted on following the reading, and the man went elsewhere, getting what he wanted. Less than a month later, Riley recalled, he was dead. He disintegrated. As he worked with the various oils that Cayce recommended, Riley noticed that some, like peanut and camphorated oil, seemed to have remarkable healing powers, indicating that they were being absorbed through the skin, and were not mere emulsions. After Cayce's death, Riley's study brought him to Virginia Beach to pore through the readings, and discuss Cayce's therapy with others who had used it. In Virginia Beach, as I soon discovered, he was as celebrated for his rehabilitating work with Cayce remedies, as he was in New York City. Still, with it all, I couldn't help but feel a twinge that Cayce's psychic contribution had been lost when he himself passed on. "It's too bad so much of this is lost," I remarked one day to Marjorie Bonney, a Virginia Beach matron, who was the mother of two. Mrs. Bonney, an attractive woman in her mid-40s, gave me a searching look. "The important thing," she said, "is that so much of it remains." I regarded her inquiringly. "You know Harold Riley?" I nodded. She hesitated. "It's a rather personal story, but I suppose they all are, or we wouldn't be talking about them." I waited quietly. "It concerns my daughter, and it goes back a while, though Cayce was already dead then, and you could hardly have expected any help from him. We were in a terrible automobile accident, my daughter and I. This was back in 1948. Emily was 3 years old. We were both taken to the hospital. After weeks of hospitalization, Emily's face and body were terribly scarred, and one of her legs seemed to have lost its development. It became like a stick, and her foot wobbled as she walked. Even with surgery, the wobbliness persisted. It was apparent the condition would only persist and grow worse with time. At this stage of the girl's infirmity, Riley was visiting in Virginia Beach, and happened to be around near ARE headquarters, watching some children at play. He noticed, particularly, a small girl limping after a ball. His eyes ran professionally down the skimpy little leg. Frowning, he turned to an attractive woman standing nearby. It was Marjorie Bonney, though he did not know her at the time. "Do you know whose child that is?" he asked. Marjorie nodded. "She's mine." "Well, if something isn't done about that leg pretty soon," he said, "the muscles will atrophy completely, and she'll be crippled for life." Marjorie Bonney felt sick inside. "We've been to the best doctors, and there's nothing that even the surgeons can do now," she said. Riley regarded her kindly. "Why don't you talk to Gladys Davis, Edgar Cayce's secretary?" he suggested. "She may remember 2 or 3 readings that applied to wasted muscles." Familiar with Cayce, Mrs. Bonney promptly conferred with the secretary. 3 or 4 readings dealing with apparently similar afflictions of an arm or leg were dug out. They recommended massage with peanut oil and camphorated oil, applied on alternate days, the muscles to be rubbed from the toe toward calf, thigh, and groin. Each night before bed little Emily got her massage. One night I would massage her leg for a half hour, the next night my husband would. The 2 oils had an added purpose. They would rub some on their daughter's hands, and then have her rub her scarred face with it. The readings had said that the peanut oil stimulated the growth of new tissue. The massages continued for 2 years. Improvement was gradual during the first year. The muscles expanded and developed until both calves were the same size and shape, the ankle became firmly attached to the foot, the wobble stopped, and with it the limp. At the same time the facial scars began to disappear, both small and large. Edgar Cayce had again reached out from the dead to help. His dearest supplicant, a small child. Marjorie Bonney didn't see it quite that way, though her daughter, now Mrs. E.F. Friedrich of Buffalo, New York, grew up normally and happily. "I just don't think," Mrs. Bonney said, "that Edgar Cayce ever left us." Although he now talks freely about Cayce, there was a time, when Cayce lived, that Riley seldom mentioned the work he was doing with Cayce patients. "I felt foolish telling people that a sleeping Yehudi, as I thought of Cayce then, was telling me how to run my business. They would only have laughed, and nobody likes being laughed at." Today, Riley no longer cares what anybody thinks, so long as the treatments work. "I know more about Cayce now, for I understand the concept behind his work. You get everything working right, body and mind, and illness hasn't got a chance." Even now as he thinks back on it, Riley is amazed by the sequence of strange events that brought Edgar Cayce and his patients into his life. He had never heard of Cayce, and the waking Cayce, as noted, had never heard of Riley. Yet, one day, a middle-aged man, looking a bit under the weather, walked into the Riley Health Center, then located in New York on 63rd Street and Broadway, and handed him a slip of paper. The handsome Irishman looked at it curiously. It didn't seem too different from a lot of other prescriptions that came his way from physicians, osteopaths, and naturopaths. On it was a diagnosis of a gallbladder condition, and a recommendation for a certain type of bath and manipulation. As his establishment specialized in hydrotherapy, electrotherapy, manipulative therapy, Riley didn't give the reading another thought. He figured Cayce might be an osteopath that he hadn't heard of. The number of people coming in with Cayce readings continued, and Riley grew even more curious. This drive Cayce seemed to know his stuff. Whatever it was he recommended, whether the patients had bursitis, arthritis, nervous tension, asthma, or whatever, the results were the same. They improved and got well. One day, Riley called one of the patients aside and asked about Dr. Cayce. The patient shook his head. He had never seen the doctor. Riley looked at him as though he were deranged. The man explained. My wife sent in a request that he read for me, saying what was wrong. We had been to all kinds of doctors and they hadn't helped. It was difficult for the reading process to get through Riley's practical mind. But he finally accepted that he wasn't being the butt of any joke. Still, there were other obvious mysteries. How did Cayce get his, Riley's, name? How did he know of the types of treatment Riley was giving? Where did he get his understanding of the therapies for differently ailing individuals? With all Riley's experience, it was impossible to improve on Cayce's suggestions. It seemed incredible that Cayce could merely go into a trance and get the information he did. Even after 2 years, receiving streams of Cayce patients, Riley had no clue as to the method of the man who was throwing all this business his way. I can't understand, he told friends, how a man can go to sleep and give as good, or better, advice than I can, wide awake, in my own special field. So Riley decided to get acquainted with the wizard. He made arrangements for a meeting on Cayce's next trip to New York, and had another surprise in store for him. He had envisioned a person of commanding appearance with piercing eyes and majestic gestures, with perhaps a turban draped around his head. But the only mystic he saw was a tall, slightly stooped scholarly-looking man with a mild eye, gentle mien, and soft-spoken drawl. He reminded me of a minister of some quiet country church, Riley said later. They chatted and had lunch together, the canny Riley watching every move by the mystic. When Cayce ordered his meal, carelessly giving his request to a waiter, Riley observed that his guest did not pay much attention to the rules of diet, for one so stringent with the diets of others. Noticing the inordinate amount of fattening starches on the Cayce platter, Riley mentioned the apparent health discrepancy. Cayce replied that in his everyday waking life he had no special knowledge of diet or any other health measures, nor was he greatly concerned about his health. Still, in his trance-like state, as Riley had already discovered, the wisdom of the ages came through him. On one hand, he had suggested remedies thousands of years old, on the other, some so up-to-date they hadn't been packaged yet. As the two men sat together, Riley found himself reviewing the treatments that Cayce had sent him, all forms of drugless healing, invoking the use of baths, oils, heat, light, colonic irrigations, massage, and other forms of manipulative therapy, diet and exercise. To Riley, it was obvious that the Cayce health readings not only helped to overcome sickness and disability, but would as a broad principle tend to prevent illness. As lunch drew out, Riley peppering his guest with questions, and Cayce chain-smoking to Riley's consternation, it became evident to the physiotherapist that Cayce's physical therapy resolved itself into 4 broad patterns: increased circulation, elimination, assimilation, plus a proper approach to eating. It was better not to eat at all, than to eat when upset, Riley learned. Long before anybody else suspected it, Cayce was saying that the mind, not the stomach, induced stomach ulcers. The waking Cayce didn't seem to know any more about his treatments than Riley did. And so, after their meeting, Riley went back to analyzing the cases that had walked into his place, and classifying them, so that today, some 30 years later, he is able to effectively apply Cayce's physical therapy approach. Elimination, a la Cayce, was a complete process, through stepped-up action of kidneys, intestines, skin, lungs. To stimulate kidneys and skin, for toxic people, generally the rheumatic or arthritic, Riley observed, Cayce recommended warm pack treatments, chiefly with castor oil. A swathe of flannel 8 inches wide was soaked in the warmed oil, and placed over the gallbladder, liver, or kidneys, wherever the seat of trouble was. Packs of hot Epsom salts were applied across hips and back, in lumbago. Packs of glycothymoline, little known until advocated by Cayce, were also prescribed in some cases, increased stimulation through the skin taking the burden off overworked kidneys. The readings recommended fume baths and occasional friction rubs. The fume bath, opening the pores, also toned up elimination through the respiratory tract. Riley used the soothing vapors of the balsam, eucalyptus, pine, adamantine, another Cayce nostrum. Formulas varied for the individual malfunctions but, generally, Riley used about 1/2 to 1 teaspoonful of the solution or oil, in 1 to 2 quarts of steaming water. If the person is not able to go to an institution for a fume bath, it is quite simple to fix one for himself. He issued instructions. Sew together 4 blankets, or take a large piece of canvas and sew it together with an opening for the head, and an overlap at this opening. Flexible, non-flammable plastic might be better. Next, take a stool and place it over an electric stove with a steaming pot on it. Fold towels on the seat of the stool and hang a towel in front of the stool to protect legs from the heat. The hotter the water, the more quickly the steaming takes effect. Then sit on the stool, wrap the covering close across shoulders and fasten it around the neck, after, of course, removing the clothing. A person with a cold can clear nasal or bronchial congestion, by leaving a small opening in the front where he can put his head down to inhale, closing off the opening when the inhalation becomes too strong. Riley stressed exercise, having maintained gymnasiums for 45 years, and Cayce's simple therapeutic exercises caught his interest. He noted that the mystic, while seldom exercising himself, recommended sitting up exercises from a vertical position in the morning, floor exercises later in the day. In this way, Riley explained, Cayce changed the flow of the lymphatic and blood circulation, getting the person who had been lying down all night on his feet to start the day. He also got him breathing deeply, preferably before an open window to eliminate stale lung air and oxygenate the body, giving it a full head of steam to open the day. Cayce, Riley pointed out, specifically mentioned a yoga breathing exercise, the alternate breathing. Mouth closed, the individual started off by breathing in through the left nostril, the thumb closing off the right, to the count of 4, retaining the breath to 8, then exhaling through the right nostril to a similar 8 count, closing off the opposite nostril. The breath was then taken in through right nostril, and the exercise repeated 3 or 4 times. Demonstrating the Cayce floor exercises, the supple septuagenarian promptly got down on all fours and started moving his muscular body forward like a big cat. "This is the cat crawl," he announced. "You take 5 strides forward, 5 back, stretching every muscle in the body and bringing the vital hinge and rotary joints into play." As he finished his crawl, Riley sat up with a smile. His face was red from the reversal of normal posture, but his blue eyes sparkled. Getting back to nature drains the sinuses. It wasn't so many millions of years ago that man got around that way normally. Next was the Cayce rollover. Sitting on the floor, knees hunched up, Riley began to rock sidewise, from one half reclining elbow to another. This stretches the side muscles along the ribs, flexes the hip joints, trims the thighs. He shook his head. Amazing that a man who didn't know about exercise, consciously, should have hit on this simple yet effective movement. Riley then slipped into a Cayce old-timer, the buttocks walk sitting up, legs stretched out, arms toward the ceiling. The septuagenarian started to move forward by first lifting one buttock and then the other. Many a woman's hips I've slimmed with that one, he said, negotiating the width of the room on the seat of his pants. I call it the beam shrinker. From push-up position, Riley then repeated the torso twist that Hovey-Anis had earlier demonstrated, his hips forming a circle, in first one direction and then the other. The bear walk, similar in posture to the cat crawl, was next. Riley, again on all fours, walked flat-footed, his knees stiff, hips high in the air, heels and palms of hands flat on the floor. And how was this different from the cat crawl? A stiffer walk, Riley explained. It stretches the leg tendons, the hamstring muscle, and the area of the sciatic nerve, while also developing the arms and shoulders. Still demonstrating, Riley slid into the morning exercise routine. After taking a few deep breaths, and practicing the alternate breathing, he began swinging one arm forward 5 or 6 times like a side wheel on a Mississippi riverboat, and then reversed, repeating with the other arm. The individual, he stressed, is better stimulated, vertically, after a night of horizontal inactivity. After the arm swing, Riley rotated first the left and then the right foot from the hip, in a brief circular motion, repeating 5 or 6 times in each direction. He then did a stand-up stretch, up on toes, arms high overhead, meanwhile tightening the buttocks and then bending the hands to the floor, keeping the knees stiff. That's the exercise, he said, that helped Hovey-Anis with his hemorrhoids, that and the torso twist. The demonstration continued. Arms again stretched overhead, Riley lowered his head slowly to his chest, and then slowly pulled it back over his shoulders. It was the beginning of the head and neck exercise. Still stretching up on his toes, he circled the head slowly 3 or 4 times in each direction, and then, relaxing, started to rub his head. Suddenly noticed a new fuzzy growth of silver gray on the front of his scalp, where there had been no hair before. He noted my surprise. I don't know what's doing it, he smiled, but I've been growing hair on the bald spots for the last few weeks. It's either the Cayce head and neck exercise, which I've been doing recently, or the castor oil I've been rubbing on my scalp. Nothing else has certainly changed after 70. Some of the Cayce readings providing relief via drugless therapy were given long before physiotherapy was practiced generally, when there was no opportunity for Cayce to have become familiar with such physiotherapy. Yet he gave readings advising electrotherapy, shortwave, and ultra-shortwave. Strange as it may seem, Riley recalls, the machine for this special type of therapy had just been perfected and the Riley Health Service had obtained it just 3 weeks before it was mentioned in the readings. 9. The doctors catch on. One striking concept has come out of the Cayce health readings, Dr. William O. McGarry said, the concept that each cell has a consciousness of its own. Apparently, Cayce was able to identify clairvoyantly with the consciousness of these cells, to look at every gland, organ, blood vessel, nerve, and tissue from inside the body. His unconscious seemed to communicate with the autonomic nervous system, traveling through the sympathetic and parasympathetic systems, which it controlled, into each and every cell. The doctor's lean, sensitive face lit up with interest as he held out a slim finger. An uncomfortable cell in this finger might tell Cayce's unconscious there was pressure on it, and the unconscious would recommend an oil that would soothe and comfort it. All through the body, cells were apparently conveying their message to this remarkable unconsciousness, for even as there are wars between nations, cells war among themselves. And in this conflict, there was disease or illness. Like many doctors who had studied the Cayce readings, Dr. McGarry had begun to apply them to patients and was gratified at the results. It requires an almost intuitive knowledge, at times, he observed, for the practitioner to sense when some of these measures may be most effective. But many remedies seemed broadly applicable. McGarry knew Cayce only through reading about him. He was considered a solid practitioner, operating a clinic in Phoenix, Arizona with his wife, Gladys, also an MD. Like other physicians, McGarry was vexed and saddened when the orthodox didn't work, left with a sense of helplessness. There was so much about therapy that was a mystery. Recognizing his own shortcomings, the doctor brought into his assault on disease a certain humility. He did not discount what he had learned at the Cincinnati Medical School, or in the training years that followed, but his mind was open. And so as his interest developed in Cayce, he did something about it. He pored over some of the Cayce health readings, studying their results, and out of the health readings of the unschooled mystic, came successful adaptation of some Cayce treatments. McGarry's greatest luck has been with castor oil packs, which have helped reduce sundry abdominal complaints, stomach ulcers, appendicitis, colitis, gallbladder. Conventionally trained, he applied the packs only after more conventional cures failed. His most remarkable recovery, a Cayce, was an 80-year-old woman with an intestinal obstruction. Because of an irritated bowel, he was afraid of gangrene. Surgery was inadvisable because of the patient's condition. So, as a last resort, he began applying the packs to the abdominal area, which was noticeably distended and sore. Within 24 hours, magically, the obstruction had cleared up. Within a few days, the patient's stomach was as flat as a teenager's, distension and stress clearly removed for the first time in years. As Cayce had suggested, in cases of hypertension and high blood pressure, he found the packs had a quieting effect in some instances on the autonomic nervous system. Apparently by speeding up the lymphatic flow, he observed, the packs relieved stress on the sympathetic system, which directly reacts when people get excited or angry, what doctors call the fright-flight symptom. Cayce's treatment usually embraced the whole system, not only specific local areas. After the packs, olive oil was given to clear out the gallbladder and stimulate the liver, stirring an apparent outflow of toxicity via liver, kidneys, skin, lungs. Apparently, the castor oil reduced local toxicity, soothing stiffened arthritic joints and modifying local abscesses. McGarry's theory of how the packs worked has been elaborated on elsewhere. Dr. George O'Malley of Galion, Michigan, practicing successfully from the readings, suggested that the castor oil packs beneficially stimulate the lacteals, tiny lymphatic vessels in the small intestines. Some authorities, he said, suggest that the vital life force of the human organism begins in these cells. O'Malley, an osteopath, has been applying the remedies Cayce dredged out of his dreams, since the time a friend impishly gave him a copy of Tom Sugrew's book, There is a River, which features the Cayce cures. Intrigued, O'Malley obtained files of Cayce readings on diseases particularly difficult to treat. He noticed that castor oil packs were commonly recommended, as was adamidine, an iodine derivative. Where an eye specialist had failed, O'Malley reported relieving a corneal ulcer with 2 drops of adamidine daily, just as Cayce had recommended. But his most outstanding successes came with castor oil packs. In one notable case, even as surgeons were planning to operate on a 54-year-old patient for an abdominal obstruction, O'Malley kept faithfully applying his castor oil packs. When an electrical storm held up the operation, the packs were additionally continued, and then an hour before the rescheduled surgery, the obstruction dramatically cleared up, and the surgery became unnecessary. O'Malley has reported similar success with chronically inflamed gallbladder, chronic stomach disorders, ulcerative colitis, chronic appendicitis, even swelling of feet, all as susceptible to the packs as the obstructions. From the Cayce readings, O'Malley concluded that castor oil packs, absorbed through the skin, served to relieve abdominal congestion due to sluggishness of the lymphatic circulation. Widely used as a laxative internally, castor oil is sometimes known as Palma Christus, the hand of Christ. The action of the castor oil on the skin is twofold, the doctor found. It directly stimulates the lymphatic flow through the superficial and deep lymphatic vessels, and strengthens some deep organs of the abdomen. O'Malley applied the packs just as Cayce had outlined. 3 thicknesses of soft flannel soaked in hot castor oil were applied over the abdomen in the area of the liver and gallbladder, extending down over the cecum, right lower quadrant of the abdomen, and appendix. A heating pad or heat lamp was used to retain the heat, with the packs applied 3 consecutive days. Each week, for 1.5 to 3 hours per day. They were followed by olive oil taken internally for the next 3 days. Apparently, the doctor theorized, the olive oil stimulates the increased production of lymph, which acts to decrease the circulatory stasis, stoppage, in most abdominal dysfunctions. At the same time, it stimulates the production of lymphocytes, a forerunner in the body defense mechanism. Whatever happened, the relief of ailments which had been troubling people for years was often miraculous. One day, O'Malley made an emergency call on a middle-aged school teacher, stricken with an apparent heart attack at the dinner table. He soon discovered that she had a history of chronic pain aggravated by injudicious, fatty foods. X-rays revealed an inflamed, non-functional gallbladder. Her heart was sound. She was anxious to get back to her classes, as only 2 weeks of the semester remained. "Doctor," she said, "it would please me and my class to finish the year together." Castor oil packs were relatively new in the O'Malley Armory at this time. He told the teacher about them, and she agreed to give it a try. She was instructed to report any adverse symptom at once, the doctor said, and keep us up on her progress. A week later the husband phoned to report his wife, better than in years. The deceptive heaviness in the chest had virtually disappeared. She was to continue the packs for another week. The next report, weeks later, came from the local superintendent of schools, as he mentioned how well the teacher looked as the new term opened. In 3 months there was no recurrence. Ulcerative colitis was like a plague to most doctors, difficult to diagnose, difficult to treat. An elderly woman, 66, injured in an auto accident, entered a clinic. The diagnosis was ulcerative colitis, due to trauma and shock. Treated 6 months, she lost considerable weight, as she was afraid to eat, since it immediately irritated her bowel. When she complained of palpitations, the family feared a heart condition and called in O'Malley. He immediately prescribed castor oil packs. With the first treatment, he noted, she began to respond. After 3 weeks, all the pain had subsided in her abdomen. She began sleeping without medication. One of the more rewarding cures, so unexpected, came in treating an 8-year-old girl for a recurring abdominal pain, dating back to a siege of measles. She was operated on for chronic appendicitis, and surgery revealed an old appendix rupture, complicated by an acute abscess. Due to adhesions, the removal of the appendix was difficult, and the child's condition critical. There was abdominal bloating, vomiting, high temperature. Antibiotics were not effective. Finally, castor oil packs were used, for an hour at a time, 3 times a day. There was slight improvement during the first 24 hours, O'Malley observed, but by the 3rd day, the bloating began to subside, and the temperature dropped. The packs were continued for 12 days of convalescence. "It is my conviction," the doctor recorded, "that the castor oil packs stimulated the body's defense mechanism, and with the improved circulation, the medication helped to restore homeostasis, equilibrium between cells." It was of interest to note that an anemia, which the patient had picked up, appeared to respond much better to iron therapy while the castor oil packs were being applied to the abdomen. As they relieved congestion, the castor oil packs were helpful also in reducing excrescences such as moles, warts, and cysts, and in psoriasis, gout, and kidney stones. Like McGarry, O'Malley not only profited from treatment of specific cases, but gained a broader concept of what some ailments were all about. The castor oil packs seemed helpful in maladies where a lack of lymphatic circulation resulted in improper removal of toxins of the body or of the disease. This seemed to offer the possibility that the packs might have even broader application. In tabulated cases of psoriasis, cancer, and arthritis, O'Malley observed, the readings refer to lack of absorption of lymph circulation through the alimentary canal. Many healers have pored over Cayce's remedies for such mystifying ailments as arthritis and cancer, looking for clues that would be therapeutically helpful in their treatment. Many cures for arthritis are recorded in the Cayce files, with testimonials years later from those who got well. Cayce approached arthritis on a broad front, understanding what many doctors have only recently come to accept, that arthritis is the body's, and mind's, reaction to multiple wrongs and abuses. Scores of readings on this crippling disorder were closely examined by Dr. Henry George III of Wilmington, Delaware, descendant of the noted economist. In 49 of 59 cases under study, Cayce recommended olive oil or peanut oil massage, general osteopathy with special stress to adjustments in the cervical, neck, and low dorsal area in 38 cases. Gold chloride or adamidine was used in combination with these therapies 11 times, colonic irrigations, cleansing the system some 14 times. In 9 cases, he urged the subjects to improve their mental and spiritual attitude. He was strong on diet, banning large quantities of meat in half the cases and pork in virtually every case. Many were told to avoid white bread, potatoes, fatty foods, and grease, encouraged to eat root vegetables. The progress reports were interesting. 23 were cured or improved, 11 found the diversified treatment too complex to follow, 2 died before they could start the treatment, and the balance couldn't be located for a report back. It was rather absorbing to follow the question and answer process by which Cayce arrived at a dramatic cure. In one pertinent case, the subject was a middle-aged nurse, who had made the rounds of doctors and finally turned to Cayce. She got right to the point. "What," she asked, "is causing the hard places or knots to form on or around the joints of my fingers?" "The lack of the proper eliminations through the general system," Cayce said, "and the stimulating of the circulation in the upper dorsal and through the cervical areas, through osteopathic adjustments, should set up better eliminations through the general alimentary canal. A diet suggestion: add to the diet a great deal of watercress and beet tops." Nurse-like, she was persistent. "Should anything specific be done for the hard place on the joint of my little finger which is now sore?" "Application of an Epsom salts pack will bring relief to this area, but the better eliminations set up in the order as indicated, colonics every 10 days, will relieve the conditions through the general system." There was a war on, and she was an enterprising soul. "Would it be safe, not harmful to my health, for me to donate blood to the Red Cross? Not harmful under the present conditions?" She threw in still another digressive question. "What is the best treatment for a bedsore? I ask this for my patient." Cayce obviously didn't mind 2 subjects for the price of 1. "The best application as a general condition for such is the use of ichthyol ointment." The nurse followed the treatments faithfully, and they worked. The adjustments were made by Dr. Andre Alio, an osteopath, of Charlottesville, Virginia, and the patient did the rest. Some 10 years later, in November 1952, she reported back enthusiastically, both for herself and the auxiliary patient, with bedsores. "The knots on my fingers cleared up. I gave blood 6 times during the war years. The bedsore remedy was wonderful. My patient never had any more trouble from sores." In December 1965, when last checked, the patient was approaching 70. She was described as the picture of health. Philosophically, Cayce often intrigues the scientists who use him. "I could give 20 or 30 case histories of arthritis treated by the readings," reported M. L. Houghton, an osteopath, of Arvin, California, and indicate good results. But when one starts to use these readings, one cannot help but ask questions about some of the gaps in the information. There is a challenge to the material which we cannot easily ignore. We can scarcely accept health readings, for instance, and ignore the spiritual and psychological overtones. We must not simply use what we want and throw the rest aside. Houghton observed the same clinical attitude toward the Cayce readings that he did in determining the best treatment for a patient. He suggested that other practitioners do likewise. Many of the Cayce readings dealt with arthritis, and a survey of the recommended treatment revealed enough similarities for Houghton to arrive at a therapeutic pattern. A simplification, he pointed out, shows 4 major steps. 1. Improved circulation through salt packs and baths. 2. Specific massage with certain oils and resinous extracts such as myrrh and peanut oil. 3. Dietary alteration to change the chemical balance and reduce intake of certain minerals. 4. Osteopathic manipulation of the third cervical, the ninth dorsal, and the fourth lumbars. These latter three areas are most often mentioned. Like McGarry, he had become convinced that the body was acutely conscious of its own state. We know there is a consciousness innate in the entity, which is usually termed the subconscious or unconscious. This is usually related to mental activity, but there may be still another type of consciousness at a still deeper level which is sensitive to the state of balance existing in the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. Because nobody else could apparently explore this consciousness, the Cayce readings, together with the underlying philosophy, became doubly important. And so Dr. Haughton delved eagerly into Cayce's conception of the cause of disease, and of healing. Is it possible, Cayce was once asked, to give information through psychic readings, which will lead to the cure of diseases now known as incurable? He replied, we find that all conditions existent in physical bodies are produced by that which may be met. There are in truth no incurable conditions. For each ailment is the result of the breaking of a law. Healing will of necessity come when there is compliance with other laws which meet the needs. No healing is perfected without some psychic force exerted. In regard to healing of any kind, the counteracting force, whether operative or medicinal, or self-producing, is nothing more nor less than the active force exerted in psychic force. Apparently, this was one reason why Cayce preferred a request from an individual for a health reading. He wanted subjects whose minds were already prepared for help. Just as many skeptics have been converted through exposure to the Cayce readings, Haughton feels that science might learn more about healing if it would but consider ideas foreign to orthodox medical concepts. It is really unscientific and dogmatic, he observed, to indict any treatment, concept, or idea because one thinks it has no value. As the arthritic have been helped, so may the cancer-ridden. And just as peanut oil was helpful in arthritis, that was the function of almonds, frequently mentioned by Cayce in cancer therapy. Cayce often emphasized the vibrations of various substances, and Haughton questioned, is it the vibration of peanut oil, applied once or twice a week, which helps prevent arthritis? What is the vibratory nature of almonds that could alter the physiology of the body so that, for one individual at least, 1 or 2 almonds a day would help prevent cancer? Haughton was not saying that almonds would prevent or cure cancer. He was just suggesting that the possibility be scientifically explored. Now that cancer cells can be grown on synthetic culture media, perhaps the chemical components of almonds could become a subject for such research. Or, he added with delicate irony, perhaps this is too simple an idea to appeal to men who are searching for a drug to cure disease, rather than considering the delicate chemical balance probably essential for prevention of disordered physiology. The doorway on apparently universal knowledge was not closed to those with open minds. One man in our time, Edgar Cayce, with deep inner desire and perfected vehicle, was able to be the perfect channel, while in hypnotic trance. Let us not close the door on that channel. It is easy to see why even the most open-minded doctors were baffled by Cayce. His knowledge of the anatomy, disease, and drugs was encyclopedic. He was an authority on diet, down to the last calorie and vitamin, and gave minute lists of meals for his subjects. He not only prescribed the drugs, but told how they should be made, just as he once said how a glass of orange juice should be 10 minutes in the drinking. His treatments were many-sided. Not only diet and drugs, but massage and manipulation and therapeutic baths, all for the same patient, whatever would help. A fully documented report on one of his most outstanding cases was a marvel of detail. Reading it, one wondered how even the most erudite physician could have been so explicit in diagnosis and treatment, not to mention one who had never progressed beyond grade school. To the sleeping Cayce, the body was a connecting network of blood, muscle, nerves, and bone, and when any of these were out of order, the whole entity, as he described the individual, was out of order. In one instance, the subject was suffering from paralysis of the limbs, and had consulted many doctors without success. He was a man of 35, doomed to invalidism. Cayce, reading for this man 300 miles away, whom he had never seen, said the patient was suffering a disturbance in the lower lumbar plexus, affecting coordination of the sympathetic and cerebrospinal nervous systems. With great detail he advised adjustments of the spine, specifying the dorsal and cervical vertebrae, and declaring that the resultingly restored vibration of the body would help step up the blood supply and hasten the healing process. As a supplementary aid, he recommended a concoction of herbs and told how it should be put together. Nobody could have consciously memorized it. First, we would take 8 ounces of distilled water. To this add garden sage 1/2 ounce, ambrosia leaves, not much stems, but leaves, 1/4 ounce. Then, prickly ash and dog fennel, 1/4 ounce, arid wild ginseng, 1/2 ounce. The directions continued: reduce this by simmering, not boiling too strong, to 1/2 the quantity. Strain, and while warm, add 1/2 ounce 85 proof alcohol, with 1 dram of balsam of Tolu cut and same. Then add 3 minims tincture of capsicum. The dose would be half a teaspoonful 4 times each day, taken about 15 to 20 minutes before the meals. He then minutely described each meal. Breakfast would consist principally of citrus fruits, though gruels might be added, especially those of the whole wheat, of the oat, or of those where both the gluten from rice and wheat are combined. He even directed how the patient should be handled. Positive suggestion, in a gentle, quiet, easy way and manner. Blustering will only irritate. To scold, or to be too much of the commanding nature, is to destroy that which may be built up in the body. There was even a moral, years ahead of its time: teach or train the body not only to be good, but to be good for something. The first reading for the paralytic occurred in September 1930. To make sure treatments were properly administered, the patient was moved to the then functioning Cayce Hospital on October 6. He remained a patient there until October 24, and then, showing marked progress, was returned to his home to continue the treatment. The person who had sent him to Cayce noted with satisfaction, doctors have admitted their inability to help, and yet his cure will now be a comparatively fast one. His appetite was picking up, he was gaining weight, and beginning to move his limbs, and take a few halting steps. In November, he was walking. He sent the Cayce Foundation a grateful letter on November 17. I am glad to tell you that I am still gaining. I weigh 170, a gain of 30 pounds. I can walk about a mile in a day, but of course I get awfully tired. His care was supervised by Dr. Theodore J. Berger, a New York osteopath. On December 1, he had another reading, and the treatment modified because of his improvement. Cayce stressed massage for the reviving circulation. We would change now to 1 general osteopathic treatment each week, and 1 massage with balsam of sulfur in the lumbar and sacral regions, rubbing thoroughly along the limbs to the knees and ankles, following the course of the muscles rather than the nerves. Greater strength will be gained by the body through this application. It could be done by any masseur, or by somebody at home, if thorough. The balsam of sulfur, not too dry, was to be massaged thoroughly into the lumbar and sacral regions, and along the muscular portions of the limbs, to the feet, ankles, and onto the upper portion of the body, to the hips. The general diet was to be maintained, along with outdoor exercise. And then Cayce predicted, it will be found that earlier than expected the body will be able to return to daily labors. An interesting sidelight developed, when the subject asked if he should stop smoking. If in moderation, Cayce replied, does not become harmful to the body. In February of 1931, a few months after the first reading, the patient was so much better that he asked for a life reading, feeling that if Cayce was so right about the physical he most likely was right about everything else. Cayce kept to the physical at first. He altered the diet, since the patient was now too heavy. Leave off too much starches for the next 30 to 40 days. The only character of meat being either kid or lamb, nerve-building meats, no sweets, no butter, taking all foods in as near its natural state as possible, without sugar. No potatoes of any kind. The drug intake was tapered off. When it's to be filled again, leave off. Decrease in quantity until this is gone. Then some job advice, return to work at once, in congenial surroundings. What kind of work? The convalescent asked. That which has been followed, or found to be more in keeping with the nature or tendencies of the body. There was one last question. Any advice regarding mental or spiritual body? He was pleasantly reassured. In the discipline of getting well he had also developed spirit and mind. As the body has built in the mental force, this recuperation has begun. Keep an ideal and work toward it. In May of 1931, the patient was reported fully recovered. The ARE record revealed a letter of gratitude to Cayce from his sister-in-law. It took a great responsibility off our shoulders. He is fine, working every day and always talking about you. 6 months later, the patient added his own testimonial. His name was not used, but was available. Together with this accolade, I am writing this letter in appreciation of all you did for me. When I went under your care, I could not use my hands to write, and my legs were partially paralyzed and I could not straighten them out at all. I only weighed 140 pounds. I had been in this condition for 6 months previous and was gradually getting worse. I was not at the Cayce hospital 1 week before I wrote letters home and straightened my legs out and have gradually gained ever since. I now weigh 184 pounds. Also medical doctors had as much as told me there was no help for my condition. I was able to go to work May 5, 1931, 8 months after I started your treatment and have not laid off 1 day since. When I got home everyone was more than surprised to see me walking as good as ever again. I cannot word this letter to show my appreciation and thank you enough. As you know, when people first hear about a reading they cannot believe in it. I did not at first and I hope others who are sick will let you help them before waiting too long. The Cayce concoctions amazed the pharmacists, who had seen nothing like them before. As a young druggist fresh from college in Richmond, Virginia, Milton H. Snyder had knit his brow over the prescriptions of herbs and roots that Cayce had sent into the Virginia Beach pharmacy where he worked. In one prescription, for instance, the man who had never looked at a medical book or pharmaceutical journal ordered for a patient 2 ounces of strained honey, brought to a boil in 4 ounces of distilled water, and then, before it had cooled entirely, but after it had stopped steaming, added essence from wild ginseng, tincture of stilling aya, essence of wild turnip, essence of wild ginger, made from the herb itself, essence of cinchona bark. The directions were explicit. Shake the solution before the dose is taken, which would be half a teaspoonful twice each day, preferably before the morning meal and before the time for retiring in the evening. Take the whole quantity. In time, Snyder moved from the drug to the jewelry business, operating a shop in Portsmouth, Virginia. However, his thoughts often turned to the eccentric Cayce. Nobody, he recalled, could have shown more concern for a patient, including an inordinate interest in the mixtures he had specified in his readings, which he referred to constantly. He would stand over me in the beginning, Snyder recalled, and make sure that I boiled a preparation in an enamel pot rather than metal, so that there would be no danger of contamination. There had been no potions like Cayce's since the Middle Age alchemists, Snyder reckoned, but the roots and herbs were certainly harmless, if not helpful, and he had no compunction about filling them. There was no question of Cayce's sincerity, he drawled. He wanted everything just the way it was ordered. Had Snyder ever had a reading? He could recall having one, back in January of 1931, not long before the Cayce hospital closed. He was bothered by a bladder problem and bad headaches, and his employer, S.J. Benstock, had made an appointment for him. Snyder had not been impressed. I don't think he helped me, he said reflectively, but he was a nice man, quite unusual. I had understood, I said, that his treatments helped practically everybody who did exactly what he said. Well, I don't remember now what he told me, Snyder said, it was quite a time ago, but I finally went over to Charlottesville and some medical doctor fixed me up. May I check through your reading? I asked. Snyder laughed. I'd be right curious myself to see what there was. It was no problem finding the reading. Snyder had been 24 years old at the time. In the file, there was no complaint, no hint of his ailment, just the request for a physical reading. The Cayce reading was rather brief. By and large, Cayce said, the subject was in good shape, organically sound though functioning improperly. He blamed some of his difficulties on the digestive and nervous system, causing at times headaches, as well as problems with eyes and throat. At any rate, Cayce had the headaches right. Additionally, the reading continued, these conditions distributed toxins throughout the system, and produced pressures in various parts of the body. Cayce's remedy was rather simple, too simple perhaps. He recommended a diet that would combat the acid forces in the body and osteopathic adjustments in the cervical and dorsal area, so that the nerve impulses, now under impairing pressure, would function normally. That was all for the reading, but Snyder had some questions. What causes the specific ailment? By the creating of a balance in the digestive and assimilating system. Cayce replied, we will overcome these disorders. Also those pressures that exist in the lower portion of the system, for these are as of a filling up of the glands themselves. I remembered Snyder telling me of a urination problem. Are the kidneys in good condition? That question soon followed. These are in sympathetic disorder, from the overamount of the pressure produced from the poisons, toxics. Remove the pressures that produce same, and we will bring the condition to normalcy. Snyder asked how often the spinal adjustments should be made. At least twice each week, until the muscular forces and nerve centers are aligned through the cerebrospinal system. Snyder, who had been consulting a doctor, now asked, is treatment now being given correct? Cayce replied drily, if it had been, we wouldn't have changed it. Reviewing the reading, it appeared to me that Cayce had been half right anyway. His diagnosis had been correct, headaches and pressure trouble in the lower areas were certainly applicable to the kidneys. How had he missed? I got back to Snyder again. He was as affable as before. A sudden thought had struck me. What did the osteopath do for you? I asked. What osteopath? Snyder said. For the adjustments Cayce ordered. Snyder's voice came back pleasantly. I never went along much with that sort of thing. Well, I said, that's what Cayce suggested. Is that right? Well, I remember something like that now. I didn't put much store by it. Then, you didn't follow the treatment? I guess not, because I didn't go to an osteopath, and I didn't get any adjustments. I just couldn't see anything like that then. Snyder's voice became almost wistful. I'd like to know now what one of those osteopaths would say about what Cayce got for me. Let me know if you find out. A week later, I checked the Snyder reading with Harold J. Riley. He gave it an expert eye. The adjustment that Cayce described, he said, could very easily have relieved pressure on the kidneys. That was the area directly affected. Cayce's universal mind explored public as well as individual health. In view of current controversy on fluoridation, it seems noteworthy that Cayce opposed indiscriminate fluoridation of the public reservoirs, warning that fluorine could combine dangerously with minerals already there. Cayce first considered the problem in September 1943, when a research dentist asked, is it true, as thought, that the intake of certain form and percentage of fluorine in drinking water causes mottled enamel of the teeth? This, to be sure, is true, Cayce replied. But this is also untrue, unless there is considered the other properties with which such is associated in drinking water. His sleep voice elaborated, if there are certain percents of fluorine with free limestone, we will find it beneficial. If there are certain percents with indications of magnesium, sulfur, and the like, we will have 1. Mottling, another, decaying at the gum. The dentist asked, does too much fluorine cause decay of teeth, and where is the borderline? Read what has just been indicated, Cayce said. It depends upon the combinations, more than it does upon the quantity of fluorine itself. Still, an oversupply of fluorine could bring on an adverse chemical reaction within the body, manifested chiefly in the teeth. But, to be sure, too much fluorine in the water would not make so much in the teeth, as it would in other elements of activities which may be reflected in teeth, not as the cause of same but producing a disturbance that may contribute to the condition. Cayce repeated his admonition about magnesium and sulfur in combination with fluorine, adding another warning about excessive iron deposits. Where there is iron or sulfur or magnesium, be careful. In a rather remarkable passage, considering he had no conscious knowledge of the fluoridation problem, Cayce briefly reviewed the natural appearance of fluorine in water, pointing out that in its beneficial state it could serve as a safety control in artificially fluoridating drinking water. There are areas within the United States, he said, as in some portions of Texas, portions in Arizona, others in Wyoming, where the teeth are seldom decayed, and where fluorine safely occurred. Study the water there, the lack of iron or sulfur or the proportions of sulfur. Cayce stressed that the success of any fluoridation experiment hinged completely on the properties of the water to which the fluorine was to be added. There are many sections where fluorine added to the water, with many other chemicals, would be most beneficial. There are others where even a small quantity added would be very detrimental. Hence it cannot be said positively that this or that quantity should be added save in a certain degree of other chemicals, forming a beneficial combination, being combined with same in the drinking water. He picked out spots in central Texas, northwestern Arizona, and around Cheyenne, Wyoming, where fluorine combined with other natural elements to offset tooth decay. However, supplementary water pumped in from other areas could alter this natural therapy. Where there have been contributions from other supplies of water, there will be found variations in the supply of magnesium and other chemicals, as arsenic and such, and these cause destruction of the teeth. Asked the best way of protecting teeth, Cayce said iron balance was of primary importance. Keeping the best physical health of the body and protecting it from iron or iron products that may become a part of the body physical in one manner or another. These, iron deposits, are needed, but when their proportions are varied from normal, the teeth do not show the proper relationships, when you lose that quantity of iron needed. What other factors are there, the dentist inquired, that control and have an effect on mottled enamel and decay of teeth? The empirical Cayce replied, the general health of the body and the chemical processes that are a part of the digestive system, the process of digestion, the chemical processes through same, and the bloodstream. The dentist went back to fluoridation. Should drinking water in certain localities be prepared with a percentage of fluorine for prevention of decay and for preventing mottled enamel in the teeth? If so, how and where? Again, Cayce stressed that the value of fluoridation depended entirely on the type of water fluoridated. This would have to be tested in the various districts themselves, much as has been indicated. There's scarcely an individual place in Ohio that wouldn't be helpful, for it will get rid of and add to that condition to cause a better activity in the thyroid glands, while, for general use, in such a district as Illinois, say in the extreme northern portion, it would be harmful. These, possible fluoridation, would necessarily require testing, according to the quantities of other conditions or minerals or elements in the water. As remarkable as Cayce was, not all Cayce patients were satisfied. Indeed, I had met one, a psychic researcher, who was downright unhappy about the treatment he had received. Even now, 25 years later, he argued that Cayce was a fake. The treatment nearly killed me, he told me, with fire in his eyes. Cayce didn't know what he was doing. As I had already talked to numbers of people miraculously helped by Cayce, I suggested that something may have inadvertently misfired. Perhaps, I said, you didn't do everything you were supposed to do. My dyspeptic friend had been a victim of ulcers. I did what it said I should, he growled. Cayce sent me to a chiropractor with my ulcers, and he practically killed me. Maybe, I suggested, the chiropractor didn't do what he was supposed to do. The directions were often complex and an error conceivable. It had happened more than once. Besides that, there was always an allowable margin of error, the claim being that Cayce was right at least 97% of the time on his physical readings, a remarkable average if it checked out. The researcher eyed me darkly. "Don't buy that Tommy rot," he said. "If it hadn't been for the doctors I wouldn't be here today." Subsequently, I saw where my friend had chosen to criticize Cayce to a reporter, who had added a criticism of her own, about the fees exacted by the Cayce people. The last attack was patently absurd, since there is no charge for treatment at the Cayce Foundation today, and no treatment. In view of the charge, I decided to check back on the questioned reading. It was all in the ARE files in Virginia Beach. The original reading was given on November 2, 1938. Cayce found that the researcher, then 40, had a great deal of disturbance through the stomach, duodenum, and throughout the intestinal system. The subject didn't have ulcers yet, but was apparently on the verge. That was pretty good diagnosis, I thought, since Cayce only had a name and address. There has not been produced as yet lacerations or ulcerations in the pyloric end of the stomach, Cayce said ominously, but there is more of a catarrhal condition in the duodenum and the pylorus. He recommended a balanced diet, not too much white bread, not too much of meats, and never fried foods. My friend, like myself, was of a choleric temperament, a researcher's syndrome, it seems, and Cayce suggested, whenever there is great anxiety or stress, do not eat, especially raw apples nor bananas nor fruits of that nature which are acid-producing. Additionally, he recommended hydrotherapy, a colonic irrigation, and electrotherapy treatment, for stimulation to the system especially across the stomach, the diaphragm, and the centers in the cerebrospinal system from which the organs of assimilation and digestion receive their impulse. I kept checking through the file. 4 days after the first reading, my friend, duly grateful, had written Cayce that the reading was remarkable and agreed in every way with the diagnosis of my physician. He commented, "I have suffered great pain for some weeks, as you reported, due to partial closing of pylorus valve under nervous tensions." He approached treatment hopefully. A month later, I noted, poring over the file, that he still didn't report much relief. There was a request for a check reading, with Cayce asked to be more specific, how much electrotherapy, what kind. On December 23, 1938, Cayce gave a second reading, pointing out that there is still some regurgitation from the duodenum to the stomach through the pylorus. He recommended more hydrotherapy, but cautioned against the electrotherapy. Not too strong with the electrical forces that have been applied. These have been somewhat severe. Use the same kind, but not so high, so much. 3 weeks later, on January 17, 1939, my friend wrote Cayce, asking for another check reading. "You certainly are being grand and most helpful to me." He asked, "Is former suggested treatment advisable at this time?" Cayce, disapproving of the electrotherapy as it was being given, ordered its discontinuance. "The reactions that cause almost an extra flow of blood, or hemorrhage," he said, "arises from too great a quantity of the electrical forces." However, he suggested osteopathic adjustments, and a new therapist. My friend was again impressed. Cayce, rather remarkably, had correctly visualized what had happened, though at no time did he meet the patient, who was in New York City all through this exchange. "Your check reading was excellent," my friend confirmed. "I had a hemorrhage about 2 weeks ago, and apparently another one before that while on the table taking a too drastic electrical treatment." He had now returned to his own doctor, who was sympathetic to the readings and wanted a test reading himself. "Your own readings," my friend continued, "have been amazingly accurate and to the point, above all frank, even to censuring certain well-intentioned treatments given. They have also been most helpful." My friend now asked for a life reading, and an appointment was made. 2 weeks later, he again reported on his condition. "I'm feeling much better. Had a series of X-rays which confirmed report in your readings. Also confirmed your statement that hemorrhage was caused by too severe electrical treatment. My friend was bitterly critical of the therapist, but had only praise for Cayce. The ulcerated condition, another confirmation, was present, but with proper treatment a hemorrhage could have been averted. As your readings indicated, there was an exchange of friendly letters the next few years between my friend and the Cayces, and then in 1952, 7 years after the mystic's death, came the first indication of criticism. I did not blame Edgar Cayce at the time, he wrote. I blamed myself for having blindly followed the reading without double-checking. If anything had gone wrong, which it obviously had, it seemed clear it had gone wrong in the application of the therapy, always a possibility, at any clinic, hospital, or health service, where human frailty must be considered. The criticism, where there once had been only praise, intrigued me. Do you know my friend? I inquired of a Cayce intimate. He nodded. Yes, and I like him. Do you remember his case? He hesitated a moment. It is my recollection that Cayce recommended electrotherapy, and the therapist may have been more severe than he should have been. He looked up with a smile. But I hadn't thought he blamed Cayce, since he wanted very much to do a book about Cayce later, but Tom Sugrue got to do it instead.